Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Because of what Rock said, this caused everyone to think in the wrong direction. The reason why Garp and Zephyr did not associate the future Ron with the current child. The main reason. It's because of what Rock said. This led them to prejudge that this was him. So, I didn't think of Ron. That's why later on, when Ron joined Marine, there was no reason that made Marine think of this mysterious child. Brother Rox. When Kaido saw Rox, he ran to the side of the boat excitedly and shouted loudly. This time, little Kaido really saw his savior. After all, Rox is very strong, but it is recognized as the strongest. And little Kaido had accidentally seen Rock's secret before. He knows it very well. As long as he takes action, then you will definitely be saved. Seeing that little Kaido is safe and sound, Rox and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When I saw Kaido working as a cleaner on the ship before, I thought he was being abused. Kaido, don't worry. Laozi will come to rescue you. Nox laughed. To be honest, if Ron is really Yim, then the happiest one should be Rox. After all, the real reason why he attacked the Island of Gods was for Yim, because only he knows. Mastered Yim. He mastered the ancient weapon Uranus. This secret, even people at the 5-star level are not very clear about it. Rox knows why. It was a chance encounter. Let him know the connection between Uranus and Yim. So, in order to be able to control Uranus, in order to become the king of the world, we must take down Yim. Rox had previously guessed them would be on the Island of Gods. After all, most of the celestial dragons live there. So, Rox would initiate the subsequent God Island War. But now, since him is right in front of me, why bother going to the Island of Gods? Wouldn't it be better to catch him right here? That's why Rox is so excited, especially when he found out that Yim was just a 10-year-old kid. There are some unexpected surprises that come instinctively. Although this 10-year-old kid just showed extraordinary strength. But in the final analysis, his body is only 10 years old. There is definitely a limit to what can be achieved. Imuyu. Rox saw that the other party did not answer his question just now. So he said it again. Let's make a deal. If we go to war in this situation, it will be bad for both you and me. You let my people go, then teach us how to use Uranus. So, I'll let you go. Rox is extremely confident at this moment. After all, he is followed by all the Rock's pirate members. And this is the sea. A battle took place on this. Rox is 100% sure of winning. It all depends on his ability. An ability that no one knows about. This is also his trump card that he has kept hidden until now. It is his main source of confidence. Good. When Rox shouted to Ron, Garp and Zephyr have contacted the Marine headquarters immediately. They want to be sure. Is this young man in front of me Yim? If that's true, then a Marine cannot sit idly by and watch the punishment. After all, Yim is the supreme leader of the world government. Even if Marine is completely defeated, there is no way that Yim will be harmed. This made Marine, who had originally planned to sit on the sidelines and watch the fight, feel uncomfortable. I have to consider whether to intervene in this battle. Garp and Zephyr. The news was immediately passed back to Marine headquarters. Suddenly, the entire Marine headquarters was in chaos. The then Marshal Kong frowned, pacing back and forth. He was muttering to himself. What? Master Imu is outside? That's impossible. Then, Kong immediately contacted the world government. Tell the 5 elders the news. The 5 elders were also confused. They didn't expect it either. The 5 old guys looked at each other, then talk about it together. What? Master Imu is outside? It shouldn't be like that. Imin 810 is in the castle. But the 5 old guys didn't dare to verify it. After all, without Yim's consent, they cannot enter and leave the castle at will. So at this moment, the 5 elders were also in a confused state. But they didn't dare to neglect it. What if the person outside is really Yim? Then we must never let anything happen to him. We must do our utmost to protect him. The 5 elders knew it well. The importance of Yim. He is not only the head of the world government. He is also the only one who can use Uranus to control Uranus. If anything happens to him, then Uranus, Biddy, will be out of the control of celestial dragons. So, the whole world will be in chaos again. Think of this. The five old men couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines and cold sweats on their heads. He immediately ordered Kong. Ask him to do his best to protect Yim. Kong looked confused. I don't understand why Yim came outside. But he didn't dare disobey the order. So the order was issued immediately. Ask Garp, Zephyr, and others to protect him. Garp was extremely disdainful of this matter. He didn't like protecting celestial dragons, even if that person was Yim. But Zephyr doesn't think so. After receiving the order, I immediately perked my spirits, then ordered the boat to move alongside Ron. A few minutes later, Zero, the Marine's boat, was already firmly in front of Ron's schooner. This operation, Ron was stunned. To be honest, he didn't know what happened now. Ron couldn't help but mutter, "Is this Marine crazy? What are they going to do?" Little Kizaru also looked confused. Could it be that the Marine saw that I was born to be a Marine, so he came to pick me up? And just at this moment, Zephyr suddenly spoke loudly to Rox and others. "No one of you can harm Lord Yim today." Rox, who was originally confused, now showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I couldn't help but think to myself. I was still wondering if this guy was Yim, but after seeing Marine's actions, I can now be sure that he is Yim himself. Otherwise, the Marine wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to protect him. Nox couldn't help but nod his own wisdom. I am so smart that I guessed this. Then he couldn't help but laugh. You came just in time. Do you think the Marine can stop us with this? I'll let you see it today. Why am I able to dominate this sea? After Rox finished speaking, just clench your fists. A power coming from the underworld was wrapped around his whole body. This was the first time he demonstrated his unique strength in front of everyone. This time, he's going to go on a killing spree. This is a strange move by Rox. It actually scared the people from the original world who were watching the video, especially Garp, who had a battle with Rox. Logically speaking, in the Marine of the original world, he should be the one who knows Rox best. After all, in that world line, Rox was killed by Roger and Garp together. So in theory, no one knows the Rox better than Garp. But Garp is now in a state of confusion. He stared at the video in a daze. Sengoku seemed to notice Garp's expression, then asked, "What's wrong? What did you remember?" Garp was silent for a long time, and then he answered leisurely after a while. "FO, not that I remembered anything. But say," Garp thought for a long time, but didn't know how to organize his words. "I could only sigh and say, this doesn't seem to be the Rox I know. In our world, Rox doesn't seem to have that power. Or rather, he didn't use this power. What's going on?" Garp was in a state of confusion. Logically speaking, all characters in the two worlds should have the same abilities. This can be seen by watching the video before. Although the characters have different personalities, their abilities and strengths basically correspond to each other. Pretty much. It can't be like it is now. They are completely different people. Based on his previous battles with Rox, Rox doesn't seem to have the power to control the underworld. This is impossible. Although Rox is an ancient poetry user, his ancient poetry does not have this effect. Garp frowned. Sengoku was also very confused. Of course he understood what Garp meant. That's why he has this expression. "You mean, Rox didn't use this ability when he was fighting you, right? Then you said it's impossible. In a life-and-death battle like that, how could he not try his best? How could he possibly have such a powerful skill hidden?" What Sengoku said was also true. Everyone knows about the battle on the Island of Gods. How shocking it is. The two sides are fighting to the death. In that situation, no one could hold back, because holding back means being killed by the opponent. So, in theory, the Rox must also go all out. But now, Garp was surprised to find out Rox actually still has some tricks up his sleeve. Why is this? Why didn't he use this skill at that time? If used, I'm afraid the outcome of the battle at that time was really unpredictable. Think of this. Garp gasped. He really couldn't understand it. Why is this happening? It's not just Garp. Roger, who was not far away, had the same expression. As a major participant in the events at that time, Roger and Garp worked together to kill Rox. So, Roger is also someone who knows Rox very well. He's the same as Garp. I don't understand why Rox didn't use his full strength at that time. Why is this happening? In that kind of battle, what exactly is his reason? What is his concern? And what is his purpose in doing this? That doesn't make sense. Garp and Roger looked at each other from a distance. They both seemed to be looking for answers in each other's eyes. But it's obvious. Neither of the two old guys knew what was going on. They really couldn't understand. Why are the rocks in the two worlds different? This shouldn't happen. Any characters that appeared before are basically the same in both worlds, at least in terms of ability. There may be some deviations in personality, but there will not be such a phenomenon of completely different abilities. So, what happened to the 267 incident? As the only two who have had in-depth battles with rocks, only the two of them knew the strength of rocks. Only then did I realize what kind of abilities rocks possessed. So, at this time, only they could see the difference. Garp frowned, falling into deep thought. Roger was the first to speak. Why is there such a big difference between the same person in two worlds? That's impossible. If you mean that little devil changed them. That doesn't make sense. After all, Rock's era is even earlier than that kid. Logically, that kid should be a latecomer. How could he possibly influence the rocks who came before him? If you say that Kizaru and the others have been changed, that's understandable. After all, they met Ron when they were young. But Rox is different. If we infer based on the timeline, Rox and Ron had not met before. So, he shouldn't be changed by Ron. But why? Why are the rocks in the two worlds so different? The more I thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Whitebeard, as a member of Rock's crew, he certainly had a full understanding of his captain's abilities. So, when Roger raised his question, he also felt it was difficult to explain. Just said it in a deep voice. It's a little weird indeed. It brings back memories of a time on the Rock's boat. Rox had never fought before I met you in Garp. But even so, we all knew he was very powerful, so we were willing to let him be the captain. But it seemed a little weird now. Why hasn't he made a move before? It's as if he's afraid that others will see his abilities. And why didn't I use this kind of strength when I fought you in Garp? What is he hiding? Asterisk, asterisk. Others who have been on the Rock's ship also had a sense of sudden enlightenment. It seems like in the original world, Rox has been deliberately hiding his strength, as if he was afraid of being recognized by someone. Follow this line of thought. Everyone is looking at the Rox of the present world. It seemed like I suddenly understood something. Before he met Yim, Rox had been deliberately hiding his abilities. The reason why he used it in the present world was because he mistook Ron for Yim. That's why I will give it my all. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Garp looked at everyone's analysis. It reminds me that Rock's dream is to become the king of the world. Then 0.9 reminds me of Yim's identity and abilities. An immature idea gradually formed in my mind. Could it be that? Garp thought about this. I couldn't help but gasp. Then he said in surprise, "Wrong. It wasn't like we killed Rox at the time. That guy, maybe he's still alive in our world." A very bold idea gradually formed in the minds of the two. That is it. More than 40 years ago, during the Battle of Valley of the Gods, the two of them didn't really kill Rox. Perhaps he was courting death. This is very possible. If that's the case, this would completely explain why Rox didn't use this ability at that time. Perhaps the result he wanted at that time was not victory, but make yourself disappear. So planning something. When I think of this place, even Garp, who is always carefree, I can't help but feel a chill down my spine. That's terrible. 18. If that's the case, then he must have a big conspiracy. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a fuss and pretend to be dead. This guy, if he wasn't dead, so what is he planning? It's horrible to think about. When Garp thought of this, he immediately told Sengoku his thoughts. Sengoku's face grew darker as he listened. One could even see cold sweat on the usually calm Sengoku's face. He felt something was wrong at that time. At that time, Garp and Roger teamed up to kill Rox. But the strange thing is, the next day, Rox's body disappeared. Marines searched the entire island with great effort, but still couldn't find it. Although I had great doubts at the time, I forgot about it after a while. After all, it was already confirmed that Garp and Roger had killed Rox. Logically speaking, there is no resurrection after death. So, Marine just thought that one of Rox's surviving subordinates took away Rox's body. After that, Marine never paid any attention to rocks again. And rocks indeed disappeared from this world. Until this moment when Garp came up with the idea. Sengoku finally figured everything out. They all thought Rocks was dead. I haven't been dwelling on the Rocks yet, but now, after seeing the huge difference in the abilities of Rocks in the two worlds, it will be natural to draw a conclusion. That is, the Rocks in this world did not use their full strength. There is only one reason not to use all your strength in this kind of battle. He is deliberately hiding something. Perhaps he had long guessed that Marine would join forces with Roger and the others to deal with him, so that everything can be planned. Make yourself disappear by faking your death. No one cares about a dead person. So, he can use this time to complete his plans. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. When I thought about that man still being alive in this world, I wondered if he was somewhere watching all this. Sengoku suddenly said, "It's a bad situation, if that's really the case. After decades of development, his power will surely become even greater. So, we are probably going to be in big trouble. But before he shows up, we still have a chance to think about countermeasures. First, watch the Rocks battle carefully in the video. Maybe we can find his weakness." Hearing Sengoku say that, Garp's expression also turned gloomy. Then he watched intently as Rocks from another world fought against the young Ron. Now, in the video, Rocks looked at the Marine team that suddenly blocked his way. I couldn't help but frown. However, he had already assumed in his mind that the little kid was Yim. So, the choice is for the Marine. Didn't seem too surprised. But Marine's decision still caused him a lot of trouble. Rocks looked at Garp and Zephyr who were standing in front of him. To be honest, if only there was Zephyr. He doesn't care, because he knew Zephyr's strength. It's actually not that great, although he had never fought Zephyr. But this is the secret that Rocks has been hiding. He knows everyone there, except for that little brat. He knows everyone's future. Rocks' ability has always been hidden. That is, observe the future. He accidentally got a special devil fruit. This fruit, allowing him to see anyone's future life trajectory. Those tracks are like pictures. You can let them play and fast forward. This was why he chose to fake his death during the battle in the Valley of Gods. Because he knows, in a battle, if you don't pretend to be dead, then you have no future. Through his observation, he found the only way for him to become the king of the world. So he has been following this route. If Ron hadn't interfered, he will still go to the Battle of God Valley, and will lose to Roger and Garp in the same way. Let the world think he is dead. He had arranged all these in advance. Through countless observations of the future, there is only this path. Only in this way can he be sure to become the king of the world in the future. Because as long as he fakes his death, according to observations in the future, Roger and his team will usher in the Age of Discovery. By then, the whole world will be in chaos. And these people thought they were going to gain freedom, but little did they know that they were all pawns of Rocks. This ability to see countless futures and find the optimal solution among them. He had never told anyone. Nobody knows, including his entire crew. At the same time, that's why he's not afraid of Zephyr. In his observation, the future of Zephyr, it's really ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And now, the future seems to have changed. Especially when this little ghost appeared. He found that he had no way to observe the little ghost's future. Is this also why? Rocks will think that this brat is the main reason for Emu. If there is one person in this world who cannot be observed by him, that person must be Yim. This is what Rocks bases his judgment on. Although he can't figure out now what is going on. But, since Yim is already in front of me, then your plans can be completely changed. You can start early. Anyway, his ultimate goal is to seize Uranus from Yim. According to the previous world line, it would take at least 40 years of suspended animation to accomplish this goal. But now, since the opportunity is here, then there's no need to continue pretending to be dead. This is the main reason why Rocks will show its fangs at this time. He didn't have to hide anymore. Rocks looked at Zephyr. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Said lightly, "Good money, Zhao Zephyr. You are still loyal to the Marine. Do you know how Marine will treat you in the future? You're still helping Garp. Did you know? In the future, you will be defeated by his grandson. I forgot to tell you, his grandson is a pirate. As soon as these words came out of the island, not only Zephyr and Garp were confused at the time, even the people who watched the video in the original world were confused. This is clearly what is happening in the future. Why would Rox know? People from the original world. At this moment, everyone had a confused expression on their face. Because, just now, in the video, the Rox 40 years ago actually predicted what would happen 40 years later. How is this possible? Moreover, he didn't seem to be guessing at all, and what he said was well-reasoned and well-founded. It instantly caused panic in the original world. Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. They know. Rox is right. But the problem is, how'd he know? How can a person who lived 40 years ago know what will happen 40 years later? Garp said, frowning. Something is wrong. If only Rox could foresee what was going to happen. What about 017? There's no way that this old man and Roger could beat him on the Island of Gods. It stands to reason that he would have anticipated what would happen on the Island of Gods. FFLX. What on earth is going on? Think of this. Garp suddenly felt cold sweat on his back. It seems that I have figured out the most crucial point. That is it. If Rox could really see what would happen in the future. So, it was impossible for him and Roger to defeat Rox on the Island of Gods because that was the outcome he had expected. But it just happened. That explains it. That was all deliberately arranged by Rox. That is to say, the battle on the Island of Gods. Snooker did it on purpose. Think of this. A terrible thought gradually formed in Garp's mind. He couldn't help but look at Sengoku. Sengoku couldn't help but gasp at this point. Of course, he could figure out the problems that Garp could figure out as well. At this time, they finally realized the problem. That is it. Rox is likely still alive. That guy lost the battle on the Island of Gods on purpose. Actually, he had arranged it himself. Sengoku said solemnly. It seems that the current situation is not very good, if that's really the case. So, Fi, Rox has been acting according to his plan, and we knew nothing about it. Perhaps he's somewhere watching us right now. At this time, Roger also realized the seriousness of the problem. But he didn't care about this matter as much as Garp and the others. After all, for them now, whether Rox was alive or not had no effect on them. Even, Roger also thought it would be better if Rox was still alive. They were doomed to die here. He also wanted Rox to be here. If there is an external force to break the current deadlock, maybe it could give them a glimmer of hope. This is what Roger is thinking right now. Even, he also posted a barrage. Original, Roger, Rox, if you were really alive, then show yourself. I don't know what your specific purpose is, but now is definitely your best chance to dominate the world. If you miss it, I'm afraid you will never have it again. After sending it, Roger waited quietly, but there was no reply for a long time. Garp and Sengoku are also paying close attention. At the same time, I was also very nervous. But when they saw that Rox hadn't replied, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Now, in the video, when Rox finished saying this, Zephyr on the opposite side was confused. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Garp. I noticed that Garp was also looking at me with a confused expression and spread his hands. It's obvious. He didn't understand what Rox meant either. After all, according to their understanding, it is impossible for anyone to know what will happen 40 years later. This is really too long ago. Although observation hockey has the ability to predict the future, it is only a few seconds at most. If you say you can predict what will happen 40 years from now, that's pure nonsense. So, what on earth did Rox mean by what he said just now? Was it just to sow discord? But this method of sowing discord is too low level. No normal person would believe it if it wasn't to sow discord. So what is the purpose of this guy saying this? It stands to reason that for strong people of their level, it is impossible for them to tell lies. This is also why the two old guys don't understand what Rox is thinking. Zephyr said, frowning, Rox, have you fallen to this level? Do you think I will believe you when you tell these lies? You must be joking. That's so fake. Rox couldn't help but frown. Then he smiled. He knows it too. It is definitely difficult for the other party to believe what I said. Do you think I would lie? Haven't you always been curious about my abilities? I can tell you right now. My ability is to predict the future. This is a special paramecia devil fruit. No one has ever eaten it. So it doesn't appear in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, which is why you don't know. Rox looked at the two people opposite him with confused expressions. Then he explained slowly. Hear Rox say that. Garp and Zephyr, the two old guys, looked at each other again. The two people couldn't help but fall into deep thought. They didn't believe Rox would lie at this time. That is, I really have this ability. But that doesn't sound likely. Predict the future? Are you kidding? If he really had this ability, it would be terrifying. If only everything in the future were known. Wouldn't that mean being invincible? Zephyr couldn't help but frown. If Locke really has this kind of strength. So is what he just said about his future also true? That's impossible. I have worked diligently in the Marine all my life. How could I be abandoned in the end? And Garp's grandson will become a very troublesome pirate in the future, even defeating yourself. This moment threw Zephyr into confusion. Garp was standing next to Zephyr, so he quickly noticed Zephyr's abnormality. Then said, "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. How old is my son? How can he predict what will happen to his grandson? And how could I possibly raise such a jerk of a grandson when my family education is so strict? My grandson will surely be an excellent Marine. You must believe this." So that Rox guy is just disrupting the morale of the troops. Garp said indignantly. He didn't believe that his sons and grandsons would become revolutionaries and pirates in the future. This is simply outrageous. Nonsense. Garp hopes that his son and grandson will become excellent Marines. And, according to his own family education, how could we let these two guys go down that path? Absolutely not. So, 213. He didn't believe that this Rox could foresee the future. This guy is definitely being mysterious here. Garp snorted coldly, then said, "Rox, you have revealed your flaws. If you had mentioned something else, I would not have been able to find any flaws, but you actually mentioned my son and grandson. Then I can guarantee you 100% that my son and grandson will never become the kind of people you said. He will never become a pirate or a revolutionary. He will definitely become an excellent Marine soldier." This sentence is very majestic. This will make it a bit awkward for people from two different worlds watching the video, especially the original world. After all, in the original world, Luffy was indeed a pirate, and Dragron was a member of the Revolutionary Army. The two guys were somewhat embarrassed to hear Garp's speech. But the most embarrassed person is Garp himself. Looking at myself in the video, I feel so confident in my children and grandchildren. Seeing my own children and grandchildren in reality. I really can't afford to lose face. Garp's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. These two useless guys are bringing shame to this old man. It's a good thing that I trusted them so much at that time. Sengoku said with an embarrassed look on his face as well. I say, you should reflect on yourself more. The reason they chose this path is inseparable from your education. There is something wrong with your education. This sentence made Garp very unhappy, and then he said, "What a joke. How could there be any problem with my education?" The two guys started arguing. In the video, the atmosphere had reached a tense point. Rox looked at Garp. I couldn't help but laugh. Snort. You be asterisk 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 D. You still don't know what kind of trouble your son and grandson will cause you in the future, right? To be honest, the future I saw is real. In the future, your grandchildren will be older, causing chaos in the marinas, and they will burn the flag of the world government. It will destroy Eni's lobby. Rox became more and more excited as he spoke. But Garp and Zephyr looked horrified, especially Garp. Are you kidding me? How can my grandson be such a traitor? Now look at you, guy. You feel like you have no way of escaping from here, so you start talking nonsense, right? Luck smiled. It seems that you still can't face reality, but I'm too lazy to convince you. You think I'm trying to sow discord. So think, so 2.9. But Zephyr, you have to think carefully. If you continue to stay in the Marine, your future will be quite bleak. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Zephyr's face darkened. To be honest, he is a little unsure now. Is what the other party said true or false? Even Luffy and Dragon from the original world felt a little embarrassed when they saw what Garp said in the video. To be honest, it's really embarrassing. But for people in the present world, I don't have those feelings. After all, in the real world, whether it is Luffy or Dragron, Their life paths are the same as what Garp said in the video, and they all became excellent Marines. So too, guys. When I heard Garp say this, I actually looked very proud. Luffy said with a laugh, "It seems that I have lived up to my grandfather's expectations. At that time, my grandfather wanted me to be an excellent Marine, and I really became an excellent Marine." Dorag said a little embarrassedly, "It seems that I am indeed Dad's best son, haha." And at this time, in the video, Rox was in no rush to act. Instead, it was a burst of verbal output. Seems like he wants to drive a wedge between Zifa and Garp. Just beginning, there is actually no wavering in the folding method, because he knew exactly where he stood. But what Rox said was really serious, and the details are added very well. It even points out some of the problems that Marine is currently facing. If this problem continues to develop, it is likely to progress to the future that Locke has predicted. So, this inevitably made Zephyr's heart waver. Although he was a little unconvinced at first, after all, as a Marine, he still believed in his own beliefs and his own position. However, the problems the other party mentioned were real problems. He could only ensure that the current Marine would not have these problems. If things continued to develop according to these rules, the future would most likely be just as the other party said. If that's really the case, that kind of Marine is not the one I want to see. I definitely won't risk my life for a Marine like that. Think of this. Zephyr's expression became very serious. He began to hesitate. Seeing Zephyr's expression, Garp, who was usually a carefree guy, also became a little anxious. He knew his old friend very well. Although he is very loyal to Marine, no matter what the other party trusts most is justice. If there ever comes a day when Marine no longer represents justice, Garp is absolutely sure that Zephyr will be the first to leave the child. And Rox's conversation just now pointed out this point. Successfully made Zephyr believe that Marine would stray from justice in the future. That is to say, now Garp had every reason to believe that Zephyr had begun to think about his position. This is not a good thing. As an old friend for many years, Garp certainly doesn't want Zephyr to be fooled. So he took a deep breath and said, Hey, old friend. Don't get excited, you guy. Don't listen to the other person's nonsense. You have to understand. We have the final say on the direction Marine will take in the future. If we have justice in our hearts, we will not let Marine go astray. You have to believe this. Don't listen to this guy. Even if what he said is true, it only represents one future. We can completely change the development of that future from now on. Do you understand? I have to say that this guy Garp can sometimes give people advice that hits the point. Zephyr calmed down a little after hearing what Garp said. He took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. That's right. You're right. The future is not happening now. Even if he can really predict the future, it is just one possibility. As long as we have faith, we will definitely be able to change this future. Zephyr said this. His eyes regained their former brilliance. I'm also more determined to uphold justice. If the future is really as Rock said, so this must change from now on. He would never allow such a future to happen. So it's time to make a change. Seeing his old friend, he regained his former spirit. Garp couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the worst thing didn't happen. What if Zephyr was led astray by that be D-Rocks here? That would be bad. Rock's expression turned a little unhappy at this moment. He had intended to shake Zephyr's mentality, but it failed. This matter has nothing to do with you, Marine. My target is just this little devil in front of me. If you leave here now, maybe you can still survive. Seeing that the attempt to sow discord failed, Rock started using threats and inducements again. Garp moved a few steps to the side, blocking Ron and the others behind him. And then this was said. I'm really sorry, whether your target is him or not. It doesn't matter to us, because our target is you. As long as we find you here, no matter who your target is, we have the obligation to arrest you. You should understand this. Hear this. Rock's expression also turned cold. It seems that you're deliberately trying to cause trouble, so don't blame me for being rude. Today I'm going to kill you all together. When I finished saying this, Rock's entire demeanor has changed. Like a demon returning from hell. There was a black aura surrounding his body. Zephyr and Garp looked at each other. They had never seen rocks like this before. It seems. This guy really hides his strength normally. Zifa turned around and looked at Ron and the others. Duh. You guys run quickly. The farther you run, the better. This is not a battlefield you can enter. Although Ron's performance was very impressive, but he's still just a child after all. Zephyr instinctively listed him as a person to be protected. Ron was sitting on the deck at this time. Looking at these two old men standing in front of him, he was speechless. To be honest, to Ron, Pikes was not a threat. Instead, these two guys came out to interfere. It's really annoying. So Ron said lightly, "You two are no match for him, so stop wasting time here and postpone it." Hear what Ron said. Garp and Zephyr couldn't help but smile. Are you kidding? This kid actually said that neither of them was a match for rocks. This sentence instantly made Zephyr and Garp feel very unhappy. After all, the two of them are among the strongest in the Marines. If they can't beat rocks, then who can beat rocks? Are you kidding? The two old guys smiled disdainfully. Just assume that Ron is just young and ignorant. Zephyr stretched his body, then slowly walked forward and spoke to Garp behind him. Let me show these juniors what a real strong person is. Garp said with a laugh. Okay, then I won't argue with you. I'll let you take the spotlight first. After saying 297, Garp actually clasped his hands together and stepped back. Zephyr walked forward with his head held high. Rox raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at Zephyr, who was walking up alone. I was so happy. He wished that these two guys didn't come together. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Ron. This kid really helped a lot at the critical moment. If he hadn't been there, these two old guys would have joined in. Now is a good time to defeat them one by one. Rox rubbed his fists, then stretched his body, and his momentum rose again. Vibe. Zephyr also stretched his body. The two men looked at each other, and their huge momentum instantly merged together. The surrounding seawater was raised with huge waves as high as the base. At this moment, the two men rushed forward at the same time at an extremely fast speed. They started fighting instantly. A battle between two people. It's really earth-shaking. Just at this moment, Rock's entire appearance suddenly changed. Like a demon returning from hell. Devil's right horns actually grew on his head, and his whole body exuded a dark aura of hell. This guy used the devil fruit ability. Zephyr's expression was stunned. He really didn't expect it. This guy, there is actually such a hidden trick. However, at the moment he was stunned, Rox was so fast that he punched Zephyr in the face. Knock it away in an instant. Zephyr didn't even have time to react. Garp's expression was stunned. He really didn't expect Rock's strength to increase so much in a short period of time. It seemed that he had been hiding his strength before. Zephyr was no match for him now. Garp also became very serious. He immediately rushed towards the direction where Zephyr flew, looking at the dying Zephyr. He had lost his mind at this moment. Eyes roll back. Zephyr is known as Black Arm Zephyr. This shows that his armament haki is extremely powerful. But even so, neither of them could block the opponent's punch. The transformed rocks actually knocked him unconscious with one punch. Garp couldn't help but become very serious, because he knew very well how powerful this punch was. He was also very aware of Zephyr's strength, so he was even more surprised. I didn't expect that such a strong guy could be knocked unconscious by just one punch. This made him look at Ron, standing beside him. Could it be that this boy was telling the truth? Were the two of them really no match for each other? Of course he didn't believe it. So he slowly stood up, slowly walked towards the direction of Rox. Watching Garp slowly walking towards him, Rock's expression became extremely excited. The battle just now did not satisfy him. To be honest, although Zephyr's strength is very strong, compared with Rock's current state, it is really not enough. Look at the entire Marine. There is only one person who catches his eye. That's Garp. Rox believes that only this man is worthy of being his opponent. Now, this man is walking towards me, which means the battle is about to begin. Rox looked at the angry Garp and said with a smile, "Looks like we finally have a chance to fight. Let me see how powerful you are as the strongest Marine." Haha. This unbridled laughter. This made Garp's expression particularly unhappy. Garp said angrily, "It's time to teach you a lesson. As soon as the words fell, Garp's whole body rushed forward like a beam of light. The speed is extremely fast. When in midair, Haki has already gathered all over the body. The whole body was pitch black. A pair of iron fists are ready to strike. The remaining meat on the Haki is visible to the naked eye, just like a spider web spread across the sky. Let the blue sky be filled with black and red lightning. And this lightning is Garp's Haki. Garp leapt into the air. He quickly threw a punch downwards. This punch carries the strength of the whole body. Garp didn't hold back at all, because he knows. This time we are facing Rocks, the strongest pirates. This battle requires all-out effort, as can be seen from his fight with Zephyr just now. Rocks is really too strong. Even Garp is not sure of winning now. Even before he threw the punch, he had already anticipated that he might lose, but this time he didn't have time to take the last step. He has to fight. I see Garp rushing over. I see Garp's attack. He's about to attack right in front of me. Rocks didn't make any move to retreat. There wasn't even any look of fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of disdain and even disappointment. Direct Rocks said as he jumped up, "You disappoint me, Garp. Is this your full strength attack? In that case, then you're not worthy to be my opponent. Goodbye, Garp." As soon as the words fell, Rocks just hit back with a punch that seemed to come out of hell, carrying an extremely domineering aura of death. 0-0. This punch cut through the sky, directly tear apart Garp Neiman's Haki in the sky. He rushed directly in front of Garp. It must be said that Rocks is really powerful. Garp is known as Haki among Marines. His Haki level is extremely high, but even so, he was easily torn apart in front of Rocks. It must be said that Rocks' Haki level is higher than his. Rocks took a deep breath and said, "It's over." As soon as the words fell, the fists of the two people intertwined in midair. Although they did not collide, the air in between had been compressed by the two people to the point of almost exploding. The two fists faced each other in the air. The whole world trembled. The duel between these two top powerhouses stunned everyone around them. This was the first time they had seen this kind of head-on confrontation. It has to be said that both Garp and Rocks are the strongest of the two forces today. The battle between them was simply earth-shattering. The young Marines around were all dumbfounded. Is this Vice Admiral Garp? He usually looks carefree and robust, but I never expected that he is so powerful. The Zephyr Admiral. He was knocked away by Rocks with one punch, but Vice Admiral Garp actually fought with Rocks for a whole round without any problem. The two of them fought back and forth, which was really shocking. They thought Zephyr Admiral was stronger than Vice Admiral Garp, but now it seems that the two are not at the same level at all. The battle continues. This can be said to be the most exciting battle today. Everyone is concentrating on it because the outcome of the fight between two people is directly related to the final victory of the battle. No matter who wins, it will mean the complete defeat of the other side, because they all know that after these two guys decide the victory, no one will be able to decide the final outcome of the battle between the two. It has to be said that this is a reality that must be faced. Rock's expression at this moment became extremely happy. "Garp, I didn't expect you to have any strength. It seems you didn't disappoint me. This battle will be very interesting with you in it. Haha." Rocks doesn't feel nervous at all now, and his tone even reveals his disdain for this battle. He knows that if he wants to win this battle, he only needs to make a simple effort. It has to be said that Rocks has the capital to be so arrogant. Garp was frowning at this time. Obviously, he was struggling a lot, but he couldn't show it because at this moment he represented the morale of the Marines. If he showed any signs of defeat, then the morale of the Marines would be greatly frustrated. If this happens, the combat effectiveness of the entire Marine will be greatly reduced, so this is absolutely not allowed. This is one of the main reasons why he tried so hard to prevent this from happening. Garp pretended to be calm and said, "Do you think that this little bit of strength can shake me? You are still too naive. This battle has just begun. If you want to defeat me, you must show your true strength. It is absolutely impossible to defeat me with your current strength. Don't underestimate me, Rocks." Hearing Garp say this, Rock's expression became even more excited. "I didn't expect you to be so stubborn now. This really opens my eyes. But it's good this way. This is more interesting. If you admit defeat now, it will become very boring. Then let me put an end to this battle once and for all. I admit that you have some 4.1 points of influence, but you're still a long way from me. If you really want to defeat me, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As soon as the words fell, Rox rushed forward again. However, this time, the previous 55 to 50 situation is gone. Rox showed his true strength. Rox rushed forward and hit Garp directly with a punch, knocking Garp away. It's completely different from the previous 50 to 50 situation. People didn't even have time to react and figure out what was going on. Garp was seen drawing a curve in the air. Then, with a splash, it sank directly into the sea. It all happened in a flash. The battle is over. Everyone in Marine was dumbfounded. Just now they were in awe of Garp's power, and very proud, and cheer for Garp. Who would have thought? It all ended too quickly. Is this a loss? No. How could we lose so quickly? Marine went all crazy. Vice Admiral Garp. 18-inch look for Garp. Go into the sea and save him. After all, Vice Admiral Garp has a very high prestige among the Marines, and when he was knocked away, everyone thought of rescuing him first. Still at this time, Rox said with a sudden laugh, "Your Marine heroes are no more than this. I thought he was such a powerful person, but I didn't expect him to be so vulnerable. I'm really disappointed. I wanted him to play with me for a while longer, but now it seems that I can't do that. Even if you rescue them, I think this guy will lose his fighting ability. I advise you not to waste this time and find a way to escape quickly." Rox laughed as he spoke, and it must be said that he was really arrogant. Marine was very angry, but what could they do even if they were angry? They had no way to fight back. And after a few minutes, these Marine soldiers finally pulled Garp out from the bottom of the sea. At this time, Garp was already a little unconscious. The punch really caused him serious internal injuries. It has to be said that Garp has never suffered such serious injuries since his debut. Garp frowned and coughed twice, and what came out was sea water and blood. I just saw him saying, "I didn't expect this guy to be so strong. You're no match for him. Leave now." Of course, these people couldn't just leave Garp here, so they all said, "Vice Admiral Garp, let's fight him." And Kaboo could only shake his head helplessly, looking at himself, and then at the plate of folding method, which was already badly injured. He understood very well at this time. Now their eyesight was no longer able to defeat the man before them. Rox said as he laughed loudly, "Now you know how big the gap between us is, right? I'm just too lazy to deal with you." Garp was now frustrated. Through what he had just experienced, he had clearly judged whether he was indeed 930's opponent or not, and the gap was so huge that it was difficult to see clearly. After all, he could feel that the opponent had not used his full strength just now, perhaps not even 1/10 of his strength, and had already defeated him. Faced with such a person, he was really a little desperate. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something Ron had said to him before. He said he was no match for the Rox. At that time, Garp thought the other party was bragging. But after actual combat, he found out that what the other party said was just a kind reminder, and he was indeed no match for Rox. It's all my fault for not listening carefully to their conversation before. Until now, Garp finally realized that what Ron said before was not nonsense. And he doesn't mean to look down on me. He was simply stating a fact. That is, I really can't beat Rox. This was something Garp had never thought of before. After all, although Garp is usually careless, he is still extremely confident in his own abilities. He doesn't believe it. I can't beat a pirates by myself. But the facts are right before our eyes. Through the fight just now, he has truly realized the difference in strength between the two sides. Even if it happens again, there is no way for me to defeat him. Garp couldn't help but shake his head. His chest is now filled with blood and energy. The previous blow almost cost him his life. I didn't expect that I would be able to defend myself with all my strength. He was actually injured so badly. This is really unbelievable. The other party's strength is not at the same level as mine. And at this time, Zephyr was standing nearby with relatively minor injuries. Limping towards Garp, then say him. It seems that the two of us really have no way to defeat Rox. What kind of person is this guy? And why is he so powerful? It seems that the information is wrong. We don't really understand this man. Hearing Zephyr say this, Garp nodded speechlessly. That's right. We really don't understand him. I have to say it. We don't have any hope of winning this battle. If we want to win, we can only... Garp stopped talking after this, because he discovered it would be really embarrassing for the Marine to continue talking. The Marine was unable to deal with the pirates and had to rely on an outsider. To be honest, Garp is embarrassed. Certainly, even though Garp didn't say everything, Zephyr still understood. He knew what Garp was going to say next. So he sighed and said, Are you and I too naive? If he can't defeat the two of us, can he? I don't think so. After all, none of us has seen his true strength. Zephyr has no fault in saying this. Garp said very firmly indeed. 2. I believe he can. Don't forget what that guy told us before the battle even started. He said, with our strength, there is no way to deal with rocks. Now it seems that what he said is right? Why can he understand? That's easy, because he has the ability to see the gap between us and the rocks. That's why I say that. Garp has a point. Zephyr couldn't help but nod. You're right. It seems I'm superficial. Alas, got it. Let's think about how to report to headquarters later. If that guy can't beat rocks, I feel like the world is ending for Run. I'm afraid our entire Marine won't be able to stop him. What should we do then? Garp nodded and picked up the phone. Prepare to tell Sengoku about this, because things are already showing signs of getting out of control, Garp said, and then called the Marine headquarters. Sengoku was already waiting there anxiously. He didn't know what the battle situation was like over there, so he had been waiting for a call from the other party. So when he heard the call, he was very excited. He couldn't wait to go over and pick up the Den Mushi, then put to his ear and spoke. How is it? How was the battle going on your side? Seeing Sengoku so impatient, Garp really didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and then slowly tell him everything that happened here. 323. Rox is too strong. Even Zephyr and I combined are no match for him. We were both defeated. Now there is no one who can stop him. Hear this. Sengoku thought he had misheard and was stunned for a long time. Then he just took a deep breath and said lightly, What is going on? How is this possible? You both failed. He was able to beat both of you. If he could defeat one of them, it would be understandable, but defeating both of them was beyond Sengoku's expectations. Rox was so powerful. Had he already perverted? To be honest, Sengoku was a little unconvinced at first. After all, he knew Garp's strength very well. As Garp's old partner, he knew this man's strength very well. So, he didn't believe it at all. Garp couldn't beat Rox. Although Rox is very strong, they can't be a match for Garp. But, now this result comes from Garp's own mouth. So, Sengoku had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. There is no way. Is it really that strong? This is too outrageous. Sengoku frowned. If things really came to this, it would mean that no one in the Marines could stop Rox. If even Garp is not his opponent, then who else can be his opponent? Sengoku knew very well that Garp was the strongest person in the entire Marine, and other than Garp, no one else could be a match for Rox. Think of this. Sengoku couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. That is it. Currently, no one in Marine can stop Rox. If Rox attacks Marine, what will be the fate of the entire Marine if things really go in this direction? So, the entire Marine is probably doomed. This is undoubtedly the situation that Sengoku least wants to see, so he must now come up with a way to deal with the biggest trouble in front of him. Garp, what's going on over there? Sengoku heard it. Although Garp did not defeat Rox, Garp's current state does not seem to be very free. Since I can make a phone call, that means his life is not threatened now, which is not logical. It is impossible for Rox to defeat Garp and let him live. So, something new must have happened over there. I have to say that Sengoku is indeed the resourceful general of his generation. The analysis is still 10 points accurate. After saying this, he just waited quietly for Garp to report the situation over there. Garp certainly knew that Sengoku was waiting for his report. Then, calm down and organize your words carefully, and think of the means to punish the repayment. Sengoku, listen up. Some of what I'm going to say next may be too unbelievable, but I promise that every word is true. So, you have to make sure you don't go too far. When Zhanghua heard Garp say this, his head started buzzing. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he knew that Garp was not very reliable, he still supported and trusted him seriously on certain things. If he really said that, then what happened over there was really too unbelievable. So he had to go and see what was going on. And at this time, he understands very well. Things have become very serious. So Sengoku said slowly, "Don't worry. Just tell me everything you've experienced." "I see." Hearing his old friend say this, Garp had no more scruples and spoke directly. "Nox's strength is beyond our expectations. None of us are his match. We are completely defeated now. Next, it all depends on whether that kid named Ron can get on stage again. Although it's a bit wrong to say this, that guy is only about 10 years old after all. But our hope now can only be placed on him. If he can't beat them, then no one will be able to defeat him, despite Sengoku's preparations. But when I first heard the news, my expression was still one of shock. To be honest, this is indeed a bit shocking." What you said is true." A moment later, Sengoku then said slowly. Garp was also silent for a moment, then nodded. "That's right. What I said is true. That's it, even though I don't want to admit it. But now our fate is indeed in his hands." The two old men were silent for a moment. Then Garp said, "The fight has officially begun." Asterisk, hear this. Sengoku couldn't help but get nervous, because the outcome of this battle was directly related to the future direction of the entire Marine, so he had to be serious at this time. But he now regretted very much that he did not go directly to the battlefield with Garp and the others, which resulted in him being unable to get first-hand information and having to wait here for Garp's report. To be honest, this process was very anxious. Zero, but there is no way. It's all he can do now. So I urged it very urgently. "Garp, can you please tell me everything that happened over there quickly? Why are you taking so long? What exactly is going on? What stage is the battle at now? Is there any turning point? Who won?" Garp listened to Sengoku's complaints while carefully observing the battle on the battlefield, and then said, "I say, old man, can you please stop rushing us? The battle has just begun. How can the two guys decide the winner so quickly? Don't worry. I will tell you the winner as soon as I know the winner." Facing Sengoku's urging, Garp was also speechless, because from the current point of view, there was nothing he could do now. He could only watch the battle from the sidelines. He had no way of intervening in this kind of battle. He was very clear about his own strength now. After fighting with rocks once before, he had a clear understanding of his own strength. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent's opponent. So in this situation, he had no other choice but to watch the battle. And at this time, the 967 countries are still urging us, which is really a headache, but there is nothing we can do. Garp took a deep breath and said to Sengoku, "You old man, you want to be quiet. The battle here has just begun. Don't rush us. Don't worry. I will report any fighting situation here to you in time." As soon as the words fell, suddenly, Ron and Rox started fighting. It must be said that both of them were very fast. A moment. The whole world was eclipsed by it. But at this moment, I thought the battle had reached a fever pitch and everything would continue as it was. No one expected it. After just one round, Rox flew backwards, his entire body falling to the ground like a meteor, creating a huge hole in the ground. At that moment, everyone was silent. They didn't react. They had no idea why things developed so quickly. They thought it would be an earth-shattering showdown, but they didn't expect it to be a one-sided massacre by King. Is his strength so bad? How could the opponent be just a 10-year-old kid? How could he beat an adult Rox like this? Moreover, everyone is very clear about the battle between Rox and Garp before, so everyone is very aware of Rox's experience. This guy was able to defeat Garp easily, so his strength must be not that bad. But, even with such strength, he was killed by Ron with one punch. This is really too exaggerated. I couldn't imagine it would be so exaggerated. This is really unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, this is beyond the thinking of normal people. But, this is what happened right before my eyes. Even if I don't believe it, there is nothing I can do. After all, I saw it with my own eyes. Who cannot believe it? This punch, not only did it injure everyone present, it even scared everyone in front of the screen. After Rox was knocked away, his eyes turned white for a moment in heaven, but he was still thinking in the end. He really couldn't believe why he was defeated so easily. This was really unreasonable. Logically speaking, his strength couldn't be so weak. Moreover, after he cultivated to this point, he was also very clear about one fact. Their strength had reached this point. There was actually no room for improvement. So, why was the other party's experience so different from mine? How did he cultivate? How could he be so powerful? Now, young Whitebeard and the others all had expressions of horror on their faces at this time. They had never expected this. They found it hard to accept that their captain was defeated so easily. It was too exaggerated. But the facts are right before our eyes. Whitebeard said in surprise, "I really don't know how to describe my feelings right now. Is the gap in strength really that big? Is the strongest in the world really that far away from us? This guy is only 10 years old. He has such strength at the age of 10. What will happen to him in the future?" Even 5.3's mother opened her mouth in surprise, not knowing what to say, just the lips trembling up and down. Cold sweat broke out on his face. His eyes seemed to have lost their color. As if he had lost his soul, he just stood there in a daze. This punch scared him terribly. He thought Rox would come back and rescue him, but he never expected that even Lux could be defeated so easily. This was really something he couldn't accept. Little Kaido was so scared that he collapsed on the ground and even peed his pants. This strongest creature in the future was hiding in the corner like a frightened kitten. He originally thought that Rox was the most powerful man in the world, but now the most powerful man in his heart was defeated by a single punch. This was really hard for him to accept. What was going on in this world? Had things changed? "Kaido, Locke is the captain. Are you okay? Wake up, Captain Rox. You won't lose, right?" Looking at Rox, who has fainted, little Kaido has completely collapsed. He really can't accept this reality. But now, despite his desperate calls and efforts to rescue Rox, he is still unconscious. What on earth is going on? With Brother Rox's physical fitness, it is impossible for him to be knocked unconscious by a single punch. How is this possible? Little Kaido was already panicking, but there was nothing he could do. And just at this moment, Golden Lion came over and said, "It's over. Captain Rox is now in a state of disarray. He probably won't wake up for a while. It seems like we have to sit here this time. What should we do? With our current strength, there is no way to escape from his hands. Even Captain Rox has been defeated. What should we do?" This was the first time in his life that he felt death was approaching. He had never felt this way before. Before, he was fearless and dared to fight any opponent. But at this moment, he was really scared. Facing a man who could defeat Rox with one punch, he really didn't know how to deal with it. All he wanted now was to escape, but could he really run away? It was impossible. So, Golden Lion was really panicking at this time. He really didn't know how to deal with the situation. He could only look at the other crew members to see if they had any other ideas, but the other crew members were also scared at this time, and he couldn't give him any response, and he was already at a loss at this time. As for little Kaido, he was so scared that he couldn't give any response. Whitebeard was relatively calm among all the people, but the bearded man was also unable to respond at this time. Took the exam. Whitebeard looked at Golden Lion and said calmly, "I know what you're thinking. You want to escape, right? But I tell you the truth. With our strength, it's useless to escape. Don't forget that even if Ron isn't here, there are other Marines. It's probably impossible for us all to escape. Although Locke is the captain and can defeat Garp, none of us can easily defeat this man." Golden Lion also heard by Huji's thoughts, so he was also very upset. He also knew that Whitebeard was right, but there was no other way now. He looked in the direction of Ron and found that this man had been standing there since he defeated Rox, and there was no sign of attacking. So he said lightly, "Who are you? Why are you trying to make things difficult for us? What hatred do we have against you?" This is the first time that Golden Lion speaks so humbly. He usually doesn't speak so humbly. But now there is no way to face such a powerful enemy. If he really has to lower his posture and take responsibility, he is not sure whether his life can continue. Kaga was completely stunned at this time, and he didn't react for a long time. He should have reported the news of the victory to Sengoku in time, but he was disturbed by the situation in front of him, so he did not report it to Sengoku in time. At this time, he looked at the Rocks pirates who were in a panic. They were now leaderless and posed almost no threat. Looking in Ron's direction, the man was still standing there calmly. However, at this moment, Inpo heard Sengoku's shouting on the other end of the phone. Hey, you old man. Didn't you say you would report the results of the battle to me in a timely manner? What's going on now? How far has the battle progressed? Is anyone injured? The main reason was that Sengoku hadn't heard Garp's report for a long time and didn't know what had happened over there. It was also surprisingly quiet over there, and it didn't look like the kind of big battle scene that should have happened before. Generally speaking, this kind of battle between top powerhouses usually involves 3 Montillos, but Sengoku didn't hear any sound over the phone, so he was a little puzzled. This is why he was so anxious. He thought Ron was killed with 1 punch, so he was very anxious now. If Locke was really that powerful, then their Marine would really be facing a catastrophe, which would be a huge disaster for him. So he was very anxious to know the outcome and process of the battle. Of course, he couldn't have expected the battle to end so soon, nor did he expect Rocks to lose so quickly. He thought it was Ron who lost. Hearing Sengoku's anxious greeting, Garp didn't know how to describe the current situation for a moment. To be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, if someone else had told him, he would never have believed it. It was really unbelievable that a 10-year-old child could kill Rocks, who once dominated the sea, with 1 punch. But after all, I saw it with my own eyes. And Garp also knew that if he reported the situation here to Sengoku, that guy would probably not believe it. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. If someone said this to me, I would not believe it either. Sengoku frowned, then said, "Did you hear me? Why didn't you say anything after I asked you for a long time? Did you get killed too?" To be honest, Sengoku was extremely anxious because no matter how he asked, there was no response from the other side. He thought that even Garp was affected by the aftermath of the battle. Is it because the other side's battle is so fierce? It's really scary. Now Sengoku really regretted it. He should have gone along with them. As a result, he really didn't know what was happening on the other side and could only worry here. Just at this moment, Garp's voice came from the other end of the phone. This time Garp was not as surprised as before, but became very calm and composed. He just said lightly, "Honestly, Sengoku, if what I'm about to say is unbelievable to you, then don't doubt it. This is indeed what I saw with my own eyes. There's only one thing I can tell you right now." Hearing Garp still hesitating here, Sengoku couldn't wait any longer, so he sat down and said with a frown, "I say, can you hurry up? Why are you wasting here? Tell me what happened. How can I not believe what you said? I have seen a lot of things. There is nothing I don't believe. So you just tell me everything that happened over there." Garp didn't say anything when he heard Sengoku say that. After all, before hearing about this incident, everyone had this attitude, and Kung Fu actually understands it very well. So he said calmly, "The 10-year-old kid, Ron, defeated Rocks with 1 punch. Yes, you heard it right, just 1 punch. Rocks is still unconscious, his eyes are white, and he probably won't wake up in a short time. Do you hear me, Sengoku?" After Garp finished speaking, he realized that there was no sound from the other end of the line for a long time. So I asked subconsciously. In fact, he also knew what happened to the other party. Sengoku must have been in great shock, which is a very normal phenomenon. If it were him, he would probably have the same expression after hearing such terrible news. After all, who could believe that a 10-year-old kid could actually defeat Rocks? As expected, Sengoku on the other end of the phone had a really hard-to-speak expression at this time. He finally understood why Garp had given him a heads-up beforehand. Really, when I heard the news, or the result, I really had an expression of incomprehension. It was really too unbelievable. If a normal person heard the news, he would have probably cursed and said that the other party was fooling them. But Sengoku was Sengoku after all. He also knew Garp, and he knew his former partner very well. This guy would not exaggerate at such a critical moment. In other words, this scene really happened at the scene. It was really unbelievable. How could it be possible that a 10-year-old kid really defeated Rocks? He stood there and took a deep breath, not knowing how to respond to Garp. He could only pace back and forth in the office, slowly digesting the knowledge in his mind. To be honest, his whole brain felt like it had exploded, and he really couldn't imagine what the scene was like at that time. I really regret not being there. If I were there, I would be able to see this scene firsthand. It's not that I can't imagine this scene in my mind now. To be honest, this was beyond his understanding, so he had no way of imagining what the scene was like at that time. After calming down for a full minute, he praised this and spoke slowly. You didn't lie to me, did you? Even in this situation, he couldn't help but confirm it again because the news was too shocking. Garp suddenly burst into laughter over there. Because he had expected Sengoku to have this expression, that's why he looked like this, so he thought about it, and then slowly spoke to Sengoku. Don't worry, I'm definitely not exaggerating. I'm just repeating what happened at the scene. It was really like that. There wasn't any large-scale battle scene like that of top powerhouses. It was really just an ordinary punch that knocked the opponent down. We don't know if this man is a friend or an enemy yet. If he is an enemy, then no one will be able to fight him in the future, and no one will be able to influence him. If he is a friend, then it's not so difficult to say. Speaking of this, Garp added, I always thought that this person was immune. After all, who else could have such a powerful strength except that person? But now I've given up on that idea. I don't think he is. It is for this reason that customers worry about whether the other party is a friend or an enemy. To be honest, facing such a powerful man, even if the entire Marine joins in, they probably have no chance of winning. How desperate this is. After hearing what Garp said, Sengoku thought about it carefully, and he also felt that what Garp said made sense. But now is not the time to continue thinking about this problem. Now is how to deal with the current situation. Now I must finish all the things here. That's all that needs to be done so far. Hence, Sengoku immediately gave Garp an order and said, Don't move there. I will send troops over immediately. Remember, you must completely block the news and don't let what happened there get out. Instruct your men immediately not to let anyone leak what the 10-year-old kid said. We have to keep the news about this person secret from the world. Otherwise, it would be too terrifying. If other people knew about such a terrifying existence, they would inevitably become worried. That's right. After all, he is only 10 years old. He is easily bewitched at this age. If he is bewitched by some malicious people and becomes our enemy, we will be in trouble. Sengoku is a smart guy after all, known as the resourceful general. The first thing I thought of was how to deal with the aftermath. The subsequent danger was reduced to a minimum. One had to admit that he was indeed qualified to be a Marine Marshal, although he was not one yet. The Marine Marshal at this time was Kong. Sengoku made this decision without the Marine Marshal's consent, which also shows that he is a very arbitrary person. Garp knew his old friend very well, so he directly bypassed Marine Master. Sengoku's orders were carried out. He immediately gave the order to block all news here and ordered his soldiers not to publicize what happened here. From now on, everything about this 10-year-old kid must be hidden and no one should be allowed to know that such a terrifying guy exists. After giving the order to block the news, Sengoku is on board a warship. He headed quickly towards the direction where Garp was. He must get in touch with this kid as soon as possible. After all, such a powerful person must not be bewitched by others. He must teach this kid personally and make him a member of the Marine. It must be said that Sengoku's decisions are often very forward-looking and correct, and it is still the case now. Certainly, everyone knows what Sengoku's purpose is. Garp certainly understood. It's just that he didn't know how to persuade her. After all, Garp had come into contact with Ron before, and he knew what kind of person this man was. So he didn't think that this man would be persuaded by Sengoku. So he thought that Sengoku's rash contact would have a bad impact on Marine. This was also the main reason why Kaku was hesitant now. However, he told Sengoku all the pros and cons, and Sengoku still insisted on coming over. The results of the battle clearly showed that he had to contact Ron in person before he could feel at ease. Otherwise, he would really have trouble sleeping and eating in the future. Everyone knew that if there was such a powerful person out there, and someone who was out of control, then any leader would be uneasy. And at this moment, Garp looked at the scene in front of him, not knowing what to say. He thought it was a battle that would lead to Marine's demise, but who could have thought that there would be such a huge reversal at this moment, causing the battle to turn 180 degrees. Originally, Marine was at an absolute disadvantage, but now it has completely become the winner. This really made him unable to accept this phenomenon for a while, but no matter what, this phenomenon did happen. And at the same time, Zephyr on board. At this time, he also stared with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that the situation before his eyes was actually happening. To be honest, ever since he and Garp were defeated by the rocks, he has been pessimistic. He just thinks, no one in this world can defeat rocks, and he will unify the entire ocean. Marine is now in an irretrievable situation. Although this situation is very pessimistic, this was Zephyr's mentality at the time. But he didn't expect that things would turn around so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Marine has become the winner. All these factors can be attributed to the 10-year-old kid. If he didn't believe before that a 10-year-old kid could save the world, now he has to believe it, because it's happening right in front of him. Zephyr looked at Garp. The two old guys looked at each other, and they both saw the confused and unbelievable state in each other's hearts. Garp, we have lived for so long that we have seen all kinds of things, but have you ever seen a scene like this? Garp shook his head, then suddenly smiled bitterly and said, not to mention that I have seen it. I can't even imagine it. This is really unbelievable. To be honest, I don't know how a 10-year-old kid can have such strength. Please give me flowers. What do you think we should do now? Should we go up and talk to this kid and ask him where he came from? Or should we just continue to stand here? I think it's a bit awkward for two old men like us to stand here. What do you think? Zephyr also laughed and said, indeed, it is a little weird for two old guys to stand here. But if we were asked to go up and talk to him, I would be a little scared. Haha, I'm ashamed to say that we are almost 100 years old together, and we would feel this way when facing a 10-year-old kid. Garp scratched his head and said, indeed, I feel more nervous seeing him than seeing the Marshal. But we can't just stand here. This is really not decent. After all, he has solved such a big problem for our Marine. To be honest, we should go up and express our gratitude. This is not impolite. If we just stand here and do our work, it would be a bit impolite. Hearing Garp say this, Zephyr also nodded, thinking that what Garp said made sense. Okay, if that's the case, then let's go up and interact with this kid first, at least to express our gratitude first. Little Kizaru looked at Ron with admiration at this time. He was shocked by the action just now. He never expected it to be so powerful. To be honest, little Kizaru is now completely confused. Brother Ron, you are so awesome. How come you are so awesome even without eating the devil fruit? I am still not as good as you even after eating the devil fruit. Can you teach me? How can I become so powerful? I want to be so powerful now. Can you teach me quickly? Little Kizaru couldn't wait any longer and was jumping and talking. I have to say, with such a wretched face and such a cute expression, it really makes people wonder what to say. This kind of incongruous feeling really makes people feel dizzy after watching it. Even Ron was a little speechless. He immediately pushed Xiao Huangyuan and said, can you please stop making such a disgusting expression? I really can't stand it. Please stay away from me. I really want to punch you away right now. Little Kizaru was so scared that he stepped back and said, no. Even rocks couldn't withstand your punch, let alone me. I'd better get away from you, huh? This sentence made the other members of Rock's Pirate feel a little overwhelmed. This is really too insulting, but no matter what, it is the fact. Even if I want to refute it, there is no way to refute it. I can only respond with a speechless face. Not long after, the two old guys had already come in front of Ron. I have to say, this is the first time these two old guys feel so nervous. Garp looked at Ron and said, thank you very much for helping our Marine resolve such a big crisis. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. In fact, in the face of such great kindness, all words seem to be meaningless. But no matter what, there is no other way now. I can only express my intention first. Zephyr followed Garp and saluted Ron. To be honest, although they were facing a 10-year-old child, no one present dared to treat them as a 10-year-old child. They all treated it as an adult who was more respected and virtuous than themselves. Seeing the two old guys looking very nervous, Inen was really speechless. To be honest, he didn't want to get into the storyline of Pirates King so early. He had been planning to wait until he became an adult before talking about it. He never expected to encounter such a terrible thing here. So he just shook his head and said, "This is my grudge with him, not my intention to help you. So you don't have to show any gratitude. Maybe after today's separation, we won't have any chance to meet again. So just continue to do your things and we won't interfere with each other. How about this?" These words and actions do not sound like what a 10-year-old child would say. Garp was slightly stunned at first. Only then did he realize that Ron's plan was surprisingly consistent with Sengoku's. Because Sengoku planned to block the news and prevent it from spreading. Don't let others know the existence of this little devil. But I didn't expect that the little ghost himself meant this. He didn't want more people to know about his existence, and just wanted this matter to disappear. This coincides with what Sengoku and the other person said. Garp said with a smile, "Okay, we have ordered a blockade and will not let the news here get out. So you can rest assured that we will not let anyone know your information. But there is one thing I would like you to tell me. 1.2. Why do you have such strength? Who is your master? Where did you come from? We are really curious. Believe me, we have no ill intentions. We just want to understand because your strength is beyond all expectations." Garp actually wasn't sure whether Ron would answer him, but he had to ask because he found out that Ron was planning to leave. If he didn't ask, he would probably regret it later. I was suddenly asked this question. Ron was a little surprised. He didn't expect that these guys would be so interested in his origins. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, he did perform too well just now. He should have been more restrained. There is no one in the world who could defeat Rox at this age. It is unimaginable. So his performance just now was the main reason for these people's suspicion and curiosity. But Ron had no intention of telling them his origins. But even if he did, they probably wouldn't understand. Who could believe that they came from another 18th world? So Ron just spoke to the two old guys. "You don't need to ask about my origins. You can't find out even if you want to, so don't waste your time. As far as the current situation is concerned, just imagine me as a non-existent person and don't worry about anything else for now. I'm leaving here soon, so let's say goodbye now. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I don't think you will recognize me." Ron said this and prepared to leave. This action made the other members of Rock's pirate feel relieved, because if Ron left, then they would be safe and they would have a chance to escape. After all, if this man was here, they would not even have a chance to escape. If this man left, they would still have a slight chance to escape. So everyone is now looking forward to Ron leaving here as soon as possible. Golden Lion is ready and uses his fruit power to take everyone away from here quickly. It's just that Ron is here now, so he doesn't dare to use this ability. If this man leaves here, he will immediately choose to use the ability of the fruit without hesitation to take the others away quickly. He was now staring at Ron intently, wanting to see if he would leave. After receiving the news that he was leaving, he was of course extremely excited, but he couldn't show it on his face and had to suppress his joy. However, at this moment, suddenly, a person interrupted and Ron, who was leaving, "It's Garp," he suddenly said. "Wait a moment, little hero. Although it is very presumptuous to say this, since you don't want to tell us your origins, then we don't need to ask anymore. But there is one person I still hope to meet, and that is my old friend Sengoku. He's on his way here and will be here soon, so I still hope to wait a little longer. He wants to see you very much, really, really wants to see you. I promise he won't pursue your origins anymore, and won't do anything that would disgust you. So can you wait here for a while and meet him?" This was the first time that Garp spoke so quietly. Sanzu had to admit that this old guy really faced Ron as if he was facing his master. I don't dare to treat it as a 10-year-old kid at all. And it can be seen that Garp is a very loyal guy. Even in such an embarrassing situation, he wants to keep Ron because he knows that his old friend, Sengoku, must want to talk to Ron about something. So he has to delay for some time. Although the two of them usually don't get along and dislike each other, when it comes to crucial matters, the two guys still understand each other's existence the best. Ron thought about it carefully, and honestly, he really didn't have anything to do, so he could wait here for 750. But he also thought about it. Is it necessary for him to meet Sengoku now? To be honest, the reason why we can deal with Rox at this critical juncture is entirely because that is how history has developed. But if I meet too many people here, will the course of history be different? In fact, Ron doesn't want the pirates' world to change too much. He also hopes that everyone here will continue to do what they should do according to the original timeline, and that nothing big will happen because of his appearance. This is why he is not sure whether he should meet these people, because his appearance has already affected the world, and has let them know that there are such terrifying things in the world. So there will definitely be some deviations in the future development of Marine. After thinking carefully for a moment, Ron decided to wait a while. He didn't have anything else to do anyway, and he also wanted to see what Sengoku was trying to do. Besides, I have already brought such great changes to the world, and there is no time to waste, so I decided to take a look. So Ron nodded and said to Garp, "Well, since there's nothing else to do, why not wait here and see what your old friend is here for?" When Ron said this, stretched, Garp was actually very happy to hear this, and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He finally got this guy to stay. As long as he kept this guy, Sengoku would definitely be able to get this guy to join the Marine. He believed in Sengoku's ability to mobilize. Hence, in order to allow Ron to stay here quietly, Garp really put a lot of thought into this. Even poor T for Ron himself, a Marine Vice Admiral, and a Marine hero at that, poor T for Ron, which really made the Marines around him look surprised. However, when they thought that this kid was the one who could defeat Rox, they would not be so surprised. There was no doubt that such a powerful person should treat him with respect. And at the same time, little Kizaru also met little Akainu. They didn't know each other before. This is the first time they meet. Because little Akainu was following Garp and his ship. So after the two little ghosts met, instead, they had a very pleasant conversation. It is hard to tell from here that the relationship between these two guys will be so bad in the future. Little Kizaru said, while looking at little Akainu, "What? You ate the devil fruit too? What happened to your abilities too? Great, we're the same. Let's compare and see who is more powerful." Little Akainu tilted his head and said, "You must be better than me now, because you have been learning from that person for such a long time. If you're still not better than me, it proves that your talent is really too poor." Xiao Huanyuan said with a dark smile. "Of course, he taught me a lot of great skills, and also taught me how to use hockey. You haven't even heard of what hockey is, huh? I have mastered it now." Little Akainu still said unconvinced, "Humph, if I had studied with him for a period of time like you, I believe my strength would be much stronger than yours. So our written test is very unfair now. You have studied for so much longer than me, so you must be better than me." Hearing this, little Kizaru was a little unhappy, and then said big, "What's the problem? I can just give you everything he taught me before. Then you will learn the same thing as me. Then we can compete again, and it will be fair." It must be said that little Kizaru still has a strong desire to win. Little Akainu was of course very happy to hear this. "We agreed that you can't go back on your word. You have to hand all these things over to me, without leaving anything behind. Hear this?" Little Kizaru nodded and said, "Duh, what's the big deal? My elder brother taught me these things at that time. I was told that I can give it to others, and I was told not to give it to others, so it's okay for me to give it to you. Don't worry about that. I will definitely give it to you. In this case, let's have a good competition to see who is better. How about that?" The two little guys reached some kind of agreement and then started to test their kung fu skills against each other. I have to admit it, the talents of these two guys were extremely terrifying and perverted. They improved rapidly in a short period of time. They gave each other everything they knew, and their strength improved by leaps and bounds. This made everyone watching the scene dumbfounded. They even felt that these two guys would definitely be Marine Admiral level fighters in the future. After all, people who have this talent are really rare. If both guys join Marine, their future achievements will be limitless. Garp also noticed this, so he immediately invited the two kids to join Marine. Of course, the two kids were very happy and chose to join immediately. The most embarrassed people right now are probably the remnants of Rock's pirate. They were standing here now, unable to run or not run, so it was very awkward. It was really embarrassing to just stand there. If Ron didn't leave, they would never dare to run away, because they were very clear about their own strength, and if they ran away, they would basically die. So, it's very awkward for them to be here now. The most annoying thing is, Garp had insisted on persuading Ron to stay. If it weren't for this old guy, they would have run away by now. Therefore, the person that the people present hated the most was Garp. They even looked at Garp with flames in their eyes. They were really angry. Whitebeard said, frowning, "It's all this damn guy's fault. If 807 hadn't suddenly interrupted, we would have left here by now. Damn it. I will definitely teach Garp a lesson if I have the chance in the future. I will make him understand why flowers are so red." Golden Lion also said this angrily. "Yes, it's really infuriating. I never thought it would be so infuriating. I don't know what to say now. So what should we do now?" Everyone started to discuss together, because they really didn't know what to do next. If I fight, I can't win. If I run, I can't escape either. So what should I do? Looking at their embarrassing scene, Marine finally noticed that there were still so many remnants here. Garp suddenly laughed out loud. Hey, why are you guys still here? Are you going to let your wives free up their hands to beat you up? Ha ha, I'm so willing to help you. To be honest, I'm really happy to have you all here. I'm going to catch you all in one fell swoop today." Hearing Garp say this, Baihu said proudly, "I say, can you please stop relying on others for power? If it weren't for that little devil, do you think we are really afraid of your mother? We really think too highly of you. We just don't dare to provoke that little devil. If it weren't for him, I would attack you right now." Actually, what Whitebeard said was true. The reason why they could stand here and no one dared to move was because of Ron. If it weren't for him, they really wouldn't be afraid of these Marines at all. And just when everyone was arguing with each other, Rox suddenly seemed to sober up a little. His fingers suddenly moved, and he suddenly became sober from his dazed state in the blink of an eye. Seeing Captain Rox was about to get up, everyone was very happy, although they also knew that Rox would not be a match for the opponent. But if he could wake up, at least he could make some decisions so that everyone wouldn't be leaderless. After all, with so many people, if there's no leader, they would just be a mob, so there must be a leader. The ant patted Rox's shoulder excitedly and said, "Captain Lux, you finally woke up? How are you? Can you still stand up?" After all, he was defeated at level 1. So, not sure exactly what the injury was. His mother asked with great concern. Rox shook his head. He felt that his whole brain was like a mess. He couldn't think straight. The blow the opponent had just dealt to him was too great. The hockey rushed directly into his brain, and his whole brain froze. He slowly opened his eyes. Although he was defeated, he still couldn't accept this reality. But no matter what, he knew that he was not the other party's right. "It's okay. I can still stand up. You don't need to help me." "Where's that brat?" The first thing Rox did when he got up was to look for Ron. The others all said, "He's there, and now he's in league with Marine. What do we do?" Rox looked in the direction everyone was pointing toward Ron and couldn't help but frown, then said, "We are no match for him. But I'm sure this guy isn't a Marine either, so we can still fight for it." After hearing what Rox said, the others knew what their captain was planning. Rox woke up. He looked at the people around him quietly. Look at Ron. Others thought that Rox would continue to struggle and attack Lorne. After all, for a strong man like him, being defeated should be something he cannot bear. Rox slowly stood up and walked towards Ron. Then he did something that no one could understand. He walked straight up to Ron, saluted respectfully, and then said, "You are much stronger than me. I am no match for you. I accept defeat sincerely this time. I thought I still had a chance to become the king of the world, but now it seems that I don't have this chance at all. You are the real king of the world. You are a natural-born king of the world. You have reached this level of strength at such a young age. I really feel that I am far behind you." Speaking of this, Rock's expression became dim, and his former spirit was no longer there. He had to admit that he had given up on becoming the king of the world, because he found that he could never cultivate to such strength. So he was not qualified to be the king of the world. He could only quietly retreat back to his original place. Ron was somewhat surprised by Rock's statement. They also thought that Rox was a man who could let go of things. So he said lightly, "The grudge between you and me ends today. After it officially ends, there will be no more grudges. Oh, so, you don't have to say anything to me, and you don't have to flatter me. We probably won't meet again, so let's end it here." When Ron finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, signaling Rox to stand down. This move made all the Rox members feel a little puzzled. What was going on? Was the other party planning to let them go? This was a little unbelievable, wasn't it? Especially Whitebeard and the others were in a state of bewilderment. Judging from Ron's attitude, it seemed that he was not going to pursue the matter any further. He probably didn't intend to embarrass them anymore. So could they leave here safely now? If this was really the case, then it would be great, even if they saved their lives. However, they were not sure what the other party was thinking, so everyone present did not move. Instead, they all looked towards the direction of rocks. And at this time, Garp also felt that something was different. If Ron really intended to let these people go, then he would miss a great opportunity. With the current strength of these people, Marine would not be able to catch them again. If Ron did not take action, they would not be sure to catch rocks. So the situation becomes very embarrassing at this time. What should we do? After all, such a good opportunity is right in front of us. If we let these people run away like this, we will never have the chance to catch them again. Please give me flowers. So Garp is now getting very anxious. This is the only chance to catch the rocks and everyone they have. If you miss it, you will never get it again. But now Rocks is awake. Then no one except Ron can defeat him. I tried it just now, and I am no match for Rocks at all. So, if he really wants to leave, so the Marine has no way to stop him now. Is he really going to escape? Damn it. If Rocks hadn't woken up and there were only other people, it would be easy to deal with. If he and Zephyr were close, they might be able to catch a few. Let alone catching a few. I'm afraid we can't catch even one. As long as Rocks takes a shot, no one on the field can stop him. So, that's why Garp is so anxious now. He said this with a frown on his face. Damn it. Why hasn't Sengoku come yet? He's really too slow. Facing the current situation, he really didn't have any better solution. He just hoped that Sengoku would come quickly to see if there was any way to capture the remaining people. He would capture as many as he could. Anyway, he could not catch Rocks, that was certain. However, what Garp didn't expect was, Rock's next words are, Rocks slowly walked her on. Whitebeard and others were very anxious and tried to stop them. Captain Rocks, what are you doing? Get away from him. Since he doesn't care about this matter, let's leave here quickly. If it's any later, if this guy changes his mind, we won't be able to leave here, so let's retreat quickly. Little Kaido also followed suit. Yes, Brother Rocks, let's get out of here quickly. Didn't he say he doesn't care about us anymore? Didn't he say he would never arrest us again? Then no one can stop us here. Let's get out of here quickly. The ant also said hurriedly. Yes, let's get out of here quickly. These guys are too scary. We should get ready after we leave here. We can find a chance to get back on our feet and become the king of the world again. So we should get out of here quickly now. This guy might change his mind at any time, and then it will be difficult for us to leave. Golden Lion also said immediately. That's right. Let's just accept our defeat this time and quickly eliminate this place. The Marine will probably send more troops soon. It might be difficult for us to leave here then. Even if this kid doesn't deal with us, if the number of Marines increases, it will probably be difficult for us to retreat completely. In fact, everyone had the same idea, which was to leave here quickly. After all, they had been scared by Ron and had lost all their fighting spirit. I really don't want to waste any more time here. It's better to leave here as soon as possible. However, Rocks really didn't pay attention to everyone. He just walked towards Ron quietly, muttering something as he walked. Although I didn't know what he was saying, he didn't seem to be planning to run away, which made the others very worried. If the Rocks boss was not planning to run away, it would probably not be easy for them to escape. Sure enough, the thing I was most worried about happened. Rocks took a deep breath and then spoke. I've been defeated by you. I, Rocks, am not someone who runs away. I am willing to be captured by you. This sentence made Garp and others stunned. I originally thought there was no hope of catching him, but unexpectedly, this guy actually wanted to be helped and didn't plan to escape. To be honest, this is really a pleasant surprise. Even Ron felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Rocks was such a manly guy. Rocks continued, but there is a prerequisite. You can let me be captured by you, but you have to let my subordinates go. If you don't plan to let them go, then I don't plan to surrender either. You should understand this. Rocks said this to Garp, because there was no need to say it to Ron, because Ron had no intention of intervening in their affairs. Garp was stunned at first. To be honest, he was unwilling to agree to this condition. He didn't want to make any deal with Marine. But he also understood that the other party was telling the truth. If Rox didn't intend to take action, then he would have no way to catch Rox, let alone catch his gang of brothers. If Rox was determined to take them away, he could leave here safely this time. So, this deal sounds a bit unfair, but it is indeed the only deal that can be made so far. Otherwise, Marine will suffer heavy losses again. Even if the other people are released this time, catching Rox is a great achievement. So, Garp thought about it carefully, and then made up his mind and said 2.6. Good. I agree to your request, and I will only arrest you. As for the rest of you, I will let them all go this time. But you must keep your promise and not go back on your word. If you're responsible, I will not let your brothers go. Hearing this, Rox couldn't help but smile and said, I realize that you really think too much. The reason why I was caught by you is entirely because I admire this guy very much. So, I was willing to be made up. Hear Rox's decision. Whitebeard and the others were all in a state of bewilderment. They really couldn't imagine that their captain would actually sacrifice his own people in exchange for their safety. This was really unacceptable. Why did he do this to civilians? If they escaped together, they could all escape. Why did they have to sacrifice one person? This was really incomprehensible. So Whitebeard said immediately, Captain Rox, why would you do this? We can escape together. However, Rox shook his head and said, Don't go too far. I've been caught and defeated. I'm no longer qualified to be on Taba. I've already lost this battle. It's already too much for me to let you leave here. 18. So this is my destiny. No one of you should interfere. This is the path I have chosen. Rox's attitude at this time has a resolute feeling, which is really admirable. Garp nodded and said this with great satisfaction. Okay, since you've made this decision, I can guarantee that your other crew members can leave here safely. I promise that we won't chase them for 3 days. After 3 days, everything will return to normal. Do you agree? Hearing Garp say this, Rox nodded and said, Okay, then it's a deal. I'll go with you, and I'm willing to be captured. As for what happens next, you can handle it as you wish. Anyway, I've already accepted defeat wholeheartedly, and I don't want to be the king of the world anymore. At this moment, Rox felt disheartened, and it must be said that it made others feel sad. But the other crew members couldn't stand it. Whitebeard said hurriedly, No, we can't do this. If you leave, the Marine's goal will be achieved. Don't fall for it. They pretend to be the Marine and want to capture you and then tear us apart. Don't fall for it. Don't follow them. We can break out now. They can't stop us at all. As long as that kid doesn't interfere, we are invincible here. No one can stop us, Captain. Don't be confused. You must be sober. Don't fall for it. These guys say they can let you go, but who among us can imagine what they will do in the future? Whitebeard's concerns are also very reasonable. Diane also said it very seriously. That's right. You can't trust a Marine at all. These guys don't keep their promises. They're totally different from us pirates. They're nothing like us. So don't believe them. Why would we go to their prison if it's not good to live? Once we are in prison, it will be impossible for us to save you. So we better not follow them. We can't let them control our freedom. If we do that, we will be at their mercy. Don't do that. The Antes were a little incoherent. After all, at this critical moment, if they wanted to persuade their captain to come back as soon as possible, they couldn't care less about anything else. Even little Kaido has this expression. Yes, Brother Rox, don't be fooled. These guys just want to trick you temporarily. Let's break out together. Even if we risk our lives, even if we die here, it's worth it. We must not be caught by them for no reason. Golden Lion also roared. 590, Captain. Don't be fooled. Come rush out with us. Anyway, that brat has already promised us not to attack. There is no one here who can stop us. In fact, everyone had the same idea. Since no one could stop them at this time, they might as well unite and rush out together. Anyway, we must not be caught here. If we are caught here, who knows how they will be dealt with in the future? As long as we are caught and put on the conch stone, we will be at the mercy of the other party. They don't want their captain to be at the mercy of others. And just at this moment, suddenly, in the distance, a fleet of warships was slowly coming towards this side. Like a warship made by Sengoku. Could it be that Sengoku is back? This is really unbelievable. This guy is really too fast. The distance from Marine headquarters to here is actually very long. It would take at least 3 hours to get here at normal times. However, from the time Sengoku called him at Garp until now, only a little over an hour has passed. Unexpectedly, he has already arrived here. I have to say that this speed is really too fast. Even Garp felt a little confused when he saw Sengoku's warships. I couldn't believe it. Is this really the speed of the Three Kingdoms? It doesn't seem quite like it, because according to any scenario, it is impossible for a warship to reach this speed. It is really impossible. So, how did this guy get here so quickly? Garp observed Sengoku carefully and found something unusual, which made him laugh and cry. So this guy's Sengoku. It uses the fruit form, transformed into a giant Buddha at the stern. Then keep using shockwaves towards the back. It was a reaction force brought by this shockwave that allowed the warship to rush over here at a rapid speed. I have to say that Sengoku is really a genius to come up with this method. But this was really too funny, and even Garp wanted to laugh. But no matter what, Sengoku did get here as quickly as possible, which was still worthy of admiration. Garp saw Sengoku coming over, and then saw him relieve his state of mind, and then said happily, I think it's interesting that you can come up with this method. How did you think of it? But your speed is really fast. You must have consumed a lot of physical strength along the way. After all, it must be very difficult to maintain this state for a long time. Sengoku said while panting, I am so exhausted. Even fighting is not this tiring. In order to save time, I really used all means to finally get here. I'm not late, am I? The little guy is not gone, is he? If he is gone, I will really hold you responsible. Garp said in annoyance. Hey, I have lost all my dignity. I managed to keep that little guy alive with great difficulty. You are so ungrateful that you dare to say that I really want to destroy you. Sengoku said, as he suddenly laughed when he heard this. You are a reliable fellow. Tell me which little guy is so powerful now that he can kill rocks. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of monster he is. Could it be that he has grown to a height of 10 meters when he is only 10 years old? Who is this giant? I really can't imagine. When Sengoku said this, he was still Kiaki, still looking at everything around him, looking at everyone. Of course, he also saw rocks. He saw that this guy had a decadent look on his face. It seemed that he had lost his fighting spirit. It must be said that it was really unbelievable that such a strong man who wanted to be the king of the world could be turned into this. And he observed the people around him, and it didn't seem like anyone was strong enough to defeat rocks. So who was that 10-year-old kid? He originally thought that the one who could defeat rocks must be a monster, a little giant who had grown to a height of more than 10 meters at the age of 10. So, he was just observing with this goal in mind, but he didn't find such a person around, which made him feel a little surprised. Garp couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you looking at? It's that little devil, not some giant from Denois, nor the monster you mentioned, but just an ordinary little devil. It's him who defeated rocks. You can't imagine it, right? Actually, if someone else told me, I couldn't imagine it, but I saw it with my own eyes. You have to believe this. When Garp said this, he pointed in Ron's direction and said, Sengoku couldn't help but gasp. DEF. This is too scary. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but gasp. It's really terrifying. Sengoku looked in the direction of rocks and was really shocked by this kid. He looked like an ordinary child, totally different from the monster-like body he imagined. This guy is just a child from an ordinary family. How'd he do it? With such a small body, he could defeat Jike's career. Even if he started practicing on the balcony, he couldn't have such strength. How'd he do it? Sengoku became incoherent for a moment. He was really shocked by the visual impact, so he came over very anxiously, approaching Ron at a very fast speed. Although he was already mute due to the long journey, he was still alert in the face of this situation because he wanted to see what was different about this big guy. You're the hero who took out rocks. The tone of voice when Sengoku and Ron spoke also changed. Become very respectful. After all, no matter what, whether the other party did it intentionally or unintentionally, his action did make Marine extremely excited. If Garlock can be caught, it will be a great feat for the Marine and will have a profound impact on the future changes of the entire Marine. Ron looked at Sengoku, who looked very excited, and nodded speechlessly. To be honest, he was reluctant to join in the fun. But after all, he had already changed the world. If he was not allowed to return to the original track, he would probably have great trouble surviving in this world in the future. This was also what Ron had to consider. Sengoku, upon hearing this, couldn't help but gasp. It was indeed him. He is truly a young hero. It would be great if he could become a Marine. Thinking of this, Sengoku started to persuade him without hesitation. Do you want to be a Marine? If you do, I promise that when you grow up, I will give you the position of Marine Marshal. Even Rox and the others heard this and were speechless. Rox said, Sengoku, you are such a shameless guy. You are not even a Marine Marshal now. So how can you give him the position of Marine Marshal? You shouldn't write a blank check like this. You are committing some fraud. Sengoku said as he suddenly laughed. It seems that you are really out of touch with the news. You probably don't know that I was nominated as the next Marine Marshal not long ago. That means I will soon hold the Marine Marshal's rescue ceremony. It's a done deal now. I'm now the next Marine Marshal. So what I'm saying now, it is very legally effective. As long as he dares to join the Marine, I will promise that when he comes of age, I will immediately hand over the position of Marine Marshal to him. Sengoku said it firmly, without any hesitation. If it can really be kept in the Marine, then the Marine will be invincible in the future. So, it is reasonable to give him the position of Marine Marshal. Sengoku is a very ambitious person. He joins the Marine in order to enable the Marine to eliminate all pirates on the sea. But the Marine's strength is limited after all. If he could use his position as Marshal Sengoku to exchange for a reliable Taiwanese soldier or the future of the Marine, then it would be a great deal, and he should do it. Hearing Sengoku's words, everyone around him looked stunned. This is really incredible. Who would have thought? The great Sengoku actually said such a thing and handed over the position of Marine Marshal to a 10-year-old child. What kind of courage did it take to say such a thing? It has to be said that everyone present, whether it was the Marine or the pirates, had a confused expression on their faces. They had never imagined that things would develop in this direction. Even Garp, who knew Sengoku best, widened his eyes at this moment. He was completely confused. He originally thought that Sengoku would definitely come to keep Ron in the Marine. He had thought of this, but he never expected that Sengoku would keep Ron in this way. To be honest, Garp didn't accept it for a moment. Hey, Sengoku, you old man, are you getting senile? How can you do this? Don't forget that you are the Marine Marshal. How can you give up this position? This is not acceptable. Although Garp usually has some conflicts with Sengoku, he was the first to jump out and support Sengoku as the Marshal, not wanting anyone else to be the Marshal. After all, Garp knew about Sengoku's revenge, and he also knew that this guy's dream was to become a Marine Marshal, so he was very supportive of his old friend's dream and didn't want anyone to interfere. How could it be possible if this kid became Marine's commander at this time? Although he admitted that this kid was indeed very strong, it was not a question of strength or not. In short, he cannot be allowed to become the Marine Marshal. There is only one Marine Marshal, and that is Sengoku. This is what Garp is thinking now. Sengoku, of course, knew what his old friend was thinking, so he smiled and said, You should continue to support me. I made this decision for my own reasons, so you should support me. Don't worry. I know what I am saying and what I am doing. Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Garp is feeling a bit helpless now. Zephyr had just recovered from his previous shock and said to Sengoku with a look of astonishment, Are you serious? Do you really think so? Are you kidding me? Please give me flowers. Sengoku said with a smile, I am very serious, and I have thought about it for a long time. I have been thinking about this issue all along the way. Before I met this kid, I was still not sure whether to do this or not. But when I saw this side of him, I realized that if Marine wants to grow and become stronger, he must be made a Marshal. If I rely on myself, there is no way to lead Marine to a brighter future. 0-0. After Sengoku collected them, he looked in Ron's direction. To be honest, even Ron was a little confused. If he were asked to be a Marine Marshal, he would absolutely not be willing to do so. The pirates on the opposite side were also in a confused state. The defeated Rox looked at Sengoku in surprise at this time. Even he didn't expect Sengoku to be so courageous. To be honest, it is indeed admirable. But anyway, if it were me, I would probably do the same, because for strong people like them, the most important thing is his unique vision. They can see who will be the most powerful person in the future. Little Kizaru was extremely excited at this time. After all, his dream is to become an excellent Marine. Wouldn't it be even better if this mysterious big brother whom he admired the most could become a Marine Marshal? So he said to Ron excitedly, "That's great, Inu. From now on, you will be the Marine Marshal and I will be the Marine Admiral. Isn't this perfect?" The little yellow 170 ape is now imagining the future. Ron was speechless. To be honest, he was not interested in becoming a Marine Marshal. To him, this plan would only restrict him further. Ron did not want to restrict himself, so he had no intention of becoming a Marine Marshal. As for what Sengoku meant, Ron certainly understood it. He clearly wanted to tie himself to the Marine. I have to say that this old guy was quite despicable and wanted to use this position to seduce me. But he still underestimated himself a little. Although everyone wants to be a Marine Marshal, this does not include Ron. Ron has no idea about this position at all. He doesn't like doing things that cause him trouble. But you can turn your head lightly. Then he said to Sengoku, "You should give this position to someone else. I have no idea about this position. I don't want to be a Marine Marshal. No matter what you say, it will be of no use to me. I also know why you want me to be a Marine talent. Isn't it just to keep me in the Marine? I'm really sorry, but I don't have any intention of joining the Marine now. So can I leave?" Sengoku was originally confident that the other party would definitely accept his request. After all, who could resist such temptation? But I didn't expect it now. Ron rejected me without hesitation. This was beyond Sengoku's expectations. Sengoku was stunned. He was stunned for a long time. He just couldn't imagine that anyone could resist such a great temptation. After all, this was the Marine Marshal. Looking at the present situation, the greatest power in the world was almost the Marine. To be a Marine Marshal proved that one could become a top person in the world. Before that, Sengoku didn't believe that anyone could resist such a great temptation, but now it happened right in front of him. This kid rejected his temptation right in front of him. This was really unbelievable. Did this guy really not want to be a Marine Marshal? Or did he not know what a Marine Marshal was? XJ, this guy must not know what a Marine Marshal is. Otherwise, how could you refuse to become a Marine Marshal? Sengoku couldn't help but frown when he thought of this, and then he organized his words very seriously. Then he said to N, "You are still young, and you may not know what a Marine Marshal is, but I can tell you that if you become a Marine Marshal, you will become the most powerful person in the world. Don't you want to become a Marine Marshal on March 7th? Don't be so quick to refuse. Think about it carefully, or go back and discuss it with your parents." Sengoku still didn't believe that anyone could refuse this temptation. The reason why this kid refused was simply because he was ignorant. He didn't understand what a Marine Marshal meant. When he understood, he would definitely not refuse. However, Sengoku's action really shocked everyone who watched the video. How come they didn't think of it? It was many decades ago. This guy Sengoku did such a heroic act. It's really unbelievable. Sengoku from the original world. At this time, looking at the screen in amazement. Because only he himself knows best what kind of personality he has. Generally speaking, he will not make such a decision easily. But 18 now. This is the position of Marine Marshal, which is not an ordinary thing. He certainly understands how important the position of Marine Marshal is. So, at this time, his mood was particularly heavy. There was no way to describe how he felt right now. It was unthinkable that he would actually hand over the position of Marshal to someone else. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that he would make such a decision. And the Sengoku of the present world, his expression at this moment was even more beautiful, as he had just found out that the kid he met decades ago was the current Marine political commissar. I have to say, this is truly shocking. He was a little confused. I didn't react for a moment, but it doesn't matter anymore. Although Ron did not become the Marine Marshal as he wished, he at least became the Marine political commissar, which is already very impressive. And it is because of him that Marine has become so outstanding. If it weren't for him, Marine would probably be a mess now. But seeing his own actions decades ago really rekindled the current Marine Marshal's thoughts. Perhaps it is still possible to make Ron the Marine Marshal. Anyway, the role played by the Marine Marshal is definitely much greater than that of the Marine political commissar. If he were to be the Marine Marshal, he might be able to create even more brilliant achievements. Dandin is already so outstanding as a Marine political commissar, so he will definitely be able to take off as a Marine Marshal. When I think of this, Sengoku suddenly became very excited, and the look he gave Ron became a little weird. It must be said that Sengoku had made up his mind, and he couldn't change it. Garp in the present world looked at Sengoku's expression and guessed what he meant. After all, they have been friends for decades. If they can't even guess this, then there's no point in talking about being partners. Garp said somewhat speechlessly, Hey, are you thinking that again? This is really unbelievable. When he was a child, you wanted him to become a Marine Marshal. Do you still have this idea now? If you really have such an idea, I feel like you will fail, just like before 047. Sengoku said with a sudden laugh. That's different. Don't forget that guy hadn't joined the Marine before. His failure at that time was understandable because he didn't know how much of a role he could play in the Marine. But it's different now. Look at him now. He has become the Marine political commissar, which means he must have feelings for the Marine now. So I believe he will be willing. Sengoku said with extreme confidence. This time he was indeed different from usual. He now firmly believed that Ron would definitely agree to let him become a Marine Marshal. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Ron. He was ready to say this request. I have to say, to be honest, it is quite difficult to make this request twice in a row. Fortunately, this happened several decades ago, so Sengoku doesn't have any psychological burden this time. And it's different from last time. Anyway, last time Ron had not joined the Marine yet and was just a child of 10 years old, so it was a bit too abrupt for him to make that request. But now, Ron is an adult and has joined the Marine, and he holds the most important role in the Marine, which is the political commissar. So if you make this request again at this time, the success rate is much higher than before because at that time Ron was very resistant to being a Marine and Sengoku could see it. Although he was just a child in his teens, Sengoku could still see from his eyes that he didn't want to be a Marine. But now it's different. Now that he has become a Marine, it means that Ron is no longer resistant to being a Marine. So at this time, the chances of him becoming a Marine Marshal are still very high. When I think of this, Jean-Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath, then turned and looked at Ron, who was standing next to him. At this moment, Ron is recalling the 10-year-old kid he saw 40 years ago. I have to say they are still very similar. I didn't connect the dots before, and I really don't know what's going on. But now that we know that the two are the same person, we can't help but think of them together. I just discovered it this time. It really looks similar. Think of the text. Sengoku couldn't help coughing twice, then said to Ron, Well, since you disagreed when I invited you to be the Marine Marshal, I understand that. But now I want to formally submit this application to you again. Now that everyone is here, I will formally invite you in front of everyone. After Sengoku finished speaking, he looked at everyone in the room, coughed twice, and then looked at Ron very seriously. Ron, I have officially decided to pass the position of Marine Marshal to you. When he just said this, the audience was full of cheers and excitement. This shows how low Ron's position is in the Marine. But I was also very pleased to see these people's expressions, which told him that everyone present supported this decision and no one opposed it. This was very important because the Marine Marshal was different from other positions. It was an important position commanding the entire Marine. If he could get everyone's recognition, then his work in this position would be easier. But if he didn't get everyone's recognition, there would be no way to become the Marine Marshal. That's why Sengoku was so happy to see so many people supporting and cheering. This shows that his choice and decision were completely correct. If Ron were to be made the Marine Marshal, there would probably be no resistance, and everyone would support him. This way, the Marine would develop even faster. Sengoku looked at Ron with great joy, waiting for Ron's answer. Now that the mass base is in place, it all depends on the person concerned's choice. If the person concerned chooses to be the Marine Marshal, Sengoku will give him the position of Marshal on the spot without hesitation. Of course, the others were also very happy. Everyone couldn't wait for Ron to become the Marine Marshal. After all, only he could become the Marine Marshal, which was what everyone wanted. Only he had the ability to be the Marine Marshal. Now the Marine had reached a very important moment. If Ron could be elected as the Marine Marshal at this time, it would be a great fortune for all Marine members, so everyone was very happy. Ron's apprentice was also very happy. Kuina said excitedly, "Great, Master, please agree to it right away. You will be very handsome as a Marine." Luffy was also very excited. "Yes, Brother Ron, just agree to it. You will become a Marine Marshal too." "Ha, that's great. You 343 can still serve me." The others all had excited expressions. They were all waiting for Ron's answer because they were also very happy. At this time, everyone feels the same way, except Ron, because Ron really doesn't want to be a Marine Marshal. It has no appeal to him at all. 40 years ago, when he was a child, Ron rejected this request because he had no intention of becoming a Marine Marshal. It's still the same now. He still wants to refuse because becoming a Marine Marshal is of no use to him. Instead, it adds a lot of trouble to him. He doesn't want to have these troubles. These troubles are really tiring. His current position is quite leisurely, and he doesn't have to work too hard, but he doesn't want to be so tired all the time. Then, Ron stretched and said something to the people around him. "I really have no interest in the position of Marine Marshal. If you want me to take it, I understand what you mean, but I'm sorry, I really don't want to take this position." This was the first time Ron had spoken so formally, because this is not something to be joked about. Marine Marshal is the most important position for the entire Marine. Although Ron is willing to joke, he will not joke about this matter. So Sengoku asked very seriously, and he, Bicked, answered very seriously as well. Hear this. Everyone was very surprised. They never expected that Ron would reject them. This was hard for everyone to accept for a moment. After all, Marine Marshal, that was the most important position in the Marine. Was it just rejected like that? How is this possible? This rejection was too decisive. So, everyone was a little confused for a moment. Ron looked at everyone's expressions and knew what they were thinking, so he smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, the Marine is now on the right track. Even if I don't become the Marine Marshal, the Marine will still develop well. And I think Sengoku has performed very well. There is absolutely no problem for him to continue to serve as the Marine Marshal. I also think it is not time for Sengoku to hand over this power. He is still very young and can continue to serve as the Marine Marshal." Sengoku never expected that Ron would continue to serve as Marine Marshal. Just wanted to say something? Was interrupted by Ron. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Sengoku. I'm not saying this out of any selfish motive, but because I really think you are capable of taking on this position." These words made Sengoku's blood boil. But he really didn't expect that he had such an important position in Rurin's heart. This guy actually thought so highly of him. To be honest, this was simply the highest compliment to Sengoku's entire life. Sengoku was so excited that he even forgot about himself. His original purpose was to invite Ron to be his successor. Garp said speechlessly as he looked at the somewhat dazed Sengoku. "I'm talking to you, guy. Don't you have to act so happy? I just praise you a few words. You are exaggerating too much." Sengoku laughed to hide his embarrassment and wrote, "It is a great honor for me to receive the praise from political commissar Ron. You don't understand that." But after saying this, Jean Guo remembered his purpose again, looked at Ron again, and spoke again very seriously. Hey. I almost forgot something important. Although I am very happy to receive your affirmation, there is still one thing I must say. That's it. I can't be the Marine Marshal for many more years. I will have to hand over this position sooner or later. I won't feel comfortable handing it over to someone else. So, it's better to leave it to you." Ron shook his head speechlessly. I really didn't expect Sengoku to be so persistent. He repeatedly invited him to become the Marine Marshal. To be honest, Ron really had no idea about this position. So he continued speaking again. "I have already stated the reason once, so I don't want to repeat it again. I have no intention of taking the position of Marine Marshal, so I will not take it. I can recommend you a suitable candidate." Sengoku actually felt a little uncomfortable when he first heard Ron's refusal. But in a flash, he heard Ron wanted to recommend someone to him. Sengoku instantly became curious again. He wanted to know who Ron would decide to recommend, given his high standards. After all, this is Ron. The person he recommended couldn't be bad. This was Sengoku's trust in Ron. He thought that Ron was excellent in all aspects, so the person he recommended couldn't be bad either. Please give me flowers. However, Sengoku racked his brains, but couldn't think of who Ron would recommend. This was inevitable because Sengoku's vision was already very high. He believed that Ron was the only one who could be the Marine Marshal, so he couldn't think of anyone else for the time being. And at this time, Garp also came over and said excitedly that he was also very curious. Duh. Who are you going to recommend? To be honest, I can't think of anyone in the Marine Corps who is more suitable than you. Could it be that you don't want to take this position, so you just want to name someone to fool Sengoku? When he said this, Sengoku became unhappy. Do you think everyone is like you? How could political commissar Ron be such a casual person? If he wanted to recommend someone, he would definitely have made a recommendation after careful consideration. He would never do that casually. Ron found it a little funny to hear this. Sengoku does have some tricks up his sleeve. He starts by praising himself, just to prevent myself from recommending it to him blindly. 10,000. Of course, Ron could easily see what Sengoku was up to, but it didn't matter to him. He didn't care about him at all. He just didn't want Sengoku to bother him anymore. Moreover, he had carefully considered the candidate he recommended. Ron would not recommend anyone to him casually, because that's not Ron's character either. So, he wouldn't say that. At this moment, 7. Everyone looked at Ron. They were waiting for Ron to tell them who this person was, because they were all very curious. Who could be favored by Chuanin? After all, Ron is very capable and has a high prestige. His contribution to Marine is enormous. For such a perfect person, what kind of successor would he choose? So this is very worthwhile to be curious about. The eyes of the two old guys, Sengoku and Garp, almost popped out of their heads. Very serious. Said quietly, "Speak out quickly. Let me see which guy is so lucky to be favored by you." Huh. The two old guys looked at him with great curiosity. Although they also wanted to know who this person was, they were mostly unconvinced because they both thought that Ron said that because he did not want to be the Marine Marshal and just wanted to find someone to take this position. That's why I say that. So they thought Ron would definitely name someone at random. The other Marines didn't think so. They believed it very much, and everyone had a vision in their hearts, hoping that Ron would choose them. Although most people thought it was impossible, they still had this in their hearts, a dream. This feeling filled the hearts of everyone present. They were waiting for Ron to say that name more than anyone else. Maybe after they say it, they will feel sad because it is not themselves, but that is not important. Often the moment, they say, it is the moment everyone is looking forward to the most. Some people could even guess who it was, especially for those who knew they would not be chosen. They began to guess who it was, who would be chosen by Ron, and each of them had an answer in their hearts. Now we just have to wait for the answer to be revealed. This process is really the most difficult and hardest, but is also the most impatient and exciting time. Everyone's eyes were on Ron. There were more than 100,000 people in the audience at that moment. Everyone was looking at Ron. The feeling of being the center of attention is truly shocking. But Ron was also someone who had seen big scenes, so he was not surprised to see this kind of thing. Instead, he looked nonchalant. He said something else before he let it out. The person I am about to choose is the most suitable person to take over your position as Marine Marshal in all aspects. So if I really say on May 3rd, it means that I have already chosen this person and it cannot be changed in the future. Do you understand this? Sengoku, as long as you retire, he must take over as Marine Marshal. Ron said this very seriously. Sengoku's expression made him stunned. He knew that since Luwin said so, it was inevitable. But now everyone is not entangled in this issue. Everyone is now thinking about who Ron recommends to be the Marine Marshal. This is indeed a question worth looking forward to. So, now everyone's eyes are full of curiosity. Ron didn't keep it a secret. Of course, he didn't like selling pipes, so he just announced the answer directly. Besides, this will also save him some trouble. So Ron spoke directly. The person I recommend is Luffy, 18. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in a state of bewilderment. They really didn't expect Ron to recommend Luffy to become Marine Marshal. This is really surprising. How is that possible? If Ron becomes Marine Marshal. So, still acceptable. But Luffy, it is indeed difficult for everyone to accept it for a while. After all, Luffy is relatively inexperienced, so if he becomes the Marine Marshal, most people will not be able to accept it. But there is no way around it. After all, it was Ron who recommended it. The person most affected by this incident was Garp. After all, Garp was Luffy's grandfather, so he was very shocked at this time. He never thought that Ron would actually recommend Luffy to become the Marine Marshal. To be honest, this was really beyond his cognition. After all, Luffy was still young and inexperienced. Besides, how could this guy become a Marine Marshal? In Garp's heart, of course it will be better for Ron to become the Marine Marshal. After all, Ron's strength and prestige were there, and he was much stronger than Luffy. But who would have thought? Ron just recommended Luffy to be the Marine Commander. Sengoku was also confused. He didn't expect this ending. He now doubted whether Ron had recommended someone at random just to prevent him from becoming a Marine Marshal. So, he was somewhat unable to accept this result. After all, in his mind, there was no one more suitable than Ron, and the person recommended by Ron did not meet his expectations. So, he still felt a little uncomfortable at this time. So he said lightly, "No, I really can't accept this result. I don't want to say anything else now. If he becomes a Marine Marshal, it will not be good news." Not only Sengoku had this reaction, but Luffy himself also had this reaction at this moment. Unless at this time they are all confused, with their mouths wide open and a look of disbelief on their faces. Although his dream is to become the Marine King, that is, to become the Marine Commander. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. According to his expectations, he would have this idea after a few years, but this speed is really too fast. How old is he now? To be honest, it is a bit too much for him to become a Marine Marshal at this time. So Luffy said in surprise, "No, this is absolutely not possible. If Ron becomes the Marine Marshal, then it is understandable, but I absolutely disagree with others, including myself." Ron's proposal. Even Luffy himself looked completely incredulous. To be honest, he wants to become a Marine Marshal, but not now. Honestly, isn't it a bit early now? To be honest, this made him feel very embarrassed. Even Sabo on the side had a shocked expression on his face. He did not expect Ron to recommend Luffy to become a Marine. To be honest, this was a little beyond his expectations. After all, although Luffy had become much more reliable now, he would still be a little unreliable if he became a Marine Marshal. But that's what Ron said. What can we do about it? Just at this moment, Ace suddenly said, "Actually, the problem is still quite complicated. If Luffy becomes a Marine Marshal, then wouldn't that be?" Ace stopped talking here because he didn't know how to continue. At this time, Garp directly took over his words. "No, Luffy can never be a Marine. He's handsome, but if he were to be a Marine Marshal, wouldn't that be too much a joke?" In fact, this is what Ace wanted to say. Luffy nodded when he heard this. Even he felt that it made some sense. If he wanted to become a handsome Marine, it would be a bit of a joke. After all, although he is now strong enough to be a Marshal, he still has little experience and is still very young. The Marine Marshal is a very important position, as he is responsible for the safety of all islands in the world and the safety of all sea navigation. It is absolutely impossible to let an inexperienced person take on this task. Besides, Luffy has never held any administrative work since he joined the Marine. He has only served as a combat admiral. So to speak, there is no way to quickly adapt to the position of Marine Marshal. This is an uncertainty for the entire Marine and is not a wise choice. However, facing everyone's unanimous doubts, Ron smiled and said, "Don't forget what I said before. Once I choose someone, I won't change it. I want Luffy to be the Pirates' King, but I've also taken your concerns into consideration, so this is the policy now. Sengoku hasn't retired yet, so let Sengoku take Luffy with him to learn the various qualities necessary to become a Marine Marshal. That way, by the time Sengoku retires, Luffy will have learned almost everything, and there won't be any sense of disobedience when Luffy becomes a Marine Marshal. I have to say, this operation really makes some sense. This is the case of old people leading new people. Just a tiger. The first time it appeared was in the succession of the Marshal. This is indeed something that some people cannot accept, but fortunately, this is also a good solution. If it is really implemented in this way, then Luffy will not be without experience. He should be able to learn a lot of experience from Sengoku after such a long time. After all, Sengoku cannot retire now. If he wants to retire, he will have to wait 2 years, which will give him enough time for training. I should be able to learn it by following Sengoku. Luffy scratched his head and said, "It's Tai Tai Zhao's. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position. What if I get into trouble? After all, my ability is too weak compared to Marshal Sengoku or Master Ron." What Luffy said was also true. Sengoku also interjected at this time. Although I am confident that I can lead Luffy well, I still hope that Un can become the Marine Marshal. After half a day of arguing, Ron was still not convinced, so Sengoku could only listen to Rowan and decided to train Luffy for a while and teach him how to become a qualified Grand Marshal. Only in this way could he live up to Ron's trust in him and allow Luffy to enter this position more naturally and play a better role in this position. After all this farce was over, there was no other way anyway. However, after the news spread, it had a 50% shocking impact on other people in the entire ocean because they really did not expect that the Marine would undergo such a change. After such a short time, the position of Marine League was confirmed, and everyone finally knew who would be in charge of the direction of Marine after Sengoku retired. 010, since it is this little kid in front of us, to be honest, everyone has finally gotten used to it and is not as shocked as they were when they first heard the news. Only Garp sighed. "Hey, Luffy, you must not bring shame to our family. If you really become the Marine Admiral, you must perform well and must not hold the Marine back. The Marine has become like this now. It is already perfect. If you hold the Marine back and make the Marine worse, don't blame me for being rude to you in the future. Do you understand?" I have to say, after saying this bit, he has some grandfather-like demeanor. Luffy nodded. At this time, he had to accept the arrangement of his future destiny. To be honest, he was still very excited inside, because being a Marine Marshal at this age was really the first person in the entire Marine. "Don't worry, Master 2, I won't let Ron down. I will definitely become the youngest and most powerful Marine talent in the history of the Marine Corps and lead the Marine Corps to a new height. Don't worry, I will definitely do it." Luffy was actually very serious when he said this. I have to say, this guy is quite handsome when he is serious, and he is still very trustworthy and reliable. The others were impressed by Luffy's confident attitude. At this time, everyone needs to look at the screen in the sky again. I am back to the scene 40 years ago, and at this time, Sengoku had just finished inviting Little Ron, but he was ruthlessly rejected by Little Ron. However, at this time, Sengoku did not know that he would appoint Luffy as Marine Marshal in the future. So I didn't think too much about it at this time, and just thought about inviting Ron when I meet him again in the future. But this way there would be no way to keep Ron at Marine headquarters. And he also vaguely realized that Ron didn't seem to want to have any interaction with Marine at the moment. So Sengoku wanted to ask what Ron's name was. Hope to find him again in the future. Then, Sengoku said, looking at Little Ron's back, 01290331 Philo 110261371. Thank you for saving Marine and destroying rocks this time. I don't know if I can leave your name. Just think of it as making friends. Sengoku originally thought that he was a Marine Marshal. No matter what, the other party would give him face and tell him his name. But Ron didn't even look back and just walked forward. He even waved and said, "No need for names or anything like that." Ron did not leave his name, which was a decision he made after careful consideration. After all, he was always an outsider to this world, and from the current timeline, he had just joined this world, so he did not intend to affect the direction of time and various events in this world. So at this time, he did not reveal his real name. He also doesn't want to have any conversation with Marine or people from other worlds, because from the current point of view, he still hopes to live his life in peace and quiet. So, at this time, little Ron did not reveal his name. Sengoku also didn't get his name. So for Sengoku, this was the main reason why he didn't know Chuan in later. Watching Ron's figure walking away, Zhangui shook his head speechlessly. To be honest, he originally wanted to get Ron to join the Marine this time, but failed. Later, he thought about at least asking Ron's name, but failed again. This really made him feel embarrassed, but there was no way. The fact was that. So, this time he came here for nothing. But, fortunately, there is a little devil in front of me. It was little Kizaru. Little Kizaru did not leave here with Ron. After all, his dream was to become a Navy. So he stayed here. Sengoku also immediately discovered this extremely talented boy, so he kept him in the Marine without hesitation. Although Ron was not allowed to stay in the Marine, at least he gained something this time. Hence, Kizaru joined Marine in this way, and because of fighting together, this has led to earth-shaking changes here. This indirectly led to Kaido and others being captured. He took advantage of the huge explosion just now and escaped instantly. And Ron had no intention of continuing to capture them. His original purpose here was just to teach Rox a lesson. The lesson has been learned this time, so other things have nothing to do with him anymore. But it's hard for Sengoku and Garp. They originally thought that they could catch all these people in one fell swoop this time. But because of the negligence just now, these people ran away. Please give me flowers. This time it was all in vain and nothing was gained. But it's not that there was no gain at all. After all, we caught this guy Rox. Sengoku said with a sigh. What a shame. It would be great if we could get that guy to join a Marine. Garp spread his hands. Forget it. Maybe there will be another chance in the future. Sengoku said, the main thing is that I'm afraid this kid will go astray in the future. What if he takes the opposite path from us? If this guy becomes a pirate, we will be in trouble. We don't have the strength to deal with him. He's already so powerful at this age, and he'll probably be even more terrifying in the future. Garp agrees with this very much. That is a problem, but there is no point in thinking about it now. We will talk about the future later. Anyway, I believe this boy will never become a pirate because his eyes are very clear. I think he may join us as a Marine in the future. Garp laughed after he finished speaking, although he didn't have much confidence in what he said. Then, Sengoku and Garp returned to the Marine headquarters with Yellow and Little Akainu. After this battle, Sengoku and others are deeply aware of the serious lack of strength of the Marine. If they encounter someone as powerful as Ron in the future, then there will be no one in the entire Marine to compete with them. Therefore, Sengoku and Garp unanimously decided to train the future figures of the Marine. 340 must invest in the future, because from the current perspective, Marine strength is still very weak. Facing these powerful enemies, they are really afraid that there will be no successors, because the two of them will grow old after all. If their generation grows old, then who will take up the future of Marine? So from the current perspective, Zaibu and Garp both think that they should start to cultivate the future of Marine and let the new generation grow up quickly. Only in this way can Marine have the advantage in subsequent battles. Moreover, they should not only cultivate the future of Marine, but also cultivate them to become stronger than themselves and others, and strive to cultivate an existence as powerful as that little devil that day. Although, this idea is a little unrealistic, but there is no other way for us to go now. I can only continue to practice with him according to this idea. But, fortunately, they now have two very talented seedlings, Little Akainu and Little Kizaru. I have to admit that these two guys are really powerful and extremely talented. If these two are trained well, they might become very powerful characters in the future. So Sengoku and Garp are now completely focused on training the next generation. They will teach Akainu and Kizaru themselves. During the teaching process, they found that Little Kizaru mastered many advanced usage techniques. Even they have no way of mastering these. This shocked Sengoku and Garp. They couldn't imagine how Kizaru, who was so young, could master so many advanced fighting skills. There are even tips on how to use advanced observation haki and advanced armament haki, although these minions can't understand them for now. But when he said this, Sengoku and Garp did have some serious expressions because they could understand what this meant. This made the two of them ask in shock. How come a little guy like you knows so many advanced hockey techniques? The two of them really didn't quite understand, because it was impossible for little Kizaru to comprehend these things at such an old age, and judging from his performance, he had no idea what these techniques meant, because he himself didn't understand them. Little Kizaru scratched his head and pouted, saying this in a lewd manner. Actually, I don't know any of this, and I don't know what it means. That big brother taught me all of this. He just told me to remember it, and said I'd be able to use it in the future. Hear this. Sengoku and Garp were shocked. How come he didn't think of it? It turns out that these advanced hockey techniques and fighting skills were all taught to him by that person. It's really terrifying, because even with Sengoku and Kagai's current abilities, they benefited a lot from listening to these things. So, in the training day after day, not only did Sengoku and Garp teach Huangji and Akainu a lot of skills, but they also greatly enhanced their strength. And the two of them recalled what Ron had taught them through Kizaru. At the same time, they also gained a lot of new knowledge, which made the two of them much stronger than before, which they had never dared to imagine before. Sengoku looked at his hands in shock. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he had mastered the use of haki at a higher level. His overall strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Garp, I didn't expect that the two of us could learn so much from an 18-year-old kid. It really broadened my horizons. If it weren't for him, my strength would probably be limited and I wouldn't be able to improve any further. I didn't expect that just a few words from him would allow me to understand the deeper use of haki. It's really terrifying. There's a reason why this kid can master so many skills at such a young age and become so powerful. Garp was also very excited. Although he was known as the Iron Fist before, he also knew that his fists had their limits. My grasp of haki is still a little inadequate, but now he could feel that his mastery of haki had reached a deeper level, and even his armament haki had broken through the limitations of emission, evolved to a higher level. It can be said that his current strength is much stronger than before. If I compare myself before with myself now, I think my current self could beat my former self with one punch. That's the difference. For players of their level, it is basically impossible for their strength to increase much because they have already practiced to ultimate and their overall strength is relatively fixed, and it is difficult to increase it through practice. They themselves know this, so I didn't think about getting stronger anymore. But now, Xiao Huanglu's few words changed their views. Although what little Kizaru said was all based on his memories of what Ron taught him. There's a lot of content that I can no longer remember, but the few words I can remember are still very powerful. It was through these few words that Garp and Sengoku became so powerful. It must be said that this is really a great improvement. If it were normal, they would not believe in their own strength and would climb up again. And this is because they haven't fully digested this. If they digest all the words Kizaru said, their strength will be further improved. Therefore, the two old guys didn't have the mind to do anything else at this time. They both started to continue with the 543 training. This caused the other Marines to feel a little puzzled when they saw the two old guys training together. Even the Marshal Kong at that time was confused. I didn't expect these two old guys to be so hardworking. They're still exercising at this age. Originally, he did not take this matter seriously, thinking that these two old guys were just free and came to train. Anyway, at this age, their strength was basically fixed, and it was impossible for them to make any progress. However, after several days, he visibly discovered that the strength of these two old guys was much stronger than before. Kong couldn't sit still this time. At this time, there is still 1 month before Kong hands over the position of Marshal to Sengoku. Originally, during this month, Sengoku should work out the handover issue with Kong. But Sengoku is late in arriving. This made Kong feel very annoyed, so he came to find Sengoku. He wanted to see what this guy was doing and why he had not reported to him or handed over his work to him in the past few decades. Is there anything more important than being a marshal? He really couldn't imagine it, so he frowned. Slowly, he walked towards where Sengoku and Garp were training. When he saw Sengoku and Garp training there, he was completely shocked. But he was completely harmed by the two people who were fighting. Kong was actually very clear about Sengoku's ability. After all, as a successor to the Marshal, he had examined him very carefully. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hand over the position of Marshal to Sengoku with confidence. So, no one knew Sengoku better than him. But at this moment, seeing the powerful strength that Sengoku unleashed, that punch could even break a mountain in half. Kong was really shocked. What is going on? Why did the opponent's strength change drastically in just a few days? Is this still the Sengoku I knew before? Wait a moment. Kong seemed to understand something. No way. The reason why Sengoku kept disappearing before was to hide here and train secretly. Originally, Kong didn't think there was anything that could make a man completely ignore the handover of the Marine Marshal. But now, after seeing Sengoku's strength with his own eyes, he finally understood. If one could become so strong, then it would indeed be much more tempting than becoming a marshal. No wonder Sengoku has been so obsessed with training here that he didn't go to hand over the job of Marine Marshal to him. That's why. What surprised Kong even more was this guy Garp. He discovered Garp's strength. More pervert. If I could have been evenly matched with Garp before. Now if we play another game, he would probably be knocked out instantly by Garp's punch. This powerful progress really shocked him. After all, for strong people of their level, there was no way for them to become stronger to a higher level. Basically, we have reached a bottleneck. But Sengoku and Garp's strength broke through this bottleneck and reached a deeper level. How is this done? Kong couldn't help but gasp. He looked at the two old guys again, so he walked forward slowly. He wanted to know. There must be a special reason why these two old guys suddenly changed so much. Otherwise, they would not disappear the same time for such a long time. Kong also wants to know the secret of becoming stronger. After all, his own strength has not improved for many years, and he also wants to become stronger, Li Zhaohao. He had thought that there was no hope of becoming stronger until he saw Sengoku and Kaing. He then regained his awareness. These two people must have a way to become stronger that he doesn't know about. This made Kong forget the purpose of his coming here. He originally came here to find Sengoku and asked him to go back quickly to hand over the affairs of the Marine Marshal. But now, he just wanted to know how the other party practiced. Garp and Sengoku just calmed down. At this time, they looked at each other. They could both see surprise and joy in each other's eyes. That's right. It's the joy that comes after a rapid improvement in strength. How come I didn't think of it? At this age and at this level, I can still make further progress. But that's not all. They're just practicing a little bit now. There's still many things that Kizaru conveyed that they have not yet mastered. If they master them, maybe their strength can be further improved and climb to a higher level. It must be said that the more they think about it, the more impatient they are. The two old guys were ready to start the next training immediately. At this time, their desire for strength surpassed everything. Even Sengoku, who usually works so hard, can't take care of his work at this time. I was afraid that if I trained too slowly, I would fall far behind Garp. The two old guys seemed to have returned to the time when they first joined the Marine. Start training to compete with each other. However, at this moment, suddenly, Marine Marshal Kong came over. At this time, Sengoku's face turned black. I just remembered it now. I should have reported my work to the Marshal. By the way, hand over the work. After all, he will be the Marine Marshal next. So most of the work of the current Marshal will have to be handed over, and he needs to familiarize himself with the Marshal's work area. So during this period of time, he should follow the current Marshal to master his skills. But now he is secretly hiding here and practicing with Garp. I have to say, even Sengoku felt his face turn red. I didn't expect that even someone as upright as me would make such a low-level mistake. At this time, I saw the current Marshal coming over. It's a bit embarrassing anyway. What was he trying to explain? Suddenly, Kong said solemnly, "You two old fellows are actually hiding here and practicing secretly. I have been watching you guys for quite some time. Why has your strength improved so rapidly? This doesn't make sense. What is going on? No one expected it. The current Marine Marshal came here not for accountability, but to inquire why Sengoku and Garp were able to make such rapid progress. This is what he is most concerned about now. As for the previous accountability for Sengoku, it was all forgotten at this moment. He didn't have time to think about Sengoku now, and why he didn't come to hand over his work to him, because there was no need to think about it. Looking at the current situation, he understood that anyone who had such a great temptation here would definitely not become a Marine Marshal. After all, one can become so powerful here. Sengoku and Garp were stunned when they heard the Marshal ask this, then looked at each other and laughed. Marshal Kong, I didn't expect you to be interested in this. You're almost retired. Do you still want to make further progress? Garp said carelessly. Kong's face turned black. To be honest, that's what he thought. Although he is about to retire, it is impossible for him not to be tempted by such a huge temptation. In this world where the strong are respected, who doesn't want to become stronger? So he also wanted to know how Sengoku and Garp trained, and he also wanted to join in. Facing this question raised by Kong, Garp and Sengoku were stunned at first, then suddenly smiled at each other and burst into laughter. They also didn't expect that Kong came here just for this matter. The Marshal was speechless when he saw the expressions of these two guys. Then he snorted and said, What on earth are you two laughing at? Didn't you hear my question? Answer my question quickly. How did you two become so strong? What kind of training methods did you use? As the current Marine Marshal, he doesn't have so much time to waste here. He was really angry that these two guys didn't report such important things to him immediately. Sengoku then said slowly, Marshal Kong, actually, these are the training methods that little Kizaru brought back. Speaking of this little devil, the Marshal also had some impression in his mind. He thought for a moment, then said calmly, You mean the kid you brought back before? How is that possible? How could he know this kind of cultivation method at that age? Even we don't understand this. How could he understand it? Are you trying to fool me? Kong immediately thought that Sengoku was lying to him. After all, this excuse was too low level. How could a kid know these things? It didn't make sense no matter how you put it. So Master Yuan thought he was deceiving himself. Sengoku was also slightly stunned and thought about it carefully. Indeed, anyone who heard the news would subconsciously think that this was a lie and that they were lying to him. There was nothing that could be done about it. Sengoku even thought that if it were him and someone said this to him, he would definitely not believe it. So it was understandable that Kong didn't believe it. At this time, Garp interrupted and said, Yes, Sengoku is telling the truth and is not lying. Actually, it's not that this kid knows it by himself, but that mysterious man taught him. Do you remember the mysterious guy we told you about before? The guy who defeated rocks? According to Huang Yuan, that guy taught him. So that person should have mastered all of this, but we couldn't get him to join the Marine, so it's a pity. But by chance, we learned from little Kizaru that he had taught little Kizaru many training methods, so we asked him. We were just curious and wanted to see what kind of training methods he had. But who could have known that after practicing, it would have such a powerful effect, so our groups couldn't wait to practice. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 10. I heard Garp say the same thing. Kong's expression finally became serious. Point 0. Since he said so. As the Marshal, Kong no longer had any doubts. Instead, his expression was very solemn. After Garp and Sengoku reported to him about the mysterious man, he just felt that this thing really sounded a little unreal. Because how can a little devil beat the rocks? But after seeing with his own eyes how Garp and Sengoku became so strong through his learning method, the Marshal was fully aware of the unusualness of this matter. Just a method taught out there can make strong men like Sengoku and Garp become powerful again. So, it's not surprising that he has become so powerful, now that I have figured out this problem. So, the next thing the Marshal considered was how to share this practice method. After all, if only a few of them were trained, then although their overall strength would be improved, there would be no way to improve the overall strength of the Marine. They could only enhance individual strength, which was not something a Marshal should consider. From the perspective of Marshal 580, he certainly hoped that the overall strength of the Marine would become like this, so that they would be more adept at facing such enemies in the future. Although there are many people in the Marine, most of them are actually ordinary people. Although their strength is stronger than ordinary people, they're still not enough when they meet powerful pirates. After all, pirates are all tempered in life and death, and their combat effectiveness, combat awareness, and various combat experiences are relatively strong. Normally, if there's a fight between an ordinary Marine and an ordinary pirate, the pirate will definitely win. This is beyond doubt because pirates have a fighting spirit, plus they have more combat experience and more combat skills, so their chances of winning are greater. This means that the overall strength of the Marines is not as good as that of the pirates. So, as a Marshal, what he hopes most now is to improve the overall strength of the Marines. Before, he didn't know how to improve the overall strength of the Marines. After all, there was no specific method at that time. They just trained according to the ordinary method. But to be honest, this training method progressed a bit slowly. So much so that even now, when he is about to retire, he still doesn't know how to improve the overall strength of the Marine until now. He saw how Sengoku and Garp trained. Although this training method is most obvious for top-level strong men like them, ordinary people can also gain benefits if they practice it. It's just that they can't comprehend such profound training methods, but it is still very useful for physical strength training. So, what Gang Jiankong is thinking about now is how to popularize this practice method. Let everyone practice together so that the overall strength of their Marines will become stronger and stronger, and they will no longer be afraid of large-scale pirates groups like Rocks. It must be said that this is the question that a Marshal thinks about. He thinks from a height above everyone else. It is much stronger than Daxia. These two old guys only think about their own training. I haven't thought of popularizing it among the entire army yet. Kong had already thought of this problem when he arrived here. I have to say that he is very capable. So, this is what a Marshal should be like. I heard the Marshal say this. Sengoku was a little embarrassed. After all, as the successor to the next Marshal, he only thought about himself and did not consider the affairs of the entire army from a higher perspective. To be honest, he is still a little bit bad. Now seeing the current Marshal's actions, Sengoku couldn't help but feel ashamed. At the same time, he also learned a lot, and learned how to look at problems from the Marshal's perspective. However, Garp didn't care about these things, and he didn't think too much about them. After all, for him, he didn't need to look at the problem from such a high perspective. He only thought about how to improve his strength. As for other difficult problems, they were not within the scope of his thinking. Now that we have considered this issue, but I also had to think about it. If this training method is popularized, can the overall Haiche become stronger? There's only one answer. That's affirmation. It will definitely make Marine stronger. When I think of this, Sengoku became extremely excited. He was already very happy when he was practicing, and now he is even happier than when he was practicing and happier than he could become stronger. For someone like him who could be a Marshal, it is better to make the overall strength of the Marine stronger than to make himself stronger. No matter how strong one person is, it is not as real as the strength of the whole. So, he decided immediately, this cultivation method must be made public in its entirety, used to strengthen the entire Marine. Then he discussed it with Garp. Garp thought about what he said. This is all up to you to decide. Once you've made up your mind, I can handle it. I'm thinking about training myself now. If you want to popularize it, that's fine, but you'd better find a suitable instructor to teach all these things. But you can't expect me to be the instructor. I have no interest in teaching these stupid and dumb Marine recruits. Garp's personality is very unique now. He doesn't want to be bound by anything, let alone teach these Marine recruits. So he knew what Sengoku meant in advance. So he blocked this road in advance. He didn't want to waste this energy. Sengoku was speechless. To be honest, that was exactly what he meant. He wanted Garp to be responsible for teaching the recruits because Garp had the ability and he also had a very high prestige in the Marines. But Garp disagreed. Then he had no choice. He couldn't force Garp to be the instructor. So, Sengoku began to think quickly about who should take this position. It must be said that this is indeed a difficult decision, because from the current perspective, those who are qualified to teach these Marine recruits must have extremely strong prestige and extremely high strength. If they don't have prestige, these soldiers will be difficult to suppress. If they don't have strength, it will be difficult to teach them. So he really doesn't know who to choose now. At this time, Sengoku suddenly discovered that Kong, who was thinking on the side, couldn't help but come up with an idea. After all, after a while, the position of Marshal will be handed over to Sengoku, and then a phenomenon will occur, that is, Kong will become an idle person. That won't work. For such a powerful and prestigious person, if he becomes an idler, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? So Sengoku thought about it in an instant. Who should be the correct candidate for this instructor? So he stared at the current Marshal Gang Wukong with a particularly cunning look, and then said with a smile, "Marshal, since I'm going to take over your position, can you take on a more important position after you retire? For example, we can tell you the training method in advance, so that your strength can be improved. Then you can teach these Marine soldiers these experiences based on your own understanding and serve as their instructor. Now you're the only Marine who is most suitable for this position." This sentence is extremely powerful. Kong was convinced immediately. After all, he thought it made sense. He had to practice anyway. He might as well teach the new Marines while practicing, and it would also add some fun to his life after retirement, and he could continue to shine, which was very good for him. After all, as an old Marine, his dream was not just for the present. He also hoped to make the Marine stronger in the future. These plans to cultivate the future seeds of the Marine certainly won his approval, so he now strongly supported this decision. So he nodded immediately and said to Sengoku, "I know you're taking advantage of me, but it doesn't matter. I just want to stretch my muscles. Tell me all your training methods, and I'll spread them around." So, the three old guys began to immerse themselves in training again. After all, the knowledge that Wang Yuan brought back was too much. If they wanted to absorb it, it would take more than a short time. The most important thing now was to exchange experiences with each other. After all, they didn't understand all these things, and many things were beyond their cognition. It was really difficult for one person to comprehend it on their own. In fact, it would be a bit difficult for two people. But if there were three top masters studying each other, they could discuss the correct method. They progressed much faster than when they were alone. When three people practiced together, the speed was simply rapid. It didn't take long for the three of them to become much stronger than before, and they became obsessed with training. In order to master all this knowledge, the three of them trained day after day. It must be said that they were really working hard. Finally, another half-month passed. During this period of time, Sengoku and Garp's strength improved the fastest. After all, they took a longer time to learn, and they were the first to train, so they improved much faster than Marine Marshal. But Marshal Kong's speed was not slow either. He tried his best to practice. However, he is not as good as the other two in terms of talent or practice time, so he is the one who has improved the least. However, compared with the other two, it is the least, but compared with his previous improvement, it is also huge. Even if the combat experience and talents of the three people were combined, there was no way to bring Spiral over and integrate all those training methods. It had to be said that the gap in strength was too big, so even if they wanted to learn from him, it was impossible. But what we have learned so far is actually enough. Just slowly experience the things that come next. The most important thing now is to quickly popularize this set of leisure methods so that all Marines can benefit from it and their strength can grow together. I have to say that this is also the common wish of the three of us, Hao Zhao Hao, so far. So the three of them began to divide the work again, with Sengoku and Garp continuing to study the training methods, and if there was any new progress, they would inform Kong immediately. Marshal Gang Wukong is now going to spread this training method so that everyone in the Marine can master it and make the overall strength of the Marine advance by leaps and bounds. This is also the thing he wants to do most now. Kong is a very decisive person. Things that have been thought of should be done immediately. So he did not consider handing over the position of Marshal to Sengoku directly, and then he began to train new Marines. It must be said that his strength is extremely strong in vs Jixiang in the Marine, because he is too suitable to train Marine soldiers. In just a few days, he has trained the Marines in a proper manner. It must be said that although their strength has not changed significantly, the foundation has been laid. If they continue to practice in this way, they will have a strong rescue in 3 or 4 years, and in 10 years. After all, their talents are not as high as Sengoku and Garp. So everything must be done slowly, and it is impossible to achieve it overnight. Sengoku and Kagai also began to perform their respective duties at this time. Sengoku no longer concentrates on training, but instead starts to manage the Marines. Gradually, he has become a marshal, just as he should be. Garp is now concentrating all his attention on training, because he has the highest talent, so his main task now is to understand the training method left by Ron. And little Kizaru, little Akainu, and others. Now I have already started practicing with Gang Jiankong. Time has passed by like this. After a few years, Marine has another outstanding newcomer named Akiji. At this time, the overall strength of the entire Haiche has become very strong. During this period, they also did not give up looking for the mysterious man. That's Ron. Because of the previous meeting and the training methods Ron left behind, they knew how terrifying this man was, so they wanted him to join the Marine, so they started looking for Ron everywhere. Marine had a lot of people now, so it should have been twice the result with half the effort. But no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find Ron's whereabouts, which made all the high-level Marines very puzzled. Could it be that this man just disappeared? This is impossible. It is impossible for such a powerful man to leave no news at all on the sea today. It stands to reason that such a powerful person must have risen long ago, and it should not be difficult to find him. However, they have been searching for several years and have not found him. This makes them very confused, and they don't know whether to continue searching. Sengoku, who has been a marshal for several years, can't help but become depressed. It seemed as if everything that happened a few years ago was just a dream, and there was a feeling of unreality. Now even he was not sure whether this magical little ghost really existed. Logically, he should have grown up by now, but where are the people? Can't find it no matter how hard you try? This is somewhat unreasonable. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Garp was also in the office at this time. After years of practice, he had already mastered 2/3 of the practice methods left by Ron. At this time, Garp's strength is simply invincible. Basically, there are very few people who can be his opponent. Very strong. But even so, I still haven't learned everything that was left behind. This made him even more convinced. Ron's strength is so terrifying. So he also strongly supports Sengoku's move to find Ron. At this time, no one knew where Ron was going. Because, as the saying goes, it is darkest under the lamp. Sengoku and Garp were looking for Ron by heading to the places they had explored in the sea. Since Ron had been silent and unknown for so many years, they thought he had gone into seclusion in some strange place, so they were always looking for Ron in remote places. But no one knows. Ron did not go to those remote places, but returned to Windmill Village, just sitting there doing nothing. Have a little wine every day, wandering around. And he didn't pay attention to Marine's recent changes. Originally, Garp had to go back to Windmill Village every once in a while. If he had followed his previous habits, he would definitely have run into Ron, but this time, mainly because he was obsessed with practicing those mysterious skills. As a result, he had no time to go back. That is to say, time has been wasted. This resulted in him never finding Ron. Even all the audience in front of the screen felt speechless when they saw this scene. They never expected it. It turns out that the two sides are so close to each other. This is really speechless. As the overall strength of the Marine becomes stronger and stronger, the speed of Marine expansion has also increased. Sengoku party members started their own businesses and have issued recruitment notices every year in recent years. More and more outstanding talents have joined the Marine. This also includes little Akiji. When he first arrived, he won everyone's attention with his outstanding talent, especially Garp. Originally, he didn't like taking in apprentices, but he made an exception and accepted Akiji as his apprentice. However, when teaching Akiji, but I got shocking news from him. Garp asked incredulously, "What did you say? You actually know him? Tell me where you saw this man." Garp said in disbelief, "Because Akiji actually said he knew Ron? You actually said you've seen Ron?" This news is extremely important. Marine is now trying its best to find the whereabouts of Thread, but there has been no clue. They have been searching for several years, but still have not found any clues. So Marine is also in danger. Unexpectedly, things have taken a turn for the better at this time. This kid actually knows Ron's whereabouts. Please give me flowers. 012903318 Filu 1102911241. This made Garp very excited. If what he said was true, then there was a good chance that Ron could be found through the clues he provided. When I think of this, Garp was of course extremely excited. So I immediately grabbed Akiji and started asking him questions. At this time, Garp's action gave the young Akiji a fright. He was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say for a moment. He was completely scared by Garp. Garp only then noticed his expression, which was really too scary. After all, he had finally gotten news about that man, so of course he was a little excited. So, the performance was a bit too much. So adjust your expression immediately. Make yourself less scary, and try to maintain that gentle look. I have to say, it's really unbearable to see this guy Garp pretending to be like this. But it's much better than that scary expression just now. Little Akiji then said slowly, "Yes, I really have seen the person you're talking about. This is super breaking news." Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. They couldn't imagine that this little guy had actually met Ron. This was really unimaginable. Garp and Sengoku both looked confused. When they looked at each other, they could see the horror in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, they spent a long time looking for Ron's whereabouts. Been searching for so long. The person who knew Ron's way down 730 Road was right next to him. I didn't expect this to be the ending. It's really speechless. Sengoku said quickly, "Where did you see that guy? Tell me exactly when and where you saw him. I really want to know." Sengoku acted so anxious that he really scared little Akiji. Akiji took a deep breath and stepped back before speaking. "Just before I joined the Marine. I have seen him. Hear this." Sengoku became even more excited. He really didn't expect that he had seen it before, which meant that if they went to the place where little Akiji had seen Chuan in now, then it is very likely that Ron is still there. So there's a great probability of encountering him. In fact, Sengoku and Kagu have different ideas about wanting to see Ron, and their purposes are also different. Sengoku wanted to bring Ron into the Marine because he knew that if he didn't join this guy, then if he became an enemy of the Marine, then the Marine would have no way to defeat him. So, he desperately wanted Ron to join the Marine. This is also his greatest wish in life. However, Garp did not think so. To be honest, it didn't matter to him whether Ron joined the Marine or not. His idea now is to quickly ask Ron for advice, because after practicing the methods Ron taught them before, there are many things he doesn't understand, and he still hasn't figured them out until now. He has been studying for several years, but now there are still some things he is confused about. So, as a cultivation maniac, he simply couldn't stand this phenomenon. He must know what Ron's training methods really mean. How can he understand them thoroughly? This is what Garp wants most. So although Garp and Sengoku both want to meet Ron, their purposes are different. But it doesn't matter. As long as we can see it first, it's fine. If we can't see it, then everything is out of the question. And just at this moment, little Akiji calmed himself down and said this calmly. "Actually, it's in Windmill Village. He was drinking in that pub. I was really hungry that day and wanted to go in and ask for some food. That's how I ran into him. Or did he treat me to a meal?" This sentence made Garp confused, because no one knew Windmill Village better than him. This was his hometown, and he really couldn't imagine that Ron was right under his nose. No wonder they couldn't find it after searching for so long. It turned out that 3.7 had been ignoring the nearest place. Sengoku was also very excited when he heard this, and he immediately decided to go to Windmill Village with Ka to visit Ron. The two guys looked at each other. Then they immediately grabbed Akiji and threw him onto the warship, and then the two of them immediately ordered the warship to move at full speed towards the Windmill Village. Sengoku and Garp were very anxious, because all they were thinking about was meeting Ron as soon as possible and then completing their respective goals. Garp wanted to ask Ron for some training methods immediately. After actually practicing the method of checking people, he knew how high this man's training emotions were. Sengoku's request was simpler. He hoped that Ron would not become a pirate, and hoped that he could stay in the Marine as much as possible and never become the enemy of the Marine in the future. Otherwise, no one in their marine would be his opponent. So he now held this idea. After all, he is now a marine marshal, and everything must be considered from the perspective of the marshal. There's nothing we can do about this. However, this time he also brought along little Kizaru and little Akainu. These two guys haven't seen Ron for a long time, especially little Kizaru. He is very excited now because it has been several years since he last parted with Ron, and now he really wants to see Ron. As a result, everyone on the boat was very anxious, and the boat was sailing very fast. It took less than 2 days to reach the windmill village. The distance between the marine headquarters and the windmill village is very far, and even with normal sailing, it would take at least 5 to 7 days. So it was a full-speed voyage. The warship was completely destroyed, and its engine was smoking. It was not easy to arrive here. Seeing that everything in Windmill Village was going on as usual, Garp was really happy. After all, he usually comes to Windmill Village every once in a while, which makes Windmill Village the safest village in the entire ocean. After all, no pirate dares to cause trouble here. Everyone knows that this is Garp's hometown, and no one would be so brave as to seek death here. It's just that Garp was busy practicing during this period of time, so he didn't have time to go back to Windmill Village to take a look. This is a very annoying thing. But what comforted him was that, after such a long time, Windmill Village was still very peaceful, even though he had not returned. This meant that there were no blind pirates running around here during this period. This made Garp feel much more at ease. He was worried that when he was away, Windmill Village would be targeted by other pirates. That would not be a good thing. After all, this place is still very remote compared to other places. If we encounter pirates, it will be impossible to mine the Kildare Sea all at once. But seeing that everything was normal here, Garp was finally able to relax. As long as there was no danger here, it would be fine. But there is one thing that is very strange. It should be very lively here, but today 007 seems to be a little too quiet. This makes Garp a little worried. He doesn't know what happened. Usually, the pier of Windmill Village is the most lively place because there are many fishermen here. They fish here when they have nothing to do, so it is always very lively here at night. But today is exceptionally quiet. Garp couldn't help but frown. Sengoku certainly saw Garp's expression. He also said this with a smile. Don't worry about it. Let's go inside and take a look. Do you think the pub in front is the one that little Akiji mentioned? Sengoku and Garp. Everyone looked toward a small tavern not far away. Only there was a faint smoke from cooking, indicating that there were people inside. And little Akiji had mentioned the tavern to them before. So, when the two saw the tavern, they decided at the same time to go in and take a look. The two looked at each other, then ordered the other troops to stay here, and then walked towards the tavern. Sengoku asked as he walked, "By the way, Garp, isn't this your hometown? You should come here often, so you should know who owns the tavern, right?" After all, Sengoku is the one who knows Garp best, so he knows very well that Garp's hometown is here, and he also knows very well that Garp used to come back once in a while, so he should be familiar with this hometown, and everyone here should be known to Garp. Logically speaking, he should know clearly what is in it. That's why I asked. Garp nodded when he heard this. To be honest, he was not unfamiliar with this tavern because it had been open here for many years. Besides, Windmill Village is not a very big place, and there is only one pub here. Garp used to drink here every time he came back, so how could he not know who opened this place? Then, in response to Sengoku's question, he just nodded and said something calmly. Of course I know who runs this place. I also know what you're thinking. It's not like this tavern existed before that kid opened it. Let's go in and take a look. Garp didn't explain much, and the two of them walked to the door of the tavern together and pushed it open. With a squeak, the door was pushed open. Sure enough, I saw that the inside was empty. After all, it's still morning. Generally, there are few customers in the pub in the morning. The busiest time is in the afternoon or evening. So, the proprietress was the only one cleaning inside. The proprietress was also a little surprised. After all, he had been running the pub for many years, but few people came in the morning, so he was not prepared. When he heard the door being pushed open, he was slightly stunned, then turned to look at the door. Only then did I realize it. It turned out to be a familiar face. "Mr. Garp, I didn't expect you to come. Want something to drink? It turned out to be an acquaintance. This reassured Masno. Just smiled. Garp heard this and nodded slightly. However, his purpose of coming here was not to drink, so he did not actually sit down to drink, but instead asked the proprietress, "Duh, why is there no one in the village? Where have they gone?" Hear this. Maginot smiled and said, "Mr. Garp, have you forgotten? Today is the annual Windmill Festival. Everyone is going to prepare for the Windmill Festival." As soon as I heard this, Garp suddenly realized that he had been so busy practicing that he had forgotten this important matter. After all, this is a windmill village. There is a very famous festival called Windmill Festival. Once a year, basically everyone will attend. Garp slapped his forehead and continued to ask, "Have you seen this little ghost during this period?" Hearing Garp ask this question, Maginot was also confused. He didn't know why Garp came to him to ask about people. After all, they were Marine's Marine. Isn't it too easy to know a person? There was no need to run so far to ask him. So he looked at Garp with a confused face. Seeing Maginot like this, Garp was speechless. He didn't have so much time to waste here, so he speeded up and urged him. Sengoku was also quite anxious at this time, because they received information that Rowan was here. If he was not here, they would be very disappointed. After all, they had come here with great enthusiasm and could not return empty-handed. So 030 said that Sengoku was also very excited at this time. Makino smiled and said, "You guys, you came here to ask me this question. It's really a bit. Well, let me see who it is that has attracted your attention so much that you have come all the way here to ask a tavern owner like me. I really don't understand." When Maginot said this, he took a photo. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations. After all, if even Marine didn't know the person, how could he know? It should be impossible. After all, he didn't know any big shots. The only people he knew on this small island were ordinary villagers. Generally speaking, Marine would not be interested in looking for ordinary villagers, so he was very depressed. After all, he has been delayed from watching the Windmill Festival. But it was Garp who said it after all. After all, this is his hometown, so when Garp is in great need of help, he must lend a helping hand. Although he is not sure if he can be of any help. The people of Windmill Village have always been very united and will help each other when there is any need. So, when Maginot took the photo, he just took a look at it. To be honest, he didn't have high expectations. But when he saw the person in the photo, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion all over his body and immediately became happy. He happened to know this person, but it also made him a little depressed. After all, this is just an ordinary child, and this child has just been here for a short time. Why would the Marines suddenly come to look for this child? Did this child make a mistake? This shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, this child doesn't pose a big threat to the Marine. Why did they come all the way here to look for this child? The moment Sengoku and Garp saw Maginot's expression change, they knew he must know her, so they were both very happy. The two old guys were suddenly ecstatic. Garp said even more excitedly, "Maginot, you know him, don't you? It seems that he is here indeed. Tell me quickly where he is and what position he is in." Garp was already impatient, because this was the first time in so many years that Marine had gotten the scent of Ron at such a close distance. Sengoku was getting even more impatient at this time. The expression on his face was no more exaggerated than Garp's. At this time, Maginot was speechless. He didn't know whether he should tell Marine the information about this kid, because he had a good relationship with this kid. Sengoku and Coffin knew at a glance that Maginot knew the kid's next move. After all, they could tell from his expression. After all, these two old guys were veterans in the Marines, so they were good at reading people's expressions. I immediately saw the gleam in Maginot's eyes. This made the two old guys even more excited. After all, it meant that the little devil was indeed here. So, said excitedly at this time, "He's on this island, isn't he? Tell us his whereabouts quickly. We are looking for him for urgent matters. Hurry up. I know you know his whereabouts." Sengoku was already a little impatient at this time, so his behavior was a little rude. This actually scared Maginot. Garp was getting a little anxious at this time. He couldn't stand the fact that the other party didn't say anything when he saw him. After all, he is a cultivation fanatic, and he has many questions in Cultivation that he needs to ask the other party for advice. So at this time, he must know the whereabouts of the other party. Tell me quickly, don't worry, we are not here to cause trouble for him. We're here really to tell him something important. You should know him. Come downstairs and tell us quickly. Hearing that even Garp said so, Maginot could no longer hide it. After all, Garp was one of them. They were all from the same village, and he knew Garp better. Since Garp said he was not trying to cause trouble for the other party, then he definitely was not trying to cause trouble for the other party. So, it's no big deal to say it. Anyway, that kid doesn't look like a bad guy, and he hasn't done anything bad in all the days he's been here. So he didn't quite believe that the Marine was here to arrest him. So, Maginot said lightly, actually, he is right here on this island, in this village. I told you before that there is a windmill sealing festival going on here. Do you remember? He was just curious about what the windmill festival is, so he went to participate in the windmill festival. If you had come half an hour earlier, you would have seen him here. He had breakfast with me before that. He just left here not long ago. So if you chase him now, you might be able to catch up with him. Wrote. Hearing this, Sengoku and Garp were both a little impatient and immediately prepared. Stretched. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. After all, they had been looking for it for such a long time. Who would have thought that they would find it in Garp's hometown? This is so exciting. Garp said excitedly. What are you waiting for? Let's go there quickly. I know where the windmill festival is held, so just follow me. I didn't expect that guy to be here enjoying the scenery. Haha, it's really interesting. I haven't been back for a long time, so I'd like to take a look at what has changed here. After Garp finished speaking, he rushed out like a puff of smoke. Sengoku covered his forehead. He was really reckless in accepting this old friend. But no matter what, he was a little impatient now, so he didn't care about condemning his old friend. I saw him rushing in. The two old guys were extremely fast. This caused the other Marines behind him to almost fail to keep up. But the two old guys haven't forgotten the main reason for their visit. Even though they ran very fast, their eyes were always looking for Ron Charlotte, because they had seen Ron before, so they had a general impression of his appearance. The two men were searching desperately. It must be said that although these two old guys are very old, they are still very good at finding people. But after all, March 27th is the Windmill Festival, which is the grandest festival here. A mess of things blended together. There's simply too many people. However, this did not stop the two old guys from looking for people, and it made them look more seriously. After looking around, I found that I was actually in the crowd. Found a very familiar voice. This made Sengoku look excited. After all, he had paid close attention to Ron, so he was very familiar with his figure and voice. He was pretty sure that voice was Ron's. So, he now couldn't wait to move towards the direction of the voice. In fact, he had originally planned to use observation hockey to conduct a large-scale search, but when he thought about it carefully, how could someone as strong as Ron be captured by observation hockey? He must have some way to block observation hockey, so there is no way to find it using observation hockey. He could only use his eyes and ears to search in the simplest way. But hard work paid off, and he finally found it. So Sengoku excitedly ran quickly in that direction, and Garp looked at Sengoku with a confused face and said, "What's going on? Have you found it, old man? Where is it? Tell me quickly, and I'll go look for it with you." Garp didn't hear Ron's voice, but he saw Sengoku running there. So he guessed that Sengoku must have found Ron's bottom lane, otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. So, he followed closely behind. Sengoku didn't have time to explain too much at this point. He was afraid that his birth would disrupt Ron and make him leave again. So to be on the safe side, he decided to go first. Garp was speechless when he saw Sengoku ignoring him, but he had no choice but to follow him. At this time, the Marines behind began to pour in. Seeing that the Windmill Festival was being held here, they were also overwhelmed by the grand occasion. After all, it was the first time for them to see such a large-scale feast. The residents of the Windmill Village were also shocked when they saw Marine surrounding them outside. They didn't know what was going on. To be honest, they were a little scared to see so many Marines coming, so everyone stopped what they were doing. The originally lively Windmill Festival became serious in an instant. Everyone looked around and wanted to see from each other's eyes what was going on. After all, They had never encountered such a situation before. The Windmill Festival was held every year, but there had never been so many Marine 5.4 involved at one time, so they all felt scared here. At this time, Garp and Sengoku didn't care about the troubles caused to the residents of Windmill Village by the Marines coming here. After all, their primary goal now was to find passers-by, so they didn't care about these. The other Marine soldiers didn't care about the residents who were standing there, but ran towards the direction of the sound. At this time, everyone's eyes were basically focused on the Marines. It must be said that the Marines became the focus of everyone's attention. Because of their arrival, the Windmill Festival, which was in full swing, came to a standstill. Everyone had no mood to celebrate the festival now. Now everyone was looking at the Marines, not knowing what they were doing here. After all, there were generally few Marines coming to Fengxiao Village. Basically, only Kabu would bring some Marines here when he came back every year. At other times, the 18th Marines rarely came here because this was one of the safest places in the entire ocean. Few pirates came here, so there would be no Marines here. But today was a little unusual. So many Marines came here at once, and they were a little confused. So at this time, everyone was in a state of confusion. The old village chief was a little surprised when he saw the wretched Garp. He looked at Garp's hurried look and immediately stopped him. Asked, "Hey Garp, why are you acting like this time? What's the matter? Don't forget that today is the Windmill Festival, which is the most important day in our Windmill Village. You have already affected the normal operation of Windmill Village and delayed our holiday. What on earth are you doing?" It was obvious that the old village chief was a little unhappy. After all, as the old village chief, he had to ensure that the most important festival in the village went smoothly. But now, because of Garp's arrival, they could not celebrate the festival normally, so he was very angry now. The tone became a little stern. Garp only noticed at this time that the old village chief couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and said to him a little embarrassedly, "I'm so sorry, old village chief. I'm here to look for someone, so I don't have time to talk to you now. I'll tell you the whole story after I find the person. I'm really sorry to have delayed everyone's celebration. No matter what, Garp is also from this village, so he is well aware of how much importance this village attaches to the Windmill Festival. His group's arrival here today has interrupted the rhythm of the festival, so he feels very embarrassed. But he now urgently needs to find Ron, so he can't care about other things. He could only offend the villagers first and find a chance to compensate them later. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have the chance to find in again. So, Garp is very clear about what is most important to him now. When the old village chief saw Ka Qian's serious look, he knew that he must have something urgent to do, because Ka Qian was not a guy who usually disturbed the village. Today, he actually didn't want to celebrate the most important festival in the village, and caused the whole village to be in turmoil. There must be an important reason for it. The old village chief understood it very well, so he didn't bother him anymore and instead said to Garp, "Who are you looking for? Tell me, and I can help you find everyone in the village. I know everything. Is there anything else you can hide from me in this village?" The old village chief coughed twice, then spoke to Garp very seriously. I saw the old village chief asking this. Garp scratched his head. After all, he suddenly barged in here during a festival. It would be too rude if he did it for no reason. So he said directly, "I'm so sorry. We came here to look for this guy. Do you know him?" Garp pulled out a photo. Actually, before, Garp deliberately kept a photo of Ron, because he didn't know that this kid knew nothing about his life. If he wanted to find him in the future, he could only rely on this photo. So Garp was careful and took this photo on the boat at that time. Although this photo is taken from another angle and not from the front, you can still see Ron's appearance clearly. This is a photo from when Ron and Rox were fighting. When Garp took out this photo, the old village chief was stunned. Then speaking of, the old village chief pointed at the photo with trembling fingers. Garp was shocked when he saw the old village chief's expression. At the same time, I was ecstatic, because it was obvious that the old village chief knew this kid. That's great. This further proves that the little devil is in this village. This made both Sengoku and Garp, the two old guys, extremely excited. Garp couldn't help but ask, "What's going on, old village chief? Do you know this guy? Where is he? Is he in this village? I heard the other party ask this. The old village chief coughed twice, paused for a moment, and then spoke. Of course I have seen this child. He is indeed here. I saw him just now. What do you want to do with him? Did he do something wrong that made you chase him? He's just a kid. How big a mistake could he make to make you chase him like this? I really don't understand. The old village chief did not tell Ron's whereabouts immediately. After all, he didn't know why Marine came to see him, so he didn't dare to tell him the whereabouts of this kid directly. After all, this little kid has been here all the time and is doing very well, so they don't want him to be captured by Marine. The old village chief's expression made Sengoku Garp understand what the other party meant in an instant. The two old guys couldn't help but look at each other, then smiled and shook their heads, and then said to the old village chief, "Old village chief, please don't misunderstand me. We are not here to arrest him, and he has not made any mistakes. We are here to find 1th for something very important." I heard Garp say this. The old village chief said with a frown, "He is just a little kid. What could you possibly want from him? Don't lie to me again." Garp was helpless. The old village chief completely misunderstood them. He thought that he and others were here to capture Ron, so he didn't tell Wang Li where Ron was. So he could only continue to argue helplessly. "You really misunderstood. We really didn't come here to arrest him. We came here to find him for something very important, so you still have to tell us." Garp and Sengoku both explained together. After all, there's so many people here now, they have no way to locate Ron and can only rely on asking the old village chief. The old village chief seemed to understand as well. It seems that Sengoku and Garp did not come here to capture the little devil who has always been on good terms with them. If this is really the case, then he does not suggest telling Sengoku and Garp the location of the little devil. After all, Garp is a member of their village, so he still has to help. "So," the old village chief said lightly, "I know where the person you're looking for is, so please confirm it again. I really want to know whether you are here to arrest him. You're not allowed to lie to me. Do you hear me? Garp, if you lie to me, you should know that the rules of our village are very strict. Don't forget that you are also a member of this village. Since you are a member of this village, no matter what religion you are or what, you are also under the jurisdiction of me, the old village chief, for other positions. You should understand this, right?" Seeing that the old village chief became stern, even Kanha's expression became serious. He nodded and spoke to the village chief very seriously. "Don't worry. I understand. I solemnly tell you again that I am not here to capture that little devil. I am here to consult him about something very important. You heard me right. I want to consult him. Because don't think it is just an ordinary effect. It is more powerful than you think. It is much more powerful." When Garp finished saying this, even the old village chief was stunned. He really couldn't imagine it. He had seen that kid before, and they had been together for a long time, more than half a year in total. He was just an ordinary kid. How could he be so powerful? He could also make Garp and Sengoku, two tactical masters, powerful. In fact, the old village chief knew very well what kind of status they had in the Marine. It was amazing that he could make these two old guys admit that he was very powerful. But he is obviously just a little kid who looks to be in his teens. How could he be so powerful? It doesn't make sense no matter how I explain it. So, with this question in mind, the old village chief spoke lightly. "Okay, although I don't understand what you two old guys mean, I still decided to take you to see him. Anyway, he didn't say that people can't go to see him. So, come with me, I know where he is." Did you hear the village chief say this? The others were very happy. Sengoku even jumped up excitedly. "That's great. Thank you very much." Although he is now a Marine Marshal, he is still very happy anyway, because if he can see Ross again, he really has a lot of things he wants to ask. Garp was also very excited. In order to recall it instantly in his mind, he encountered a few things he didn't understand during his practice, and he decided to ask Ron for advice when he saw him later. After all, nothing is more stimulating to him than practicing, and he wants to become stronger now. Under the leadership of the old village chief, everyone moved forward. Although there were many people in Windmill Village, the old village chief was still orderly and led everyone forward. Although the old village chief is very old, he still walks with great vigor. Soon, he took Sengoku, Garp, and a few others to a very secluded corner. In this corner, there was a very large barbecue table with a fragrant smell. When the old village chief brought Sengoku and Garp here, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, before coming here, the old village chief was not sure whether Ron was here or not. After all, he was always mysterious and erratic most of the time, and no one knew where he was exactly. But this time it was the Windmill Festival, and the teacher thought that the thread should be nearby. So he came to a place he often went to, and sure enough, he was here. At this time, the old village chief said to Sengoku and Garp, "See that place in front? That person should be the one you're looking for. Go and see if he is the one. Anyway, I have helped you find this place." Sengoku and Garp followed the direction pointed by the old village chief and looked ahead. First, the right eye is connected to a very small material. In front of it is a barbecue grill with a faint flame coming out, and delicious meat is grilling on it. This made the two old guys lick their lips. To be honest, the smell was so fragrant that they couldn't help but want to try it. But no matter what, now was not the time to eat long, because their attention was focused on the little kid in front of them. Although a few years had passed and the puppy had grown up a little, his appearance had not changed. They still recognized him as the guy who defeated Rox a few years ago. Finally seeing him again made Sengoku and Garp excited abnormally. The two old guys didn't know what to do for a moment. They looked at each other and could see expressions of horror and helplessness in each other's eyes. To be honest, this was the first time in their lives that they had such a helpless expression. The old village chief standing by was puzzled when he saw that the two guys were not taking the initiative to go to school. So he said, "Aren't you two here just to find him? Why aren't you going over there yet? Hurry up and go over there. Is that guy the person you are looking for? If so, then my mission is accomplished. I will leave here first. You guys go and do your own things. Don't forget what you promised me. You must not take him away." After hearing what the old village chief said, Sengoku and Garp came to their senses, nodded, and said to the old village chief, "Thank you, old village chief. You can go now. Yes, this is the person we're looking for. Thank you so much. Please give me flowers." Oh, after all, they have found the person they are looking for. The old village chief is no longer needed now, so let him go back. After all, he is old. Under normal circumstances, Garp would need to send the old village chief back, but now time is urgent, and he doesn't have the time to send the new village chief over. Seeing the old village chief like this, Garp could only apologize. The old village chief shook his head and said that Fourth Ant and the others didn't need to be seen off. Then he slowly walked away. However, he did not walk far. Instead, he turned back not far away and wondered why these two old guys came all the way to find a little kid. Still at this time, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other and nodded. Garp said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go. We should go over there too." Finally found him. Sengoku also nodded. To be honest, they were both very excited, and their words were even a little incoherent. Sengoku said, "Okay, let's go." And Sengoku and Garp were very excited at this time. However, the closer they got to Ron, the slower their pace became. To be honest, at this point, the two men were actually a little scared. After all, they were facing Ron. Although the combined age of the two of them was much older than Ron. After all, Ron was still a child at that time, but no matter what, this guy was the one who killed Rox. So when the two old guys walked to here from 870, they were a little afraid to go any further. And just at this moment, Ron did speak lightly. "You two guys finally found this place." Hear Ron speak. Sengoku and Garp were stunned. Then the two of them quickened their pace. Came in front of Ron. Sengoku Nano was excited, and then said to his Ron, "My dear little brother, we never thought that after so many years, we would finally find you here. Don't get me wrong, we have no other intention in coming here. We just have many things we want to ask you." Sengoku's real purpose was not to ask Ron for advice, but to get Ron to join Marine. This was his real purpose, but he didn't dare to say it because he knew Ron didn't want to join Marine. Last time, he took the initiative to say it, which caused the other party to leave here, so he didn't dare to say it again. If he made the other party leave here again because of his rashness, then the next time he found him, he didn't know when it would be. So now Sengoku didn't dare to gamble, so he could only say to ask for advice. After all, this was not a very rash behavior, and most people could accept it. After all, Sengoku has a very high IQ. He also has some negotiation skills. He knows how to make things go as he expects. And at this time, Garp also took over this sentence, and continued. That's right. We came here to ask you some questions. Do you remember the yellow-haired kid who traveled with you before? His name was Huang Yuan. Didn't you teach him some fighting skills, or how to use some abilities? He told us about these things. We analyzed them carefully in the past few years, and then practiced according to the methods you taught us. Our strength has improved greatly, but there are still many questions we don't understand, so I really want to ask you for advice. Garp is Sengoku's old buddy after all, so he knew exactly what Sengoku meant. So he continued speaking along the lines of what Sengoku said. Because from the current perspective, this is definitely the best opening line. Besides, this is what Garp originally meant. In fact, his main purpose of coming here was to ask Luo for some training methods. So, he wasn't lying either. Ron heard the two people talking and couldn't help but smile. Since you two have found this place, there is no need for me to hold your hand and leave. It's lunchtime now, why don't you try my grilled meat? 0.5, let's do it. Ron is a very hospitable person. The other party has come all the way here to find me. I can't just turn him away. This is the most basic etiquette. Besides, I have nothing to do and I can't finish the barbecue here, so I'll invite the two old guys to sit here with me. It will be more lively if there are more people around. I have to say, this opening statement was indeed explosive, but they never expected that Rowan did not answer their questions, but instead invited them to sit down and have a meal. This really caught them off guard. They didn't have time to say the words they had prepared before. The two guys looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. However, Garp was still more handsome and sat down directly. After all, he was mesmerized by the smell of the meat. It was so delicious that he had never eaten anything so delicious before. This kind of smell was unbearable for him. He wanted to sit down and eat it just now, but he felt embarrassed because Ron was the owner here. He didn't say anything and couldn't sit down. When Sengoku saw Garp sitting down, he sat down as well. After all, he was curious about what kind of meat it was because it looked a little different from what they usually ate. They had never eaten this kind of meat before, nor had they ever smelled such fragrant meat. Moreover, it was made by Ron for them, which made them very curious about what it was. And at this time, Garp said, "Hey, little brother, we don't know your name yet. Can you tell me your name this time?" It has to be said that Garp was quite serious. After all, they were now sitting at the same table having dinner. He couldn't just keep calling the other person Little Devil. He should have a real name. So he still wanted to know what the other person's name was, so that it would be convenient for him to call him and also for him to find him later. Sengoku couldn't help but secretly give Garp a thumbs up, thinking that it was really a good thing to bring out such a community veteran. After all, he can blend into the conversation very naturally. Ron nodded and said casually, "Just call me Ron." When Garp heard the name, he couldn't help but ponder it for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he really didn't know this name. So his name is Ron. Then, the air fell into unusual silence again. Ron did not take the initiative to break the peaceful atmosphere. After all, he was just quietly grilling the meat, which was a very enjoyable process for him. He really enjoyed the grilled lamb kebabs in his previous life, so he wanted to recreate that delicious taste here. However, when it comes to choosing meat, he actually looked through many varieties, but found that the meat here is really not suitable for barbecue because the meat here is relatively fat. It is suitable for grilling large pieces, but not small skewers, because small skewers require very special meat, which must be fat and lean so that it can be tasty, but the meat here is basically lean meat. To be honest, this kind of meat is quite hard after being grilled. It was also because of these few days that he found the special materials. The grilled food tastes especially good, which is why he enjoys the grilling process here very much. Sengoku and Garp saw that Luo didn't say anything and set up the barbecue there. So they didn't bother them and could only wait here quietly. But to be honest, no one said anything and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Garp couldn't stand this awkwardness and could only cough twice, then took the initiative to start the conversation. Friend Ron, I don't know how you practiced at such a young age to become so powerful. Ron knew he wouldn't ask that question. So I turned the barbecue over. Said with a smile one day, "This is difficult to explain to you, and I can't explain it clearly. Even if I tell you, you won't remember it, and you won't be able to reproduce it. So even if you ask me, I can't answer you." That's true, because Luo's cultivation system was fundamentally different from theirs. There was no way they could learn from each other's calendars. The training methods that Ron taught Kizaru were just a simplification of this world's training system based on his own understanding. Garp did not show disappointment when he heard this, because he knew very well that for such a strong man, their understanding was no longer on the same level, and he had no way of understanding the problem that the other party was thinking about, so the other party's answer was reasonable for him. But he was still very curious. He still asked about some specific problems he encountered during his training. Ron also answered his question casually, and In-Poo had an expression of sudden enlightenment after hearing Ron's answer. I felt like I understood a lot in an instant. Winnie, I see. Why didn't I think of this before? No wonder I encountered a bottleneck when practicing these things before. I couldn't make any further progress and didn't understand what these things meant. So that's how it is. Now I finally understand. Ha ha. Garp seemed to be in a fog. He was so happy that he almost jumped up on the spot. I didn't expect that I would be troubled by this problem for several years. The answer was obtained in an instant. I have to say that nothing could make me happier than right now. Garp himself is a cultivation maniac. He is very serious about cultivation. However, he always encountered many problems when he was practicing before. Now it is finally okay. All the problems have been solved. In this way, he does not have to be troubled by these things anymore. Sengoku was a little embarrassed to see that Garp's problem was solved so quickly. After all, they didn't come here to simply ask such a few questions. But now that the problems have been solved, it would be awkward to continue sitting here, and I have to say something. So Sengoku changed the subject and continued. Ram, my friend, it's been a few years since we last met. Where have you been during these years? We looked for you in many places, but couldn't find you. Rhonda said calmly. Oh, why do you keep looking for me? This sentence made him not know how to respond for a moment. Sengoku took a deep breath, thought about it, and continued. He decided to just tell the truth directly. It would be better to speak in a roundabout way. After all, facing such a strong man, any beating around the bush would be meaningless. So it would be best to speak directly and clearly. So Sengoku said very seriously, my purpose in coming to you is actually very simple. I just want you to join the Marine Corps. This is the best decision I have made so far. But I also know why you refused to join the Marine last time. But now that so many years have passed, I hope you can change your opinion of the Marine. I hope you can. Sengoku was about to continue talking, but Ron interrupted him and said, my opinion of Marine has not changed at all. When Sengoku heard Ron's words, his heart sank because he knew that when Ron said this, it meant that he would definitely not join the Marine. This resulted in Sengoku's purpose of coming here not being achieved, and it made him very sad. But he really couldn't figure it out. Why doesn't Ron want to join the Marine? Is there any better place to go than the Marine? He really wanted Ron to join the Marine. But, including this time, he has invited Ron to join the Marine twice in a row. But he was rejected every time, which really makes Sengoku a little confused. To be honest, he was very confused. He wanted to know why the other party refused again and again. So he spoke directly. May I ask you why you don't want to join the Marine? What on earth is it about Marine that repels you so much? This is a question that Sengoku has never understood, and he must ask it. If he doesn't ask it, he will never give up. So to speak, he asked decisively this time. Ron shook his head when he heard this, and then said, I think you misunderstood. I have no prejudice against the Marine. The reason why I don't want to join the Marine is because the timing is not right. I have no intention of joining the Marine. I like a free and unrestrained life. That's why I'm here today. If I join the Marine, I definitely won't be able to leave when I want to. It's impossible for me to go somewhere whenever I want. Is that why? So you don't have to bother with it. If you want me to join the Marine, it's not impossible, but definitely not now. If you want me to join the Marine now, then I can only tell you that it's absolutely impossible. Ron spoke decisively in order to make Sengoku give up. Sengoku shook his head, helpless. Alas, I don't know what to say, but if you insist on doing this, then I have no choice. I won't force you anymore. It's a bit abrupt to disturb you this time, but if I don't come this time, I will definitely regret it. I hope you can understand me. I must go to the scene to ask you to join the Marine again. This time I can get what I want, so I have no regrets. I have to admit that Sengoku is a relatively frank guy, and he is also a person who can let go of things easily. When he learned that Ron had clearly rejected him, he would not force it any further and could only leave it like this. Ron also liked Sengoku's personality and nodded. Don't worry, we will see each other again later. I just said I won't join the Marine now. I didn't say I won't join the Marine in the future. Maybe when I come to my senses in the future, I will actually join the Marines. Hearing Ron's words, Sengoku regained hope and suddenly became energetic again from his previous decadence. Although there is no way to get Ron to join the Marine now, Ron said he would join in the future, which made him very happy. As long as Ron can join the Marine and not join the pirates, he will be very happy, because he knew Ron's strength very well. If such a gun joined the ranks of pirates, then no one in their Marine would be his opponent. This would be a devastating blow to the entire Marine. Sengoku, as the Marine Marshal, would never allow such a future to happen, so he was so determined to invite him to become a Marine. Come on, how about trying this meat? Ron placed the roasted meat in front of the coffee and the guy. Although Ron was very young at that time, neither Garp nor Sengoku treated him as a child, because they both knew how powerful Ron was, so they always treated him as an equal. At this time, facing the barbecue Ron gave them, the two old guys felt a little uneasy. However, facing the aroma of meat, the two old guys couldn't bear it, so they took it and smelled it. It must be said that this aroma was really refreshing. The two old guys cut a small piece of meat each and put it in their mouths. It must be said that this feeling really made them very happy, because after eating this kind of meat, there was an indescribable feeling. It melted in the mouth, and it felt like the whole body was filled with endless power. It must be said that eating a piece of meat can have such a big change, which is really something I have never encountered before. This made Garp and Sengoku feel a little confused. They really couldn't imagine why eating a piece of meat would make them feel full of strength. What kind of meat is this? So the two old guys asked at the same time, very seriously. What kind of meat is this? Why didn't we feel full of strength immediately after eating it? Is this not ordinary meat? Is it some rare and exotic animal? The two old guys have lived for half of their lives and have eaten almost all kinds of things. There is basically nothing new to them. However, the piece of meat in front of them is something they have never eaten before. They have also never heard of something that can increase strength after eating it. So the two old guys are very curious about what this is, especially Garp. He is a foodie himself, so he has done a lot of research on food. He has basically eaten every delicious thing in the world, but he has never heard of meat that can increase strength when eaten. What is it? Seeing the two old guys looking confused, Ron shook his head. Then he spoke slowly. The cooking method is quite common, just a normal barbecue, but the meat is quite special. It is deep-sea meat from a special type of sea kings. It is generally very difficult to find this type of sea kings. It took me a long time to find this type of sea kings. Request flowers 0. When everyone heard that it was the meat of sea kings, they couldn't help but be a little surprised, because sea kings are also fish. But the food we ate just now didn't taste like fish, so it was very strange. Is there anything in the sea that is not a fish? Garp picked up another piece of meat and put it in his mouth. 0. Feel it carefully. I really didn't taste the texture and flavor of fish. So what on earth is this thing in the sea? And how come it doesn't taste like fish? This doesn't look like a creature that exists in the sea. What exactly is this? I'm a little confused now, but it tastes really good. And after eating it, I feel like my whole body is full of strength. Is this feeling real, or just a trance? Ron nodded and said, it can't be said to be real, nor can it be said to be an illusion. It can only increase your strength for a moment, but it doesn't mean that the increase will disappear after the meat is digested. Hearing Ron say this, Sengoku and Garp were even more confused. What kind of magical meat is this? If this meat has such magical effects, then it is indeed good for them. Although it cannot permanently increase strength, it can increase strength before digestion after eating, which is already very powerful. If this meat is distributed to those soldiers in battle, and they're asked to eat a piece before the battle, then they can exert the 087 more powerful than usual civilians. This can also improve their survival rate on the battlefield and their victory in the war. It must be said that if it can be spread out so that all Marine soldiers can eat it, it is indeed a very useful thing. So Sengoku said directly, although it may be presumptuous of me to say this, I still want to ask if this kind of meat can be mass-produced, or can it be dried into meat jerky and distributed to soldiers? If a soldier can eat a piece before a battle, wouldn't it be very useful? Ron couldn't help but smile when he heard Sengoku say that. He had to admit that this guy was really a qualified Marine. Even when he was eating barbecue, he would think about improving the Marines' combat effectiveness. However, this was not an easy problem for Ron to solve, because the meat was indeed in very small quantities. If he wanted to equip the Marines in large quantities, he would need to catch more Sea Kings. However, the number of these Sea Kings was too tricky, and there was no way to catch so many. So Ron could only shake his head and say, I understand your idea, but it's impractical. This kind of meat can't be mass-produced, so there's no way. We can only provide a small amount now, just enough for us to eat. It is impossible to get a large amount. Sengoku was actually a little disappointed to hear Ron say that, but he still didn't give up, because this kind of meat is actually not difficult to prepare. As long as you can find it, you can grill it. So, he believed that Ron's inability to find these ferocious beasts did not mean that their Marines could not find them. After all, there were so many people in the Marines. If Thread could provide the specific appearance of the ferocious beasts, then it would be easy for their Marines to catch them. So Sengoku said directly, Can I ask what the murderer looks like? Or what is his name? If possible, can you provide it to me? We should be able to find many missing Marines quickly. Ron didn't hide it. After all, this thing was very rare, and even if he gave it to Marine, they wouldn't be able to find it. So Ron just casually described the murderer's appearance, even attached a portrait, and then told them that the murderer's name was Deep Sea Fish. Sengoku fell into the city with this paper portrait because Ron said that this thing belongs to Sea Kings, but everyone knows that Sea Kings are a kind of huge sea fish. But the painting on this picture is really small. It looks no different from an ordinary fish. But how can such a small fish become a Sea King? It doesn't make sense at all. So Sengoku is confused. He can't figure out what's going on. Is Yon wrong? Garp was also a little puzzled, so he asked directly, Aren't they Sea Kings? Why are they so small? They don't look like Poseidon's. No matter how Garp looked at it, he didn't think that the thing in front of him was Poseidon's tears, because he was too small. If such a small thing was Sea Kings, it would really subvert his cognition. In his impression, Poseidon's tears must be a huge and incredible monster. Only in that case can it be called Poseidon Force. Poseidon Force, as the name suggests, is the king of the sea, so it must be big. But the portrait in front of me is too small, just like the size of an ordinary fish. How can such a thing be successfully become Sea Kings? After all, the bigger the Sea Kings are, the more they eat. So if it is so small, then it has no qualification to be called Poseidon. How can it be qualified to be the king of the sea? Not only Garp thought so, but Sengoku on the side also had the same idea. After all, these two old guys were knowledgeable and experienced. So it is clearer how big the difference is between what is in front of me and Sea Kings. But they didn't think Ron would use this matter to fool them, so they asked him, What is going on? What is that thing in front of you? Sengoku couldn't help but ask directly, Isn't this thing a little too small? If this is Sea Kings, it seems a little different from the Sea Kings we usually see. When Sengoku asked, he still didn't explain directly. After all, the taste of this thing was something he had never tasted before. However, after eating it, it could have certain benefits to the whole body, so he was not quite sure what this thing was. So I didn't say the first time that he wasn't a Sea King. When Ron heard what Sengoku said, he of course understood what he meant. He just smiled and said lightly, Sea Kings are not just about the big ones. Sea Kings originally referred to the special creatures in the sea. You think that only the big ones are Sea Kings, but this is actually wrong. There are many things in the sea that are small, but they are also called Sea Kings. And without exception, they all have special functions. So from this perspective, it's not just the big ones that can become sea masters. Ron said as he turned the roast over. The tempting aroma made others drool. Garp said loudly, But where do these Sea Kings exist? I have traveled all over the world, but I have never seen anything like this. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any creature that I haven't seen. Garp is very confident in his knowledge, so he doesn't believe there is anything he hasn't seen. So, 217, he wanted to find out what these things were. Sengoku also has other plans in mind. If this thing can be popularized, it will be very important to their marine. So, he also wants to find out what kind of Sea Kings this is, and where can he find it? Ron said in a very calm tone. 0129033118 Philo 1103313111. You want this kind of thing. Sengoku and Garp felt a little embarrassed when they found out their thoughts were exposed. They looked at each other and smiled awkwardly before speaking. Yes, that's right. We are indeed very interested in this thing. Ron never expected that Kagai and Sengoku would be very interested in the young Sea Kings in their hands. But this is not a secret, so Luo did not intend to hide it from them. After all, even if he told them, they would not be able to catch him. Ron said calmly, If you want to catch something like this, you should go to the deepest part of the ocean floor. You must find places with volcanic craters on the seabed. These little Sea Kings will gather in those volcanic craters on the seabed, especially inside the crater. But you should note that there are no extinct volcanoes that cannot erupt. They only exist in active volcanoes, especially those that are about to erupt, and they like to absorb nutrients there. If you want to catch it, just go there and catch it. Ron told Sengoku and Garp where he found the little Sea Kings. This made John Hui and Caillou look confused. How come I didn't think of it? This thing actually lives in such a dangerous place. They never thought that the thread would go to the crater that was about to erupt on the seabed to catch these little Sea Kings. This was really too bold, or they would never dare to do it. After all, those craters were about to erupt, and if they were not careful, they would erupt directly under the sea, and the magma erupted in the crater would directly burn them to death. The two old guys looked at each other. They originally thought that they could get the whereabouts of the Sea Kings from Ron, and then they could capture these Sea Kings and use them to make some food to enhance the soldiers' physical fitness. But now it seems that there is no way at all. Even if Ron told them the specific whereabouts, they would not dare to capture them. Not only do they not dare to catch him, but Ron is probably the only one in the world who dares to catch him. When I think of this, the two old guys sighed at the same time. Sengoku said somewhat helplessly, As expected of you, Ron, you are so amazing that you can even go to such a place. Alas, I was thinking of catching some and using them to improve Marine's physical fitness, but now I think there is no way. 2. Garp also nodded. I guess you're the only one who can go to that kind of place. Forget it. Since there's no way to bring some back to these soldiers, then we could just eat more, haha. It's worthy of being called Kaku. This guy's always been carefree. Since he knew that he couldn't bring any food to the soldiers, he decided to eat more. So he grabbed a small Sea King and stuffed it into his mouth. It must be said that this kind of fish melts in the mouth. After eating it, he felt that strength was constantly growing all over his body. If he eats more, doesn't it mean that he can gain some strength without exercising? This is simply too tempting for Zhao. However, Ron's next words extinguished his thoughts. Ron said calmly, This thing only lasts for a few hours, and it can't permanently increase your physical strength, so you don't have to take the risk of catching the Sea Kings just to increase the physical strength of your soldiers. These words instantly made Garp and Sengoku feel deflated. But there was no other way at this time. Anyway, the two of them already knew that they had no way to get the Sea Kings, and now they knew that the maintenance time of the Sea Kings was so short. So Garp and Sengoku finally felt relieved. The two old guys sighed. Although they were a little disappointed about this incident, It was a good thing to find Ron anyway. Now, let's get to the point. Ron's interruption caused the two old guys to forget what they were doing here. Garp's son said with a breath, "All right, when I was practicing before, I encountered a few problems that I didn't understand, and I didn't know how to solve them. You just answered some of them for me, but now I still don't understand some of them, so I still want to ask you about how to practice." Although Ron had explained it to Garp before, it was not a complete explanation. In fact, Garp still had many things he didn't understand. So he thought of taking advantage of Ron's good mood and asking to see if there was any solution. However, Garp's action made Sengoku speechless. Sengoku sat there looking at Garp with an unhappy brow and then said, "I say, old man, don't come here to ask about your training issues. Don't forget that we are here for business. If Ron can join the Marine, then you can always ask him for advice, right? The most important question now is whether Ron wants to join the Marine. You always talk nonsense. Why do you train these useless things every day?" Hearing Sengoku say this, Garp was speechless. "You weren't that obsessed with me when we were practicing together before. Why are you talking about me now? Besides, Ron is so strong. He will definitely join the Marine." Garp is also a veteran. Before Ron could answer, he directly lured Ron to answer. Ron smiled faintly and ignored it. "I didn't expect you guys to come here to find me just for this matter. I've told you countless times before that I have no interest in joining the Marine. So even if you ask me to join the Marine, it actually won't be of any use to me. I really don't like joining the Marine. So, you're wasting your time, and it's of no use to me. I really don't want to join the Marine. So, you guys better not waste your time on me. At least at this stage, this time can be used as before." It was this familiar answer again, which made Sengoku feel sad again. They thought that after such a long time, if Luce changed his mind, he would decide to join their Marine. However, who would have thought that, even after such a long time, Luce still had no intention of joining the Marine? This time, Sengoku was a little disappointed again. After all, this was the purpose of his coming here. It seems that this goal cannot be achieved this time, but Garp has achieved his goal. After all, the purpose of Garp coming here is to ask Ron for training methods. Now he catches Ron and keeps asking questions. Instead, he asked for a long time and finally got what he wanted. Sengoku was speechless. Was all Sengoku could say. "You said that now is not the right time, which means that if there is a suitable time, you will still join the Marine." Sengoku still had some hope. After all, his biggest wish is to let Ron join the Marine, because he is very aware of how terrifying this man is. If he becomes a pirate, then the entire Marine will not be his opponent. So he must fulfill this wish during his lifetime and let Ron join the Marine, which will also add a stabilizer to the Marine. But he invited Ron again and again, but the other party clearly refused. This made Sengoku a little disheartened and uncomfortable. After all, if Ron did not join the Marine, it would mean too many variables. It would be a big problem if this man joined the pirates in the future. So from the current point of view, he must seize the opportunity and let Ron join the Marine. So after being rejected this time, Sengoku felt very disappointed, but when he suddenly heard Ron say those words just now, he couldn't help but feel hopeful again. If that's really the case. So, does that mean Ron Hui joins Marine? Although not now. That means he will join in the near future, which means he has made it clear that he will join the Marine and not the pirates. With this in mind, Sengoku felt hopeful again, but he was not sure if Ron meant this, so he had to ask Zero what he meant. So Sengoku looked into Ron's eyes very excitedly at this time and asked, "Ron Xiaoyu, what did you mean just now? Do you still hope to join the Marine? Or do you mean that you will still join the Marine in the future? Is that what you mean?" Because he was so excited, Sengoku's words were a little incoherent, but his meaning was conveyed anyway. Garp no longer had time to care about these things. For him anyway, it doesn't really matter whether Ron joins the Marine or not, as long as he can continue to teach him the training methods. For Garp, who is obsessed with training, nothing is more important than improving his strength. As for Ron's position, it is not important. Sengoku was speechless when he saw that Garp did not agree with him. This guy always failed at critical moments, which made Sengoku very angry. Routes? But he couldn't say anything at this time. Ron looked at John Huey's eyes, smiled, and then said, "I understand what you mean. You just don't want me to join the pirates. As for whether I will join the Marines, I can't give you a clear answer, but I can assure you that I will not join the pirates. You should be assured of this. So don't ask me again whether I want to join the Marines." Hearing Ron's words, Sengoku was stunned at first. Then I suddenly figured it out and couldn't help but laugh for the 10th time. As long as he could get Ron's affirmative answer, he would be satisfied. Although Ron was not persuaded to join the Marine, Ron had clearly told him that he would not join the pirates, so his wish could be said to be half fulfilled. After all, as long as he did not join the pirates, it would be the most useful news for the Marine. Sengoku's sudden burst of laughter startled Garp, who was standing beside him. He didn't expect that this old friend would suddenly go crazy. Sengoku felt relieved at this moment. As long as Ron didn't join the pirates, it would be a good thing for him. This was the biggest achievement, and he hadn't achieved it. He thought that he could persuade Ron to join the Marines. If he could get him to join, it would be the best. But he didn't get him to join. Actually, it wasn't bad considering the current situation. After all, he had already received Ron's affirmative answer, which meant that he would never join the children. This was already a great victory. As long as he did not join the pirates, the Marine would not have any troubles that they could not deal with in the future. This made him feel relieved. Otherwise, if Ron joined the pirates, then their Marine would be finished. Looking at the entire Marine now, no one could be Ron's opponent. So as long as he did not join the pirates, then the Marine would not encounter such a terrible opponent and would not be destroyed. Sengoku patted Garp's shoulder happily, but Garp frowned and gave Sengoku a cold look. Then he said slowly, Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Why did you suddenly burst into laughter when you had nothing to do? And you patted my shoulder with such a lewd look. I really can't stand it. Stay away from me now. I think you're a little scary now." Sengoku didn't care at all what Garp said about him. Instead, he burst into laughter and continued, "I'm very happy today, so I won't bother with you. If it were any other time, I would have given you a good beating. Have you forgotten the ultimate purpose of coming here?" Sengoku looked at Garp with a look of disappointment. Garp, on the other hand, ignored Sengoku's look. "I don't want to bother with you. Your goal is your goal, and my goal is my goal. Our goals are different, so don't use your goal to demand me." Garp knew what his goal was when he came here. He didn't come here to persuade Ron to join the Marine, but to ask Ron some questions about cultivation. These questions have troubled him for a long time, and no one has given him the answers. But he had just successfully asked Ron for the answer to this question, so he had basically achieved his goal. As for other things, he was too lazy to care about them. He wanted to go back and practice well, and then come over to ask Tenzuro if he had any new questions. For Garp, what he wants most now is to know Ron's whereabouts. He doesn't want Ron to leave the village. If he leaves the village, he won't be able to find Ron in the future, which means he won't be able to continue to ask Ron when he encounters problems in his practice. So he still hopes that Ron will not leave here, or that Ron can tell him where he is going next. As long as he knows Ron's whereabouts, there will be many opportunities to find Ron and ask him in the future. Sengoku knew exactly what Garp was up to, so he was too lazy to expose him. Instead, he glared at him fiercely. Then Sengoku looked in Ron's direction and suddenly smiled and spoke. "Now that you have said this, young friend Ron, I feel relieved." Anyway, although he did not achieve his goal directly, he did achieve it indirectly, so Sengoku was relieved and felt that the trip was worthwhile. He just looked at Ron, then took a deep breath and said lightly, "I feel relieved when you say that, but I still hope that you can consider joining the Marine in the future. The Marine is really the best place for you. Of course, if you don't want to join, there is nothing I can do. I won't force you, but I am really sorry. I still hope to join the Marine." Sengoku has not given up yet, and still does not forget to persuade Ron. It must be said that for a Marine Marshal, there has never been a person who has been invited by him again and again, even catching up with the 3 visits. But for Sengoku, this is what he should do and what he wants to do. After all, he must seize such a talent. If he does not seize it, then he will be ashamed of the previous Marine Marshals. Ron looked at Sengoku, smiled, and shook his head. "Don't worry. If I want to live somewhere permanent, I will consider your Marine first, so you don't have to persuade me anymore." Sengoku couldn't help but feel extremely happy after hearing Ron's words. With his words, he felt relieved again. Although Ron did not promise him when to join the Marine, as long as he said that he would give priority to the Marine in the future, then for Sengoku this line of work would be worth it. Garp was speechless, looked at Sengoku, and then said, "Okay, since your goal has been achieved, then let's not think about this matter any further. Let's think about something else. Look, the barbecue here is about to get burnt. Let's continue eating. Although this can only increase your strength for a short time, you should still try it. After all, it tastes extremely good. I have never eaten such delicious barbecue. So, don't waste your time here, old man." Garp is a carefree person. He had been craving for the barbecue above. Although the effect of this barbecue was slightly different from what they expected, the taste was indeed amazing. Sengoku also smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay." So the old guy sat there and started tasting Ron's special barbecue again, and they had to admit that it was the best barbecue they had ever eaten. While eating, they were discussing the future development of Marine Sengoku, although there was no way to recruit Ron into the Marine now. But he was still asking Ron questions. After all, he had discovered many problems when he was in the Marine. Originally, he just planned to chat with Ron, but 180 he found that Ron could give him perfect answers, which made Sengoku feel like he had found a treasure. So he asked all the problems encountered in the Chilean Marine during this period. It must be said that Sengoku was really studious. He also knew that after leaving here this time, he didn't know when he would see Ron again. So he took this opportunity to ask all the questions he wanted to ask. Otherwise, he will regret missing this opportunity. Seeing Sengoku talking about his business every other sentence and discussing work matters, Garp was really speechless. He was most annoyed by these trivial matters at work, so he felt a little annoyed listening to these words. And at this time, the Marine also came over slowly. The main group also came here and saw Ron, and Sengoku Garp. The three of them were eating something magical there. And at the same time, Kizaru, who came with the army, finally met Ron. It has been many years since we last saw each other, and little Kizaru has grown up a little since then. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother, finally I meet you." Little Kizaru was really excited at this time. After all, the first person he met when he went out to sea was Ron, and many of his skills and training were taught to him by Ron, which also led to his rapid growth now. So he was still very grateful to Ron. He was really excited to meet her this time. Ron also noticed little Kizaru running over there. See his gaze. I have to admit it. This guy is really getting more and more ugly as he grows older, and there are more and more wrinkles on his old face. It's really funny to look at him. So Ron smiled and said, "You be asterisk, 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 D. I didn't expect that after so many years, you've grown older and older." He is clearly not yet an adult, but has a face of a man in his 50s or 60s, which really makes people feel too incongruous. Ron almost laughed. Little Kizaru doesn't care about his appearance at all. Instead, he came over very excitedly. Then we reminisced about the past. Originally, he shouldn't have followed Sengoku and Garp here to look for her. After all, he was also in the Marine and was a recruit. But, after all, this was to find Ron. As the first person to come into contact with Ron, he had to come because he missed Ron very much. Sengoku was also laughing at the side at this time. "My dear Ron, this guy talks about you every day. I have to come along this time," Ron said with a smile. "I kind of miss Kizaru too. This guy. It seems like your strength has grown a lot in the past 2 years. I can feel the flow of his aura becoming stronger. It seems he is not slacking off." Little Kizaru got even more excited when he heard this. After all, it was Ron who praised him. He just said excitedly, "Ha ha, of course. Ever since we parted last time, I have been taking time off to train according to the method my big brother taught me. I have to say that I have made rapid progress. I also told this method to other Marines. Although their progress was also fast, it was not as fast as mine, ha ha. But I don't know when I can catch up with my big brother." Kizaru said excitedly, "Houses at this age really aren't as lazy as those that come after. On the contrary, he is very hardworking and full of ambition. I am also full of energy in life. Very lively. I don't know how he became such a horrible person later on." And following Kizaru was Akainu. These two guys. At this time, The relationship is very good and they're inseparable. Whether it is training or carrying out missions, the two of them are often together, and they also compete with each other. This also prompted their strength to grow 10 times faster. After all, the two of them could still regard each other as opponents, so if they practiced together, the speed would be very fast. Little Kizaru actually had a lot to say after seeing Ron, but he didn't know where to start for a moment. After all, he was so excited that he became a little incoherent. He calmed down for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Brother Ron, when are you coming to the Marine? Come quickly. It's very interesting here. If you can come, we can practice together. By the way, I have already understood most of the practice things you taught me last time. Can you teach me some other things?" Ron couldn't help but laugh as he looked at little Kizaru. How come 647 never thought that this guy would let him join the Marine? But Ron knew it too. Kizaru is definitely not Sengoku's lobbyist, and he is definitely not here to help Sengoku convince him. After all, this little guy doesn't have such high scheming. So speaking of it, let's not talk about joining the Marine for now. What on earth has happened to you in the Marine that makes you so happy? I see that you are in a very high spirit right now. Little Kizaru scratched his head and said, "Actually, because there are a lot of people in Marine Corps, and they all have dreams. My dream is the same as theirs. I also want to catch pirates, so it's very interesting to stay in there. However, we are still ordinary Marine soldiers now, and we can't participate in the activities of catching pirates. It's really abominable. Obviously, my strength is stronger than most people, but I am not allowed to participate." Little Kizaru was obviously very unhappy. After all, his current strength is already very strong. It stands to reason that he can carry out some arrest missions with ease. Even some ordinary vice admirals are not as powerful as little Kizaru. Ron said, shaking his head, "Oh, you fellow. It's not that easy to catch pirates. By the way, how strong are you now? How well have you practiced the things I taught you?" Ron had heard him say before that he had practiced 778, bibbed, ate what he taught. This made Ron feel a little unbelievable. After all, he taught a lot of things. Even Garp had not mastered them so completely. It was absolutely impossible for him to master them so completely. This guy must be lying again. The purpose is to trick himself into the Marine, this little guy. Little Kizaru said with a laugh, "Let me show you, Brother N." He also just now found out that the other person's name was Ron. He had always called him Big Brother before and never called him by his real name. But now that he knew his name, he just called him that. Ron nodded and said, "Okay, show me what you have achieved. To be honest, I'm not sure how strong you are." Hear what Ron said. Little Kizaru was of course very excited and immediately began to show the results of his training in recent years. I have to say, this guy is indeed very talented. He started with hockey, who at such a young age had already mastered the highest level of armed observation hockey. And the level of mastery is still very high. Then is some basic Marine physical skills, plus Marine 6 styles. Then he began to master the use of devil fruit. After all, this was his forte and what he was best at, so he showed it with great confidence, much stronger than when he used devil fruit before. Previous chapter. TOC. Next chapter. I have to admit that little Kizaru's operation is still okay. Show all what you have learned before, although it did not meet Ron's expectations. But this is already very impressive. Ron nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. It seems you have made some progress. I haven't been lazy during this period, but the progress is still a little slow." Ron was just telling the truth. Little Kizaru didn't care at all after hearing this. After all, he also knew the gap between himself and his opponent. If he said that his progress was a bit slow according to his opponent's evaluation, it was actually reasonable. After all, his opponent was a super genius, and he was just an ordinary person. Actually, Kizaru used to think of himself as a genius, but now he no longer thinks so. He really has no confidence in his own abilities. He felt that his own strength was too poor. Compared with these top powerhouses, I am really nothing. Especially Brother Ron. But he didn't care, because he is already much better than his peers. Little Akainu on the side was a little silent. But he also envied the relationship between Kizaru and Ron. Ron noticed Akainu as well. So he waved his hand and said, Why don't you show us how your strength compares to Kizaru's? In fact, Ron was also very curious. Which of these two guys, who were hailed as monsters by Marine, was more powerful? Akainu was of course very happy to hear Ron say that, and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Then, he ran over happily and bowed to Ron. This is how he demonstrated the skills he had learned. The first is the Devil Fruit ability. In fact, when I first met Ron, he didn't have the ability to pass away. It was just that he accidentally got the Lava Fruit during the few years he joined the Marine. There's a theory that the Devil Fruit will choose the host, and now it seems to be true. Some people have a certain compatibility with the Devil Fruit. I have to admit it. The power of Lava Fruit is still very strong. And the ability of Akainu to use the fruit is not inferior to Kizaru at all. Seeing him showing off his skills, little Kizaru ran over to Ron and said, "Brother Ron, please give me flowers. I'm much better than that guy. We've fought over 1,000 times, and I've won over 700 of them, while he's only won over 400 of them. Ha ha ha." Little Kizaru said to Ron very proudly, as if a child was about to receive praise from his parents. Hear this. Akainu, who was still displaying there, became unhappy and ran over to say something. No, isn't it because you were stronger than me at the beginning that you won more games than me? In the last few battles, the wins and losses between us were 50-50. Akainu was clearly very unconvinced. After all, he also knew that Ron taught Kizaru a lot of abilities in the beginning. Therefore, Kizaru is stronger in the early stage. But now, Akainu also learned these abilities, so the distance between the two of them became closer and closer. Little Kizaru said with a laugh, "Then I also taught you what Brother Ron taught me, didn't I?" Akainu did not deny this. To be honest, he was very grateful to Kizaru, because Kizaru was a very loyal guy. Those things are not always all given to oneself. Watching the two little guys fighting with each other, to be honest, Ron was still very emotional. After all, these two guys became incompatible when they grew up. No one knew what happened between them. It seemed that they had a good relationship when they were young, and their personalities were also different after they grew up. It seems something special must have happened in the days that followed, which caused a big change in the personalities of these two guys, and their relationship as San also changed a lot. At this time, Sengoku suddenly came over and said, "Look at Akainu and Kizaru. They are improving very fast. They are the fastest improving Marines I have ever seen. This is all thanks to the skills you taught them. If they continue to grow like this, I estimate they will become the strongest Marines, even surpassing Garp. After all, these two little guys are so young. They have unlimited room for growth." That's why Sengoku came to this conclusion. But Garp, who was standing by, heard this and walked over indignantly, then said, Hey, how can you talk like that? I'm not even old yet, and you actually say these two little guys can surpass me. How is that possible? As long as I'm alive, these two little guys will never be able to surpass me. Ha ha. Garp is also a very optimistic person. He certainly wasn't angry when Sengoku said this, but just smiled very confidently. Sengoku looked at Garp somewhat speechlessly as he spoke. "Hey, you guy, you really give me a headache. Can you change your shameless behavior every time?" Garp said, waving his hand, "I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Ron and see if he thinks the same. Some things cannot be changed, such as talent. Talent determines a person's upper limit. If a person's talent is very low, then he will not be able to reach the top level. This is a fact that cannot be changed." In fact, Garp was telling the truth. Talent is very important in this world. If you want to become a top powerhouse, it is impossible to rely on hard work without talent. And Kafu also understood how important a person's talent was to him. He could see the talents of Akainu and Kizaru more clearly, even though these two guys were extremely talented. But it's still a little worse than what he said. That is to say, his current talent is much stronger than these two guys. This is the main reason why he believes that the highest achievements of these two guys in the future will not be higher than his own. It turned out that the talents of these two guys were indeed not as strong as mine. Secondly, they learned from the same teacher, Ron, so there was no difference between them. It is even more impossible to surpass myself. Seeing Garp speak so confidently, Ron on the side just smiled and said nothing. In fact, he also thought that what Garp said was right. However, little Kizaru and little Akainu on the side couldn't help it. I saw the two of them speaking very unconvincingly. 3.9. How is that possible? We are still so young, and you're already so old. If we intensify our training, we will definitely be stronger than you. Yes, we will definitely be better than you. Huh. The two little guys said this with great confidence. After all, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Anyone at such a young age is very confident in themselves. Garp naturally didn't take what the two little guys said to heart, because he didn't believe that the two little guys would be able to surpass him in future achievements. After all, Garp was very confident. He believed very much in his own talent and the experience he had accumulated over the years. So, if these two little guys could surpass him, Garp definitely couldn't do it. But Garp also knew that no matter how hard he practiced, he would never be able to surpass Ron. This is a food chain. There's simply no way to overcome it. Even Garp didn't understand how Ron could be so powerful at such a young age. His understanding of cultivation and everything about it were much better than his own, not to mention that he was still very young. If he reached his age, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Garp couldn't even imagine it. Seeing these people in a daze, Sengoku spoke up and broke the knife. I'm telling you guys, stop bragging and think about your business. Hearing Sengoku's words, the expressions of the others were all stunned. Little Kizaru took a deep breath and said, "What else is there to do? I remember that Marshal Sengoku came here to invite Brother Ron to join the Marines. I remembered that he had clearly refused just now. So, is there anything else we are here to do?" Although Huang Yuan felt very upset about Ron's refusal to join the Marine. After all, he really wanted Ron to join the Marine so that he could train with Ron every day, but now that he had been rejected, he should not think about it anymore. He also knew Ron's character. This guy would never change his mind easily once he refused. Little Kizaru was very clear about this. Sengoku heard Kizaru's words and shook his head. Of course, I'm not talking about this matter. Since Ron has already refused to join the Marine, I won't try to persuade him any further. I'm quite sensible. So the real business I'm talking about is not this matter at all. Didn't you notice? The barbecue on the stove is about to burn. This is the real business. Being reminded by Sengoku. Everyone vaguely smelled a burning smell and then reacted. Because Kizaru suddenly appeared just now, everyone's attention was focused on these little ghosts, so no one noticed that there was still the special Sea King's meat roasting on the stove. Just at this moment, Garp said very anxiously, "I say, old man, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? My favorite meat turned out to be mushy. What should I do? It's really abominable. It's okay to eat it even if it's burnt," Garp said as he rushed towards the meat roasting on the stove. Because he discovered, not only was the meat burnt, but it had also caught fire on the stove. If this continues, I'm afraid I can't eat any of it. And at the same time, little Akainu also rushed over with a whoosh. I have to admit it, his devil fruit ability still comes in handy at this time. He just reached out and grabbed the meat on the stove, completely ignoring the blazing stove. Obviously, Akainu is not afraid of heat at all. This is normal. After all, it is lava fruit. Little Akainu said, "It's over, it's all messed up, it's too late. This meat smells so good. I haven't eaten it yet." I didn't expect that Akainu is also a person who loves to eat. Ron shook his head helplessly. These guys are really big eaters. I didn't expect that they could still eat the burnt meat. But of course, Thread would not eat the failed barbecue. For him, there was as much Sea King's meat as he wanted. Even this extremely rare Sea King's. Ron still had a lot of it, so he didn't care about wasting it all. After all, he is not like other people. Others consider this meat to be extremely valuable, so I don't want to waste it at all. After all, being able to increase the length of a human body's flesh is extremely rare. It was the first time they had seen it in their lives, so they naturally thought it was very regular and naturally did not dare to waste it. Especially Garp. He originally wanted to eat all the good and bad meat, but he didn't expect Akainu to walk over first, take the meat in his hands, and even stuff it directly into his mouth. This can make Garp very angry. He never expected that Akainu was so fast. This guy looked serious on the surface, but he didn't expect that he was also a foodie. Garp was helpless. Sengoku, however, burst out laughing at this time. He was somewhat emotional. After all, since becoming the Marine Marshal, I haven't felt such a relaxed and happy atmosphere for a long time. Now it feels so relaxed and comfortable for everyone to eat barbecue together. It feels like going back to childhood. Even a very upright person like Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little emotional at this time. At the same time, he also felt a little bad for this particular Sea King's roast. After all, he had tasted it before. Not only was it delicious, but it also increased physical strength. It was something priceless. Such an important thing was burnt because they were chatting and not paying attention. It's such a waste of food. Not to mention little Akainu. Even he wanted to take out the burnt meat and have another bite. Even if it turns into charcoal, I can't bear to throw it away. It was the first time for little Akainu to eat this meat. He just thought the meat looked good and the taste was fragrant, so he was greedy and ate it. I didn't know what the benefits of this meat were before I ate it. But when he ate the charred meat, he felt a warm current instantly spread throughout his body. Although the taste was definitely much worse after being charred, its efficacy was no less. Akainu could feel that his physical strength had improved a lot, and this feeling was just like the feeling after exercising for 2 hours. That is to say, eating this one mouthful of meat is equivalent to 2 hours of exercise. This is horrible. Akainu was stunned. How come he didn't think of it? There's actually food that can achieve this effect. If one bite can have such a great effect, then if I keep eating here, wouldn't it be like I don't need to train? Just eating meat can increase my strength? Little Akainu was instantly excited. Then he immediately spoke loudly. This meat is so amazing and magical. Is there any meat like this? I can't wait to eat it now. Even if it's mushy, it doesn't matter. Kizaru was confused when he saw Akainu like this. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. He had never seen him lose his temper like this before. How could he be so obsessed with a piece of mushy meat? Strange cabinet? Akainu also noticed Kizaru's look at him, but he ignored it. Now, this is no longer important to him. What is important is to quickly get another bite of meat to eat. Little Kizaru was also dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out what was going on with Akainu. Normally, this guy wouldn't lose his temper like this, not to mention that it was just an ordinary piece of meat. Although Akainu was very greedy, he wouldn't use tense expressions for such a small piece of meat, especially burnt meat. He even acted like he was protecting his food, as if he was afraid that he would snatch it away. This made Kizaru a little confused. He was stunned for a moment, then spoke slowly. Hey, what's wrong with you? A piece of burnt meat shouldn't make you lose your composure like this, you guy. Kizaru's expression was a little exaggerated now. He really couldn't understand why the other party was like this. Akainu had no time to pay attention to Kizaru. He was eating happily and felt that the energy of 967 in his body was constantly gathering his physical strength and improving various aspects. He didn't expect that eating a piece of meat would have such a great effect. It was really too exaggerated. But, after all, Kizaru's sword pattern haki has been practiced to perfection. Didn't hear from Akainu though, but he could still feel it. Akainu's strength was increasing. Although this increase is very slight, just a small increase, but since it is constantly increasing, it is really unbelievable, because Akainu is just there doing nothing. If he really did something, it was at most eating meat. Could it be? Think of this. Kizaru also found it a little unbelievable, but he was not stupid after all. On the contrary, he is very smart. I immediately felt that there was something unusual. That is it. He suddenly thought that maybe this meat brought him this effect. If this was true, then it was really amazing. He couldn't wait to try it. After all, improving strength through training was too slow and tiring. If eating could make you stronger, who could resist this temptation? Not to mention, this can be seen from Akainu's extremely protective attitude towards food. There must be something wrong with this meat. When I think of this, Kizaru couldn't help it. He also wanted to take a look. What good stuff is this? So, he rushed over at a speed almost as fast as light. Then I saw the meat on the barbecue that was even more burnt. He just grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. The speed is extremely fast. After all, if Akainu becomes stronger, it is absolutely necessary for him to become stronger himself. The two of them have always been in a healthy competitive relationship. So, since the other party can eat it, then I can eat it too. No matter whether it tastes bad or not, as long as it can make me stronger, then I won't lose. Seeing Kizaru's move, little Akainu was not willing to lag behind. At the same time, he picked up the remaining pieces of burnt meat. Then he stuffed it into his mouth frantically. This made the two old guys, Sengoku and Garp, stunned. They hadn't expected it. These two guys, they even fight over meat. And it is really unbelievable that we are eating the mushy meat. Originally, Garp wanted to go up and eat 2 pieces, but when he saw the 2 little guys had already snatched up all the remaining mushy meat, he was too embarrassed to go to school and could only cover his face and smile bitterly. It seems that these 2 guys also want to become stronger, and they have obviously noticed that the meat is unusual. After little Kizaru finished eating, he only felt a burst of fragrance, and then his whole person underwent a transformation. Although it was not too strong, it was indeed stronger than before. This change was really sudden, so it made him a little confused, but also made him excited. At this time, he finally understood why Akainu was so eager to eat the meat. And why not let him eat it? It turns out that this kid was eating all the food himself. It was so abominable that such good things were not shared with him. But, fortunately, I was smart enough to grab one in time, otherwise I would have been caught up by Akainu. This guy can't beat me in the first place. What if he becomes stronger after eating this meat and can beat me? Seeing Akainu eating so enthusiastically, he couldn't help but eat it crazily, thinking that this burnt meat would be very unpalatable. But who would have thought that it was surprisingly delicious and had a special fragrance? This puzzled him a little. Why the burnt meat tastes so good? Moreover, he had never eaten this kind of meat before. What kind of meat could have such magical effects? This not only made him curious again. After all, little Kizaru was a curious person. He just looked at Ron excitedly and said, "What a nice smell. What on earth is it? And I can feel my strength increasing. How is this possible? How can I gain strength just by eating? What kind of meat is this?" He asked while chewing and looking at Ron with slurred words. Look at this little guy with his bulging cheeks. Before Ron could speak, Garp couldn't help but burst out laughing. At the same time, since Garp didn't get any meat, he felt a little greedy at this time. After all, he saw those 2 guys eating so happily. So I really want to try it. So he immediately opened his mouth and spoke. "Friend Ron, such delicious food. Is this all you have? Make some more. It won't be enough for all of us. Ha." Looking at how much these 2 little guys are eating, I'm a little jealous. Is there any more? If there is, I'd be so shameless as to ask for some more. I have to say, Garp is very thick-skinned, and he can totally ignore it at critical moments, so it was very natural for him to say this. However, Sengoku, who was standing by, was more respectable and heard Garp's very shameless way of asking for help. So he glared at him and said, "You are a hero of the Marine Corps. How could you do such a shameless thing? Can you please have some dignity? Besides, there definitely isn't that much meat of this kind. After all, this kind of thing is extremely rare. How could there be so much in stock? So please don't make it difficult for little friend Ron." After hearing what Sengoku said, Garp understood, but he was still very depressed. After all, if such a good thing was gone, it would be a huge blow to him. That means I won't be able to eat it anymore, looking at his dejected expression. At the same time, little Kizaru and little Akainu also had the same dejected expression. At this time, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent with Garp's. But Ron suddenly smiled and said to him, "Who says there are only so many of these things? There are plenty of them." Everyone present was stunned when they heard Ron's words, because they originally thought that this magical Sea King's barbecue was the only one, and it would be gone after eating, so they were scrambling to eat the burnt meat. But Ron said that there was still a lot of this stuff, which really made them a little unbelievable. If there really was so much, then wouldn't what they just said be ridiculous? Especially little Akainu and little Kizaru. 013. After all, the two of them were fighting for the food the most just now, and they ate all the burnt meat, so when they heard the news, their expressions were stunned. Little Akainu said excitedly, "What? There are more? This is incredible. I felt my physical strength increased by 1% outside of the exams. This is too exaggerated. If I train normally, I will have to train for a long time to achieve this effect. And if it tastes so good, even if it's burnt, wouldn't it taste even better if it's good new meat?" Little Akainu drooled as he spoke, and it must be said that he was really greedy now. He is a person who loves to eat, and after seeing so many delicious foods, he wants to eat even more. Little Kizaru also scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect there would be such a thing. If I had known this, I wouldn't have grabbed the burnt ones. Although these burnt ones are also delicious, they're still a little bit worse. However, it can really improve my physical attributes." This really surprised me. Sengoku was also very shocked at this time. He was very reserved, which made him want to eat it very much, but in that situation, just now, he did not fight with these children for it. But he still wanted to eat it, so when he heard Ron say there was still a lot, he was very excited, which meant that he could taste this delicious barbecue again soon. As for Garp, I had already sat there impatiently waiting to eat the barbecue. For such good stuff. He said he really wanted to eat a lot. He just said it very excitedly. "No, I really want to eat. Give me some more. Ha ha. Let Ron help you take the test. It will be a bit tiring if you take the test by yourself. Come on, let me lend a hand." In order to eat faster, Garp came directly to Ron and prepared to help Ron. Sengoku was speechless when he saw the expression of Garp, the disabled sister. She was so old, but she was so shameless just for a little food. It was really embarrassing. Sengoku coughed and then spoke. "I'm talking to you, guy. Can you please not be so shameless?" Garp waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Hey, how are you talking? How can this be called shameless? Don't you guys want to eat? If you dare, don't eat it when it's ready." Hearing this, little Kizaru and little Akainu couldn't help themselves and rushed forward to speak. "Brother Ron, let us help you take the exam on May 1st. In order to eat this magical barbecue and make it taste even better, the two little guys completely ignored any aspect of face. Seeing the two brats with such expressions, Sengoku was speechless. It's so embarrassing. But to be honest, if I wasn't a Marine Marshal, I would have rushed up as well. No one could have imagined that such a harmonious scene could occur among the Marines. Everyone gathered here. A small barbecue grill, whether it is a Marine soldier, a Marine hero, or a Marine Marshal. We are busy here in a very harmonious way. I have to say, everyone in front of the screen was extremely envious when seeing this scene, especially those people from the original world. After all, in their world, there has never been such harmony. After all, the strength of the Marines around the world is still relatively weak, so it is impossible to be so comfortable. So see this scene. Marine Marshal Sengoku from the original world couldn't help but sigh. I never thought that the Otherworld line would be so harmonious. I'm really envious. When will our world be so harmonious? It seems impossible. Gar from the original world also sighed and said, "That's right. It's because there is Ron in the Otherworld, but not in our world, that the gap between our two worlds is so huge. I never thought that the Otherworld would live in such harmony. Not only are they powerful, but the whole living atmosphere is also better than our world. No wonder the Marines in that world seem so full of life." As soon as these words came out, all the Marines present were instantly filled with emotion. After all, they had seen the Otherworld through this comparison video, and also saw why the Otherworld became what it was later. They had originally thought that no matter how powerful the Otherworld was, it was impossible for all Marines to show such happy smiles. Now that they had seen the Otherworld and the previous timeline, they finally understood why the Marines in the Otherworld were all smiling. Because in another world, they really lived a very happy life. It's not as dangerous as this world. It is still very safe in the Otherworld, and they actually have this kind of mysterious thing. Only then did everyone know why the Marine in the Otherworld improved so quickly. It turned out that they also had this magical barbecue. It must be said that all of them were extremely envious, because they did not have such a magical thing in this world. Mainly because they did not have Ron. Because this magical barbecue was brought to the Marine from another world by thread. If there were threads in their world, maybe the Marines in their world could also become so powerful, because they could become stronger just by eating meat, which is what all Marines dream of. I have to say, even the Marine Marshal Sengoku of this world began to envy him. He even wondered if he could get this kind of magical barbecue in his own world. If he could catch these Sea Kings. 000 then. They can also use these Sea Kings like the threads in another world, and then share them with all the Marine soldiers so that they can all gain powerful strength. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but look in the direction of Ron. He really wanted to ask how to catch these Sea Kings, but he also saw it from the comparison video. This magical sea breeze tear is quite difficult to capture. It is a pity that there is no way to capture it by relying on their own strength. To be honest, now they really want to have this method to become stronger quickly. However, they knew that there was no way they could succeed because they had no way of catching these Sea Kings. They had also heard from the other party in the live broadcast room how difficult it was to catch the Poseidon. Their existence alone made it difficult to reach the deepest part of the seabed, let alone catch these Sea Kings at such a deep place. Although the creatures on these Sea Kings are very small, they are extremely powerful. Although they know where they are, unfortunately, there is no way to catch them, so they can only envy them. And at the same time, in the video, how many people are still barbecuing there? I have to say, the special texture of the meat of this kind of Sea Kings makes it extremely difficult to roast it. It takes a lot of effort to make it a little bit cooked. Even with the hottest fire, even little Akainu, with his lava fire, cannot roast the meat quickly. This is also very difficult. And the most difficult thing about this barbecue is not getting it cooked through. But it was difficult for him to control the fire after the food was cooked, because, once cooked, it will quickly turn into mush. That is to say, take some out right after they are cooked, otherwise they will get burnt. This is also the main reason why the meat they ate before was burnt. The right temperature is extremely difficult to control. This is what makes this meat special. Little Akainu and little Kizaru stared at the barbecue with deep affection and tension. In order to eat more barbecue and become stronger, these two guys are trying their best to protect the barbecue. After all, after Ron's explanation to them just now, they also understood that the efficacy of this kind of barbecue would be greatly reduced if it was burnt. If it was just cooked through, then it would reach 100% efficacy. They had just eaten the burnt meat. Even the burnt meat could make them stronger and improve their physical fitness. What about the burnt meat? This also made the two little guys curious, and they couldn't wait to try it and see what the effect was. Look at these two little guys. Sengoku and Garp were speechless. It also reminds them of when they were little. Isn't it like this? Garp and Sengoku also knew each other when they were very young, so it was the same as Akainu and Kizaru at that time. Like competition, people are scrambling to do everything. When the two old guys thought of this, they couldn't help but look at each other and then smiled. Garp said, haha, these two guys are really... Sengoku nodded as well. Yes, it really does look like when we were kids. I have to say time flies by so fast. Soon we will both be old. Haha. The two old guys were talking as they turned the barbecue on the table. At the same time, he looked at Ron and said, Nords, Ron, although you don't look very old, you seem to be very mature. Even when we are with you, we can't treat you as a child. I always feel that you're much more mature than us. This is really incredible. Ron was still a teenager after all, but Sengoku and Garp could feel that this guy seemed very mature inside. In fact, there's a reason why Garp said this. After all, he is now middle-aged, so his views on many things are very different. But, however, he found that his views on many things were not as thorough as Ron's, because Ron was only a teenager. How is this possible? When I think of this place, Garp felt that Ron was not as young as he appeared to be. His mental age seemed to be more mature than his own, because he saw many issues much more thoroughly than he did. When Garp finished speaking, Sengoku couldn't help but nod. He had never thought about this question, but when Garp said it, he immediately felt that what Garp said made a lot of sense. I didn't feel that before. But now, think back carefully. Many of Ron's actions indeed show that he is far beyond his age. Even someone as mature and steady as myself. There are many times when I feel inferior to Ron. So Sengoku was really shocked at this time. He couldn't imagine it. How can a 10-year-old child achieve such high achievements? Why is he so powerful? Why does he have such profound ideas? So Sengoku couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that, Garp, an old man like you, sometimes speaks with a lot of sense. Indeed, after you put it that way, I also think that Luo one is really a mature guy at his age. Sometimes I really feel that he is not like a child, but like a little adult. How did he do that? It's really strange. He's so young, but he has such great strength and such a good state of mind. To be honest, if a person is very strong and can achieve such strength at this age, at most we can say that he is just gifted because there are always geniuses in the world. However, at this age, he has knowledge that he did not have when he was thousands of years old. This is indeed a bit exaggerated. After all, life experience is directly related to a person's thinking. But this kind of thing can only be acquired with time. After all, if you don't experience music theory and spend time to understand it, you will never know it. Garp nodded. UB asterisk 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 D. Am I as bad as you say? Sometimes I have a very sharp eye. Can you see through many people? Garp was very unhappy, but he was too lazy to argue with Sengoku about these messy things. After all, he was used to it. At this time, Garp looked at Ron again and said lightly while eating the barbecue in his mouth, By the way, Ron, can you tell us about your previous experience? We don't know your experience now. We only know that you became so strong later. But where did you come from before? And how did you gain such strength? In fact, Garp has wanted to ask this question for a long time. Because Ron is so strong and has great vision. Such a terrifying existence. He must have experienced something that they didn't know about. So, the card layer really wants to know where Ron came from before. Sengoku also nodded. He also wanted to ask. So he also echoed Garp's question. That's right, Ron. I wonder if you can tell us about this. We are really curious. Actually, it's not just Garp and Sengoku. Even everyone in the original world was looking forward to this question. Because they are also very curious. Such a powerful person. Where did he come from? Who did he learn from? Think of this. Everyone couldn't wait to watch the screen. Hope. You could see the answer from the live broadcast. After all, this is the only chance to ask Ron a gentleman. Sengoku from the original world was even more excited at this time. He really hoped that in another world he could ask this question to Ron when he was little, because now he had no way of asking this question to the adult Ron. I guess only little Ron can answer this question. So at this time, Sengoku from the original world was extremely excited. I couldn't help but clench my fists, staring at the screen intently. I couldn't help but say this in my heart. This is a question I have always been very curious about. Sure enough, I'm also curious about this question in another world. I would like to see how he answers. If we can know Ron's whereabouts or how he came here, then why don't we go to where he came from and take a look? To be able to train such a powerful person, it proves that his master is also very powerful. And maybe his master has a lot more powerful things that he hasn't passed on to Ron. If we go, maybe we can learn a thing or two from him. This question has been on my mind for a long time. It would be great if I could ask this question in another world. Not only Sengoku from the original world, but also Garp from the original world is highly anticipated. Because through the video just now, he has already seen that the reason why he is stronger in the other world is entirely because of this intersection between him and Chuanchi. He has no way of interacting with Ron in this world now if he wants to become stronger. Then the only way is to find Ron's master, if Ron can tell his origins there. Then in this world, perhaps we can find someone like Ron. When I think of this, Garp couldn't wait to know the answer. But he was also very clear. If you want to know the answer, go watch Sengoku from another world. Can you ask this question? Garp couldn't help but think to himself, although I am old, if my strength can be improved faster, then I am willing to make progress. But now there is no way to find a way to improve. So Ron is my only hope, but I can't ask the current Ron, because he simply can't tell me. So if Sengoku in another world can find out Ron's origins, then I will definitely go and find out. Maybe I can get to know Ron's master. It would be great if you could teach me some tips on how to become stronger. Sengoku and Garp each have their own plans. And in the video, after Sengoku from another world asked this question, the whole place became very quiet, because everyone present also wanted to know where Ron came from, especially little Kizaru and Akainu. After all, they were the two people who benefited the most. So, they're very curious. How can Ron be so strong at his age? Where did he come from? So everyone was waiting for Ron's answer, because they all wanted to know why this guy Ron had such strong strength, and where did he learn it from? Someone must give it to him. Otherwise, how could he be so strong at such a young age? No matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to learn without a teacher. This is the most real thought in everyone's mind right now. Ron looked at everyone around him looking at him, and couldn't help but smile and shook his head. To be honest, it was difficult for him to explain where he came from because no one would believe him. He is not from this world at all. So, he didn't know how to answer these guys' questions, so he just spoke lightly. I'm not really sure where I'm from either, so I can't answer your question. Just a simple sentence. Instantly, different thoughts emerged in the minds of everyone present. They really couldn't imagine it. How can a person not know where he comes from? Sengoku couldn't help but frown. He suddenly thought of a terrible phenomenon. That is it. There was once a vanished race in this world, known as the gods. Their origins are untraceable. Could it be? Is the man in front of me from this race? He couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, if that's the case, does that mean you're from there? Think of this. Sengoku's heart was in his throat. If this was true, then he had discovered an incredible secret. Of course, Hap knew what Sengoku was talking about, and he couldn't help but open his eyes wide in shock. Then speaking of, what? That's impossible. If it's that race, then it can't be. Wrong. Didn't that race disappear long ago? How could there still be people? They disappeared 800 years ago. How is it possible that this race of people still exists today? Sengoku and Garp looked at each other, and both saw surprise in their expressions. Actually, what is even more incredible is the person involved, Ron. He also looked at Sengoku and Garp in confusion. What were these two guys thinking? What is that race? What is the God clan that disappeared 800 years ago? Why has he never heard of it? Ron couldn't help but shook his head and said, I say you two old guys don't think too much. I'm not the God you're talking about. I really don't know where I come from, so don't ask me that question. He really didn't want to be bothered by this question, because he was basically the only one who knew where it came from, and no one else could know this secret, so he was too lazy to answer. That's why I said I didn't know. Certainly, Sengoku and Garp don't think so. They firmly believe that Ron was a member of the God clan that disappeared 800 years ago. Think of this. Sengoku and Garp couldn't help but feel a little scared, because after all, the world government was the culprit that destroyed the gods. If Ron is really a descendant of God, 0.2, doesn't that mean he is the enemy of the world government? When I think of this, the two old guys couldn't help but feel a chill all over their bodies. If that's really the case, this is not good news. Everyone knows how terrible Ron's shit is now. If they are really enemies, then no one can defeat Ron. Then won't the Marines be doomed along with the world government? Although they were not short of people, Sengoku and Kabu looked at each other with a chill down their spines when they thought of this possibility. They really couldn't imagine what would happen if this was really the case. After all, no one knew better than the two of them how powerful Ron was. If he really joined the Marine team, no one would be able to match him. Even the entire world government combined would not be able to match him. So if he was really a Protoss, it would be terrible. When I think of this, Sengoku couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't dare to ask directly, what if the other party didn't remember it? But his question reminded the other party and made the other party aware of his loss. Wouldn't that be shooting himself in the foot? So he thought of this. He couldn't help but frown. But he must do everything he can to figure out what is going on. If it is true, then they must prepare early. If it is false, then they can rest assured. If this matter cannot be clarified, it will be like a stone sinking in his heart, making him unable to let it go. So he must find out what is going on now. Garp had the same idea as Sengoku. He also frowned and looked at Ron. He didn't know how to ask the question, so he could only wait for Sengoku to ask the question because he knew that Sengoku would always have a way. After all, he was a general, so it was impossible for him to have no way at all. When I think of this, Garp then turned his attention to Sengoku. Sengoku certainly noticed that Garp was looking at him, and he was also very helpless. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he was trying to think of how to deal with the current situation and how to ask the question. Because there was no specific method, he had to be very cautious now. So, he turned his head and gave Garp a look, indicating that he should stay calm and let him handle everything. Garp, of course, understood what Sengoku was thinking. He just nodded and remained silent. After Sengoku thought carefully for a moment, a concrete idea finally came in his mind. So he turned his head to look in Ron's direction and said lightly, "Oh, right. Which place impressed you the most? That is, the place that you first remembered. If you don't know where you came from, you should know where you came from, right?" Sengoku wants to figure out whether Ron is a god by the place that impressed him the most, because Sengoku knows very well where the gods gather. So if the thread is close to there, he is very likely a descendant of the gods. Then the problem becomes complicated. I heard Sengoku ask this. Ron couldn't help but frown. He really didn't like answering these questions. First, he really didn't know how to answer them. Second, answering these questions was meaningless to him because from the current perspective, he came directly from another world, so there was no way to answer it. So, he said a little impatiently, "Why do you keep asking me this question, Mr. Sengoku? Is my background important to you, or are you trying to find out something?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku does not swim the road west exit cool air. I didn't expect Ron to be so alert. It was bad news that he could sense that he was testing him just from one of his words. If that was the case, then there was no way for Zhanghua to continue asking questions. He could also tell from Ron's tone that he was a little impatient. Sengoku didn't want to anger this man. If continuing to ask would make him blend in, he would rather not ask. So he said, "Misunderstood. Ron, you totally misunderstood me. For me, I'm mainly curious about where Ron got his strength from. So I just want to ask. I don't have any other intentions, so please don't misunderstand me." Garp also echoed, "Haha, since Ron doesn't want to say it, then I won't say it. Actually, we really don't mean anything else, so please don't misunderstand. Oh, there's one more thing that I am very concerned about. Is this barbecue cooked? I have to say, Garp's technique of changing the subject is really awkward. You're simply forcing it." Sengoku on the side felt a little embarrassed and ashamed. "Even if you want to change the subject, you can't be so abrupt. We were originally talking about this issue and suddenly turned to barbecue. This is really too abrupt." But Garp had no idea how embarrassed he was. Instead, he pounced on the barbecue very seriously, because they were talking while grilling, and grilling requires careful attention to the heat. If it is overcooked, the taste will be affected and it will be very unpalatable. So he was paying attention the whole time. Just like last time, because he didn't pay attention, all these precious sea kings were burnt. To not allow this to happen, Garp has been paying attention to the barbecue. Although he said that just now to change the subject, on the other hand, the barbecue is really about to be cooked. Ron sighed. It would be a good thing if these guys stopped asking questions. He was too lazy to answer, so when Garp tried to change the subject, he didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he just went along with what he was saying. "It's almost cooked. Share it with everyone. Don't worry about overcooking it. If it's overcooked, it will sacrifice its nutrition and its increased attributes will become even less." As soon as they saw Ron's words, everyone else couldn't wait to pick up the barbecue, because if it was left for a long time, as Ron said, its properties would become less, and then it would not have such a great effect if they ate it themselves. After all, this kind of barbecue can increase their attributes, so they still cherish it very much. So, just then the rod. But I could only sigh in silence. It was a pity that I didn't ask Luo when this question this time. It seems that I can only ask him again when I have time. However, this also completely opened his curiosity. He decided to investigate thoroughly after returning this time to see if the Protoss really has a descendant. If there is a descendant, then this person is likely to be Luo C, so he must be prepared in advance. Because I know how terrible Ron is, I take this matter so seriously. However, Zhanhui sincerely hopes that Ron is not a descendant of the gods. This was something he sincerely hoped for. After all, Sengoku didn't want to be an enemy of Ron, because he knew very well that this man was too terrifying. If he were to be an enemy of this man, then Haikwan and the world government combined would not be his match, and their marine would have no chance of winning. So Sengoku didn't want such a thing with no chance of winning to happen. That's why he didn't want Ron to be a descendant of God, because if they're descendants of the gods, then they will inevitably reach a moment of confrontation one day. Although he had just confirmed that Luo 957N had no intention of being an enemy of Marine, and he and Marine were getting along very well now. But Sengoku is not sure whether he knows your origins. If he knew that you were a descendant of the gods, and knew that there are so many grievances between the world government, would he still feel the same as he does now? Would he still maintain his current attitude? The answer is absolutely not, because he knows it very well too. Think about it from another angle. If I and Ron exchanged for a gentleman, and I was a descendant of the gods when I knew this identity and I had strong strength, I would not be friendly with my enemies. That's exactly what I thought. So, Sengoku confirmed. If that day ever comes, Ron will become the enemy of Marine without hesitation. Sengoku was so absorbed in thinking that he neglected other people's feelings. Everyone was happily eating barbecue at this time, except Sengoku, who was lost in thought. So you seemed a little out of place, and he just stood there in a daze. And at this time, Garp really integrated into the group very naturally, and was happily eating barbecue there, which made Sengoku speechless. He couldn't help but sigh that Garp was really broad-minded. Garp was very worried just now, but he didn't expect that he would immediately put the matter behind him in an instant. Ron looked at Sengoku's expression and had no idea what this guy was thinking. To be honest, Ron is also very strange. What the hell is wrong with this guy Sengoku? Why do you look so worried? And he behaved very well when he first came, but he has shown this incompatible attitude since then. But this didn't matter to Ron because Ron was too lazy to care about his affairs. Anyway, as long as he doesn't worry about his background, he can do whatever he wants. In fact, Ron didn't know that Sengoku had already imagined him to be a descendant of the gods. To be honest, Ron didn't even know what the Protoss were. For this ethnic group, Ron hasn't seen it in the anime either, so he had no idea what this Sengoku guy was worried about. But Ron really likes the excitement at this time. I finally understand why so many people in the original book like to hold banquets. I have to admit it. It is really a pleasant thing to hold a banquet when there are many people. Ron looked at the many Marines present. He also showed a knowing smile. The people here were very reserved at first, but now they're gradually relaxing. Everyone is finding various tools to start barbecuing and singing, and the whole scene is very lively. Except for Sengoku. For some reason, Sengoku has been looking sad since a while ago. And at the same time, an extremely interesting thing happened. Garp's son Dorag is back. And he didn't come back by himself. He actually brought a woman back. This person, it turned out to be Dorag's wife. He appeared suddenly. It wasn't just Ron who was confused, because when he read the original novel, he didn't know who Dragon's wife was. In other words, he didn't know who Lu Fei's mother was. And this time, I guess we will know. Speaking of this woman in front of him, Ron had never seen her in anime before. I don't know who it is. This aroused Ron's curiosity. To be honest, this was the thing Ron was most curious about today. Certainly, Ron wasn't the only one who was curious. Garp was even more confused. How could he have never thought that his son would bring a woman back? Although his son has reached this age, this sudden change still shocked him. What's going on? His son has been away from home for a long time. Originally, his son was a Marine in the Marine. I don't know why I suddenly left Marine. After so many years, I'm back again. To be honest, at first Garp was a little excited. After all, he was his son and he missed him very much. But when he saw Dorag, he came back with a woman. He also said that this was his wife. This made Garp a little confused. Originally, they said that Marine was here to enjoy Ron's barbecue and held a party here. It was originally a happy occasion. But now, all the Marines fell silent. From the previous bustle to the ultimate silence. It has to be said that this sudden change made many people feel a little uncomfortable, but everyone couldn't care about these feelings at this time. They just wanted to see the excitement in Garp's house. After all, this kind of thing can still arouse people's 8 trigrams hearts. Everyone wants to know who is the woman that Garp's son brought back. And now many people in the Marine actually know Dragon. After all, they were colleagues before. So I became even more curious at this time. Garp walked over with a confused look on his face and said, Drago, what the hell are you doing? Where have you been all these years? In fact, Garp was not surprised that Dragon would come back here, and not only everyone in Garp Marine was not surprised. After all, this is Garp's hometown and also Dorag's hometown. Dorag was born in Windmill Village, so it is understandable that he came back here. Hearing Garp's question, Dorag laughed and said, Long time no see, Dad. Look who I brought back for you. As Dorag said this, he introduced the woman next to him. Zero, this is my wife. Ha 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 ha. How about bringing it back to you today? Garp was a little confused by the sudden introduction. Said embarrassedly, When did you get married? Why didn't you even tell me about your marriage? I think you are really a bit shameless. Damn it. I really want to hit you in the face with my slippers again. Garp grumbled for a long time, but did not really do anything. After all, his daughter-in-law was there, so he had to give her some face. He couldn't make things too awkward when they met for the first time. He turned his head and looked at Durager. The woman next to him was his daughter-in-law. Then take a closer look. To be honest, I haven't even seen Garp. To be honest, although Garp is an old man who has fought on the battlefield for many years, he was still quite embarrassed at this moment, because it was the first time he saw his daughter-in-law. To be honest, Garp was really confused at this time, which was completely contrary to the image of a Marine hero. It must be said that this was indeed the most embarrassing day for Garp. He didn't even know how to talk to this woman. Sengoku obviously noticed Garp's embarrassment, but even though Dragon had left the Marine, Sengoku still regarded him as a very reliable junior. So he stood up and said, I never thought that after not seeing you for such a long time, Dorag actually found a wife. It really makes me feel a little unbelievable. I thought you would be lonely for the rest of your life, huh? After all, we were all very familiar with each other in the Marine, so it was more natural for us to speak to each other. Dorag also said with a laugh, It's been a while since we last met, Sengoku. How are you doing lately? Are you still single? It's time to find a companion, ha ha ha. I have to say, it turns out that Dorag is also a very talkative person. But this sentence made Sengoku feel a little embarrassed, and he was really speechless. He had already talked about the most difficult topic for him to face. This topic was too embarrassing for him, and he didn't know how to solve it. He could only smile awkwardly and then continue. I'm not in a hurry. Seeing this, Dorag continued. Don't be in a hurry. Look at my dad. He's going to have a grandson soon, and you don't even have a wife. It has to be said that every word of Turiko pierced Sengoku's heart like a thorn. Sengoku was really speechless. Why is this guy's words becoming more and more irritating? He originally intended to ease Garp's embarrassment, but he didn't expect to make himself extremely embarrassed. However, he was about to take 2 steps back and leave this embarrassing scene to Garp and his son Dorag. But what no one expected was that Dorag continued. By the way, how are you and Sister He doing lately? I think you two should just get together. You both like each other, so why are you still hesitating at this time? Just get together quickly. I'm very optimistic about you two. So what are you waiting for? Hear this. Sengoku's face darkened. This was originally a secret between the two of them in the Marines. Now, this guy Durager actually revealed this secret in front of all the Marines. It was so embarrassing that I wanted to dig a place to hide. Garp actually meant to laugh at this time. He just liked to see Sengoku get humiliated and stand up and speak out. I have to say, my eldest son is right, Sengoku. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Even a bear like Dragon has found a wife. What are you waiting for? I think it's better to talk to Crane today. You two are really a good match. Sengoku was really embarrassed. At this time, the other Marines started to make a fuss when they heard the news. I have to say, although this is a secret, most people in Marine 1.6 figured it out. After all, they are not stupid. Moreover, they usually love to make jokes about Sengoku and privately speculate and discuss Sengoku's private life. Of course, I was very excited to hear that the secret was revealed. After all, everyone loves to eat melons. Even Marine in the underwater world is no exception. After hearing the news, Everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked, especially for people from the original world. They were still different before, because no one knows when in another world Sengoku and staff officer he got together. However, we can now see some clues from a video. It turns out that from this time on, the world line may have changed a little from the original world. But what happened to bring these two people together? This made everyone in the original world extremely curious. 18. Sengoku from the original world was very embarrassed at this time and didn't know what to say. But the others did make fun of it. Garp of the original world. Sengoku, look at you in the other world. Haha, it seems like something good is going to happen. Look, everyone knows about you, and Chief of Staff, haha. Seeing Garp from the original world looking so smug, Sengoku from the original world really wanted to kick Garp away. But just at this moment, in the video, young Sengoku was speechless at everyone's teasing, but he couldn't get angry at this time. After all, there were so many people here. He just felt so embarrassed. Because, staff officer, he is also here. So, this made it so that the two of them really didn't know what to say to each other when they were together. They were so embarrassed that they didn't even know where to put their hands. At the same time, Garp continued, Hey, you two guys, are you really not going to think about this? Don't wait until my son is married and you two still haven't received any news. At the same time, Dorag also said, Yes, we came back this time to get married. Why don't we do it together? It's a double happiness. What do you think, Sengoku brother? Sengoku was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. He could only bury his head, eat barbecue madly, and pretend that he didn't hear anything. Staff officer he on the side also turned his head away. To be honest, the atmosphere was really too awkward. After all, there are so many people here, all the Marines are here. And at this time, Zephyr also walked over and said very inappropriately, No wonder you, Sengoku, haven't found your other half for so long. It turns out that you like staff officer he. I just found out about this, and you guys kept it from me. Sengoku really wanted to kick all these old guys out. This folding method really shows no sense of taste. Don't you know how embarrassing this is? Why do you have to say this? Garp said with a laugh. You're just too stupid. You didn't see it, but we all saw it. You, like Sengoku, have no emotional intelligence. As the only one among the older generation who is married, Garp really has the right to teach people a lesson. Zephyr was speechless and shook his head. I really didn't see that. I thought Sengoku was not planning to start a family like me. It turns out he has someone he likes, but can't say it out loud. That's wrong. How can a man not say that? Sengoku, you need to be brave. The way it was folded didn't reveal Sengoku's embarrassed expression at all. Instead, he said it again and again. This was too much for Sengoku to bear. So he coughed twice and then said, Hey, can you guys stop discussing this matter? Don't you see where we are now? Is it okay to discuss things here? Don't listen to what Garp says. That's not what I meant. Don't let him lead you astray. Sengoku now wished he could find a place to hide in. It was too embarrassing. There was nothing more embarrassing than the current situation. It would be better if staff officer he was not here. After all, these are just jokes among grown men, which is nothing special under normal circumstances. But today, staff officer he happened to be here. This is really embarrassing. Saying such things in front of Cha-Mu, Sengoku would feel very embarrassed even when he was young, not to mention his old age. So, he really wanted to bury his head in the sand now. But Garp and his gang have no sense of taste and are completely unable to see their own predicament. He was still talking so much, which really D off Sengoku. He really wanted to beat all these people to death with one punch. To relieve the hatred in my heart. Garp saw that Sengoku didn't respond for a long time, so he spoke immediately. Hey, why haven't you said anything for so long? Since Chief of Staff, he is here today, why don't we just talk it out today? Oh, Ron is here too. Why not ask him to be a witness? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a close friend like us as a witness, why wouldn't we agree? Come on, Sengoku, take your courage and act like a man. These words really D off Sengoku. But I really didn't expect that Garp not only didn't stop, but became even worse. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. Why let Ron be a witness? How is that possible? How old is Ron? Two old men are getting married and letting a child be a witness. How did you come up with this? Is there something wrong with your brain? Sengoku now really wants to throw Garp into the sea. He had never wanted to kill this guy Garp as much as he did today. It was really infuriating and embarrassing. Sengoku even secretly glanced at staff officer he next to him and found that staff officer, he also had a very embarrassed expression. This made Sengoku feel even more uneasy. If it's because of this matter, it would be bad if staff officer he had any grudge in his heart. However, Sengoku wanted to stop Garp. Garp became more and more excited as he spoke. They even started to make arrangements on their own and even dragged Ron into it, which made Ron feel speechless, but he was also very interested in this matter. If it were any other normal thing, Ron wouldn't actually get involved, but this matter is indeed very interesting. In fact, Lingyong also wants to know if there is any secret between Sengoku and the staff officer. It would be very interesting if they could open up to each other here. After all, these things cannot be seen in the original book. If this could be changed in this world, then Ron's trip here would not be in vain. So, he really wanted to find out. Is there any possibility between them? This is actually one of Ron's bad tastes. After all, this world is actually quite boring. It would be nice if something could change this boring situation. So, Ron intends to make this happen himself. So, as soon as Garp finished speaking, Ron took over the conversation. Duh. Well, if that's really the case, then I'd be happy to be a witness. This is a very interesting thing. Ha, I can't wait. Ron's words. This confused everyone present, because from the beginning when they arrived until now, Ron actually said very little and he rarely took the initiative to take charge of anything. But now, he actually volunteered to be a witness for Sengoku and Chief of Staff he. It must be said that this was a shocking thing for everyone. It was even more shocking than what happened between Sengoku and Chief of Staff he, especially for Garp. How come he never thought that the other party would agree with his casual suggestion? Before he said, he thought Ron absolutely disagreed, and he had said that just to tease Sengoku. Who could have thought of that? Ron actually agreed happily and seemed eager to do so. This puzzled Garp. Why was Ron so interested in this matter, but not interested in other things at all? What's going on? Garp opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing what to say. He just scratched his head and said, I'm really surprised, Ron. Why are you so interested in this matter? You're not a member of our Marine. You should have just met Sengoku. Why are you so interested in Sengoku's time allocation? This makes me very confused. If you are from our Marine, this is understandable. After all, you often come into contact with Sengoku and Chief of Staff in the Marine, so you should be very interested in their affairs and hope to see the effect of Marshal Sengoku. But you are not from the Marine, so you should not be interested in the Marine's affairs. Garp said a lot in one breath, expressing all the questions in his mind, because he was very curious why Ron would suddenly be interested in this kind of thing. Could it be that he knew Sengoku or staff officer he before, so he was interested in their affairs? Hearing Garp say this, Sengoku was completely speechless. I didn't expect that Garp was just doing this to amuse himself. This shameless thing actually admitted it. But Sengoku was also very surprised because he didn't understand why Ron was so interested in this matter. He had tried to promise Ron many interesting things before, but Ron didn't agree. Ron was not interested in the conditions he offered, so why was he suddenly so interested in his matter? What on earth is this guy planning? Even Sengoku is confused. Staff officer he, who was standing by, was very shy before. After all, even though she is so old, she is still a woman after all. Generally speaking, women are more embarrassed than men when faced with such things. But when he found out that Ron was so interested in this matter, he also felt that something was unusual, which made him no longer shy. Instead, he looked at Ron in surprise. For a moment, he forgot that the people around him were teasing about what was going on between him and Sengoku. Sengoku also said in surprise, What on earth do you mean, Ron? Why do you have to be our witness? Could it be that you knew staff officer he before? This was the only possibility Sengoku could think of. Yet Ron did say it. I think you misunderstood. I just think that you two are very suitable for each other. If I can be a witness for you two, I would be very willing. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that this 12-year-old kid knew so much and started to worry about their affairs between men and women. He was really speechless. When Garp heard this, he nodded. He agreed with Ron's statement very much, so he said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect Ron to be able to think of so many things. I have to say that you have the same idea as me. In fact, I also very much approve of Garp and Staff Officer He. I also think they are really suitable. If these two guys can be together, it would be such a happy event. Ha 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 ha. I really can't wait to see this scene. These two old guys have been a perfect match since they were young, but it's a pity that they are both very shy and can't take this step forward. In fact, I have persuaded them many times, but it was of no use. If I can borrow Ron's words today to let them be together, it would be such a great thing." Garp is a guy who talks a lot. Sengoku was really angry when he heard Garp mutter so many words at once, but there was nothing he could do. He just snorted coldly and then said, "Don't be so naive. Who said that the relationship between me and Staff Officer He has been like this since we were young? We are just pure combat comrades. It is completely different from what you think. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll knock you away." Hearing the other party say this, Garp didn't care at all. He didn't take Sengoku's threats seriously at all, and just continued talking to himself. "You piece of shit, if you could be a little braver, if you could show some fighting spirit, then you and their grandchildren would be nothing. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really not as good as Lao Hu when it comes to relationships. You really should ask Lao Hu for more advice. Ha ha ha." When Garp said this, he patted his chest proudly, and then looked at Dorag beside him, then said to him, "As expected of my son, you follow me very well. Ha ha, not bad. I am also satisfied with the daughter-in-law you found. Hurry up and give me a grandson, so that Sengoku will die of rage, ha?" I have to say that the card club is not very formal in many cases. Request flowers? Even Dorag felt a little embarrassed. He just coughed coldly, then spoke slowly. "Hey you, can you act a little more like an old man? But I have good news for you. Maybe in a few months you will have a grandson." When Dorego said this, Kazan was extremely surprised. He said excitedly, "What do you mean?" Of course Garp understood immediately. The other party must be pregnant now, so he will be able to hold his grandson soon. This made Garp very excited, especially at this moment. He was just arguing with Sengoku, and he didn't expect such a powerful assist at this time. He said to Sengoku again, "How is it? See, I'm about to have a grandson, but you don't even have a son. Hurry up and work harder. If you don't work harder, it will be too late." Sengoku rolled his eyes at Garp speechlessly. He was almost P*********D off to death by Garp today, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only try to ignore him. However, no matter what, since Dorag is going to have a son, Sengoku must congratulate her. After all, they all had a very good relationship before, so at this time Sengoku can't help but give a big red envelope to Dorag's son. But he couldn't stand Garp's face. He always used this matter to provoke himself. It was really speechless. Sengoku didn't know what to do at this point, and Ron even said he would be his witness. At this time, Sengoku even glanced at Staff Officer He. Staff Officer He was also very angry at first, but at this time he seemed to be a little better. He slowly walked forward and said, "Okay, everyone, stop joking about these things. This is a very important moment. Aren't we here for a party? Just have fun peacefully and stop thinking about this. Besides, Dorag is back too, which is a double blessing. So let's not worry about our own affairs and put all our energy into congratulating Dorag." I have to say that Staff Officer He is very good at this kind of occasion. It diverts attention immediately. All the Marine soldiers now focused their attention on Dorag and congratulated him. After all, she was going to give birth to a son. Everyone began to ask Dorag what name she was going to give her son. At this time, Dorag was also speechless. He wasn't quite sure what to name his son. What's a better name now? Thinking about it carefully, there is actually no better name because he doesn't know whether he will have a son or a daughter yet. He can't give a name to his son first. What if he has a daughter? And this time Garp really said it well. I really don't know what name to give him. Why don't we ask alumnus Ron and see what name he thinks of? Then we'll just follow his lead. It has to be admitted that Garp still admired Ron at that time, and even gave Ron a right to name his grandson. This is a very big move. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't dare to do this. After all, who can give the naming rights of their grandson to an outsider? But surprisingly, Dorag did not refuse, but nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. Anyway, I haven't decided whether it's a boy or a girl, and I haven't thought of a name either. It would be nice if I could ask this friend to help him come up with a name." Ron was waiting here to be a witness for Sengoku, but he didn't expect them to turn the topic to Dragon's son. Ron was a little speechless, but he was not in a hurry. It seemed that he had to settle the matter of Sengoku today, but now he had to name Dragon's son first. Ron, of course, knew whether it was a boy or a girl, so he said, "You gave birth to a boy." Dorag said in surprise when he heard this. "Oh, how did you know that, Ron?" Garp asked in surprise. "Yes. How do you know it must be his son?" Ron smiled and said, "Ha ha. The mountain man has his own clever plan. But 2.9, I think we should name him Luffy." Ron didn't continue to explain, but instead directly gave him a name that he should have been called in the first place. This shocked Drago, because he had originally planned to name his son Luffy. He had already thought about it. If it was a boy, he would name him Luffy. But he hadn't told anyone about this. How did Ron know? Dorag was indeed in a state of bewilderment now. He really had not expected this. "The name I gave Luffy was known to others without me telling anyone." How did he know this? He just had this thought in his mind. He had thought that if he gave birth to a boy, he would name him Monkey King, Luffy. But he had never told this to anyone, including his wife. But this boy named Ron blurted it out. It was really unbelievable. But anyway, 18. Now that this matter has come to this, Durger was no longer confused and simply said it. "Yes, Luffy is the name I thought of. It's really good, but I'm still a little curious. I don't know why Ron came up with such a good name. This name coincides with my thoughts. Logically, I have never mentioned this name to outsiders." After Dorag said this, Sengoku and Garp both had shocked expressions. They didn't expect that such a simple event would cause such a phenomenon. Ron actually said what Durama was thinking directly. This was really unbelievable. Even Observation, Haki, couldn't participate in this. However, both of them thought that the name Luffy was not bad. When Garp heard Dorego ask this, he couldn't help but interject. "Luffy is a good name. But how did you know that this name should be used?" "Just now. Dragon said that you directly said what he was thinking. This is really unbelievable. Even Observation Haki doesn't have this function, right? Mind reading. This is quite terrifying. Observation Haki, just a little prediction of the future, this is already practiced to the ultimate level. It is impossible to read the thoughts of the reader. This is too terrifying." Garp wants to know what is going on. After all, Garp is too obsessed with the idea of cultivation. So he wants to know how the other party can master this magical power. He wants to know whether this power can be cultivated. If this power can be cultivated, then he can be said to be invincible in battle. Ron spread his hands. Of course, he came up with this name based on the anime he watched before. Actually, it was no big deal because the protagonist of the original novel was originally called this name. He just said in advance. Of course, he knew that Dorger had thought of this name. After all, the name itself was already determined. But he was really troubled by Garp and Dorger's questions, because there were some questions he simply couldn't explain, and he was too lazy to explain because it involved his greatest secret as a gentleman, so there was no need to say it. Following the previous routine, Ron just said it perfunctorily. "It's actually very simple. I just guessed it randomly, but I didn't expect it to be right by chance, haha." This is too obviously a perfunctory statement. Dorag and Garp were really speechless. They looked at each other, then covered their foreheads and said, Hey, Ron, you're being too perfunctory. How can we possibly believe you? How can you guess right just by guessing?" Garp shook his head helplessly. It seemed that Ron was not going to lose. However, Garp already thought that Ron had mastered a special power and could read minds. This kind of terrifying power was something that Kabu didn't believe existed before. But if Ron knew it, then everything would be possible.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.